Jawanda is going out unless a king or an ace hits the river. There's an ace!
There's no easy in poker.
One time!
You call and it's over, baby, like cutting wind, yeah?
How much?
Oh, God, he has aces.
Let's run it. Oh, my God! It is always coming seven!
All in.
Deuce on the turn!
Uses never loses.
Welcome to Barcelona.
Come along as we carry the load to every road and country code.
Let's light this candle.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Let's do this, day 4 of 6. Today's the day we play down to the final 2 tables, the final 16. 48 remain from a starting field of 1,988, a new record on the EPT. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my Barcelona babies.
And we still have 3 days left to go. Tomorrow is the day we play down to the final 6, and that final table, playing down to a champion, will be streamed cards up on Sunday. Hope you can be with us for every single day of our coverage, all of today, all of tomorrow, and Sunday as well. We are expecting these to be pretty meaty days. I know it doesn't sound like much, getting down from 48 to 16, but it could take a while. A lot of chips in play, and we need your comments, your questions. We need your company. Hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. We're streaming on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. You can also find us on Instagram as well. If you missed any of our day 3 coverage, here's a quick summary of a few of the key things that happened. We started the day with 191 players coming into the room for day 3, all of them guaranteed at least 10,000 euros. We had Team Pro Fatima Maria de Melo on the feature table, but she couldn't get anything going and then ran ace-king into aces. She cashed out for 12K. Tim Adams got moved up to the main stage. His experience shone through. Fellow Canadian Griffin Benja also enjoyed success under the spotlight. Then came another feature table change, and Jerry Odeen won a massive flip. And in the very next hand, he knocked out Mohamed Parati, and that took his stack over 2 million. Alas, Griffin Benja didn't fare so well on the outer tables. He busted in 56th place. He was knocked out by Pasquale Braco, and he finished the day top of the leaderboard with a stack of 2.8 million. So if we look at the top 10, Joe, Braco is the chip leader with 2.8 million. Behind him, Shannon Shorr with 100 big. Shannon is going to be headlining our first feature table of the day. We've also got Simon Brandstrom on the TV stage, and he is 4th in chips overall with 92 bigs.
That is Simon Aces Brandstrom to you.
Oh, I can't believe I found that one funny. We're going to be kicking things off at level 23. Blinds will be 10,000, 25,000 with a 25K big blind ante. The Swedes putting in a decent performance in this year's EPT Barcelona main event.
How sweet it is.
And we've got 3 Swedes at the feature table. We've got Brandstrom, we've got Simon Mattsson, and we've got Alexander Iversen. We've also got Gail Bauman, and as previously mentioned, Shannon Shorr. Those 2 players, Shorr and Bauman, haven't featured on the main stage so far. So when we get to 24, we'll have a redraw. Not sure how long it's going to take to get down to 16. Most people think it's going to either happen towards the end of the 5th level of the day, or more likely during the 6th and final level. Should we get, by the way, to the end of that 6th level and we still have, say, 19 or 20 players, we'll stop.
We're done.
This is day 4 of EPT main event. 48 players remaining. Today we're going to play down to 16 players. Our blinds are 10, 25 with an ante of 25. That's 10, 25, 25. The buttons is seat number 3. I'd like to wish you all the best of success. Dealers, start please.
Thank you very much, Toby Stone, our TD.
Did I hear someone say all in already? The cards haven't even been dealt. Slow down. Actually, don't slow down. I like this pace of play.
Gail Bauman sat between Jorge Romella and Felipe Salgado, both of whom were on the feature table at various points yesterday. Now, the shot clock still in play. It was introduced at the start of day 3. It'll be used throughout the main event from now on. Anyone who had time bank cards at the end of play yesterday will have bagged them with their chips and brought them forward to today. In addition, everyone now gets 5 more time bank cards. Each card worth 30 seconds each. Shannon Shorr with King 10 in the cutoff.
If I was playing in this event, I would just be aiming to collect as many time bank cards as possible, taking them home forever.
So raised to 50,000 and folded to Jorge Romella in the big blind. He's got ace-7.
He's not folding.
Romella calls.
People playing pots already.
It's a jack-high flop. Action checked to the pre-flop aggressor. Who continues for 50,000.
This is why I say you just fold your big blind. Who needs to deal with this? Stress. All right, less stressful now.
Romella pairs his ace on the turn, now a 9-1 favorite. Checks a second time. Shannon Shorr has picked up a gut shot.
Gut shot to Broadway. The nut straight. He's gonna keep on swinging, hoping that this ace would fold out any hands that aren't a jack or an ace at this point.
And he's going big on the turn, 150K into 235K.
I'm ready.
Romella check raises all in.
Emmeline.
And Romella will chip up, has around 30 big blinds. Simon Matson is the shortest stack at the table with 15 big blinds. Gail Bauman on 18 bigs. And after that hand, Brandstrom has become the table chip leader with 2.3 million, 92 bigs, by virtue of the fact that Shannon Shorr just lost a chunk.
Thanks, y'all, for tuning in. It's an interactive show, twitch.tv/PokerStars. We will keep an eye on the chat. Lots of folks weighing in with nice things for us. James J. Farrell, yes, it is an intern answering for me. Cooperman, hang in there. Ineffable. Thanks very much, guys.
Under the gun, Salgado folds. Jack 5 suited for Brandstrom, and he'll raise. Makes it 50K to play.
You know what Brandstrom reminds me of? Brandstrom, Sandstrom.
Oh, sorry.
Sandstorm.
I was thinking of the movie Brainstorm with Christopher Walken.
There's a movie called Brainstorm with Christopher Walken?
Yeah, it's Natalie Wood's last movie.
Huh.
That's a 5-high flop. It's top pair for Brandstrom. He'll continue. Gail Bauman will fold. So Shannon Shorr, Joe, is a player we haven't seen so far during the main event, but we've seen him at many other events. $7 million in live earnings. On our tour, his best result was at the PCA in 2015, where he came 35th for $31,000.
I would have guessed a better overall highest finish from Shannon. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Shannon broke his back several years ago, pulling a dumb stunt in his house. Check him out, though. Appears to be in peak physical condition to me.
Simon Brandstrom opening for the second hand in a row. King 10 makes it 50K. Now, Slobodskoy has King 10 in the hijack. He's a reasonably short stack with 25 bigs.
Odeen.
And he elects to move all in.
3 hands, 2 Amelines so
6
far.
And the shove gets through. Yep. Of the 3 hands played at the feature table, 2 of them have involved the red triangle of death. And obviously now we're down to the final 6 tables. It becomes easier for us to keep tabs of what's happening at the outer tables, what's happening out on the floor. And in fact, let's head to the outer tables right now, because we have seen the elimination of this guy, Sergei Reitzak, the super high roller champion here in Barcelona, and the last remaining Spanish player in the field. He was eliminated by Stefan Jedlička. He ran King Jack into Ace Jack. And Reitzak is the first man out today, taking us down to 47 players.
Right sack went wrong sack. No raise from Ace Deuce and Ramella. 31 big blinds. Kind of an awkward stack to play. Bauman with a shorter but less awkward stack to play. 16 big blinds to start the hand.
Bauman just calls. Oh no, it's a raise to 50. Alexander Everson with 7 deuce offsuit.
Oh, man.
Let's it go.
What a play. What a play from Gail Bauman. What a bullet dodge there, huh? I mean, how much of his big blind range is he going to defend to a min raise against the short stack? A lot.
5th hand of the day. Shannon Shorr first to act. Ace Jack of spades.
Sweeted.
Under the gun raised to 50K. Round to the blinds. Everson in the small, folds queen 6. Simon Madsen is the table short stack with 7-6 off. He folds his big blind. As far as prize money is concerned, everyone is now locked up 25,650 euros. There will be a jump in prize money when we get down to 39 players, an additional 5.5 grand, 31,000 if you can finish 39th or better.
When's the real jumps?
The real jumps happen when we get down to the final 10. That's when we're looking at 6-figure scores, and then you get the big prize jumps with every elimination, culminating in that huge jump between second and first. I think you calculated, Joe, that it's pretty much double. It's like 800 and something for second and 1.6 million for the winner.
Did you say I calculated?
Yeah.
I would really call it. It's just doubling. That's about it. That's about the extent of my calculation abilities.
I mean, I didn't say it was a complex calculation, but it's nonetheless a calculation. It was not strictly speaking.
You guys, I calculated something. I can't believe it.
I got confused here because I saw an under-the-gun raise with ace-jack of spades, and I'm like, didn't that happen on the previous hand? But this time it's Brandstrom. Not sure.
Guys, we realize that shuffling takes a lot of time. What we're going to do is just sort of pass your cards to another player.
So Shorr has flopped top pair. Brandstrom with the nut flush draw. +2 overs, still has 40% equity.
Brandstrom did not continue. And really, for all intents, this is sort of the dynamic that you would expect most often, where the big blind would connect a little more regularly with this board than the under-the-gun raiser. What an annoying run out for ace-jack of spades.
So Shannon led turn for 50K. Checks the river. Brandstrom checks behind. This pot will be sent in the direction of Shannon Shorr.
Shannon Shorr now at high tide.
And it's very easy to say, okay, with those ridiculous jumps in prize money, a deal is inevitable. It's obvious that the last 2 players or the last 3 players are going to redistribute the prize money. Oh, no. Not necessarily. No. And it will depend on who those players are. It will depend on the dynamic. It'll depend on chip stacks. Let's say we get 3-handed and one guy's got 70% of the chips in play. He may say, no deal. Or she. Action folded to Gail Bauman. 5-4 of diamonds. She folds. Felipe Salgado is out. Round to Alexander Everson in the cutoff. Ace deuce. Nope. Martin has folded. So it's blind v blind, the 2 big stacks at the table. Shannon Shorr with Jack-9 in the small.
The number 1 and number 2 at this table, again, with similarly strength hands. Sitting right next to each other. I think we're going to see a lot of clashes between these two today.
Shorr completes, Brandstrom checks his option, and we have an all-half flop, 8-7-4.
Not only does Shannon Shorr complete the small blind, he completes me.
Check, check. 5 of hearts, that's the flush for Brandstrom.
A double gutter now, for sure. Gutter is not live.
Nope. Shannon Shorr's only out, and it's an out for 50% of the pot, would be the 6 of hearts. $40K each. The river card is the 5 of spades.
Short checks.
Do I have a heart? Ooh.
I give him credit for not looking until now. I always feel so dumb when it comes 3 hearts. I'm like, oh, I know I have 2 red cards. Which one? Which one is the heart?
10 seconds.
85. 85.
85,000.
Bet of 85,000 and a quick fold. And these two pretty much tied for the chip lead at this table, both on around 2.3 million. Let's have a look at some of the familiar faces in the field. Players at the outer tables. Stefan Jedlicka, who KO'd Sergei Reitzak, the only elimination so far today. Mike Haxton still going strong. We have a former EPT finalist, Kali Sadhu. Another player from the UK, Ben Farrell, won a couple of events in Vegas this summer. And Tim Adams, who had a very good day 3.
Oh,
and coming into day 4, we spoke to Tim before the start of play.
I feel good. I'm tired, as usual, but I feel good. So it'll be fun. It's just another day for me. Same game as always. I don't know. That's the approach.
You must feel like you've got a bit of an edge on this field. You must fancy your chances of a real deep run here.
Yeah, but I don't know how to put this. There's so much poker to be played, and with tournament poker, you need a lot of things to go your way. So of course, I feel good and I feel confident and stuff, but a lot of things are out of my control. And if you start trying to control those things, it can be a slippery slope. Yeah, I was short yesterday and I won a couple big pots. I won a big flip at the feature table in the middle of the day. And yeah, today I'm at a table with mainly guys I don't know. So I'm going to go over there right now and figure it out.
A guy you don't know is just a friend you haven't made yet, Tim.
Odeen.
Back in the nick of time.
Brandstrom opens for 100K. Slobodskoy shoves for 725K. Ace-Jack against Queens. Slobodskoy is the player who needs to improve. He is the at-risk player.
He is the player that needs to suck out.
5 immediate outs. An ace or a jack needed. And that takes away an out. Cannot be the ace of clubs.
Well, not with that attitude, it can't.
And that is the end of Noah Slobodskoy. And we are down to 45 players. Wow, that means there's been an elimination from the outer tables as well.
Game over.
Brandstrom moves over the 3 million mark, and we think that's going to give him the overall chip lead.
Want to keep?
No.
No? Okay.
No condition.
Okay.
Well, we shouldn't have any all-ins for a while, at least. What?
So this is Tim Adams against Stefan Jedlicka. joining this hand on the river. Already 600K in the pot. Looks like the action's been checked to Tim on the button. Tim Adams playing a time bank card.
So what's the board? King, queen, 6, 9, king.
With 3 diamonds. King of diamonds, queen of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, king of clubs, 6 of spades is the board. Well, that's a bet of 750,000.
Wow. Wow.
And it's an overbet. Just to clarify, 600K in the pot. 750K the river bet from Adams.
Two kings, 3 diamonds on board.
And the single chip call from Jedlička. That is nothing more than ace high.
Oh.
And that is Jack-6 of diamonds for a flush. Adams makes the bluff with the blocker, but Jedlička had a jack-high flush, and that huge pot will give Stefan Jedlička the chip lead. He's playing more than 3.5 million. Tim Adams down to 260K.
Wonder how close he got to getting away with it. Board was paired. I guess the jack of diamonds was the king and the queen were both on board, right? So the jack of diamonds was the second nut flush. Tough to get him to fold the second nut flush.
Headboard. Just want to quickly answer Sean McCarthy's question. Hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. Is our Poker in the Ear superfan still in the main event? Asking as a fellow superfan. Sadly, Sean, Andres Korn busted yesterday.
You guys asking if C. Darwin still alive in this event? Well, he is for now.
He's moved all in for his last 330,000.
Just the blinds to get through. Just the Bauman blind, and he does indeed.
So we are 23 minutes into the day, and we have had 4 eliminations so far. 44 players remaining in this record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event.
Soto's in chat asking, is Antonio still here? Antonio, if you're in the chat, just sound off for Sotos. He wants to know if you're still here. Hope you amplify that message.
Action on Shannon Shorr. A raise from the hijack. Shannon with King 10. Simon Brandstrom with King Queen.
You guys, there are other players at the table.
$155.
3-bet to 155,000.
I guess he thinks Shannon's just a little too active. Oh boy.
And now the ace-king of diamonds for Felipe Salgado in the big blind. Starts with a 20 big blind stack, all in. On easy fold for Shannon Shorr. For Brandstrom?
sitting 2-1.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's priced in. He doesn't know he's dominated.
And it's a fairly insignificant portion of his stack as well.
510.
Yeah, he calls. Well, we have Domination Nation at the feature table. Salgado at risk, but ahead.
I mean, what's going on with all these blockers? They're just not really, it's almost as if they mean nothing.
Salgado, a 3-1 favorite with 5 cards to come. And that'll make him feel a lot more comfortable. Brandstrom doing the classic, I'll count it out now in the hope that that'll give me some additional equity.
In the hope that we'll get the next hand going sooner.
Yeah, it's all over on the turn. Salgado gets the double up.
See some folks in chat asking about the free roll. Stay tuned. Information coming soon. Very, very soon.
1.1 million now for Salgado. He's doubled up to just over 40 bigs. Baumann and Matson, the two shorties at the table with 16 and 15 big blinds respectively. Brandstrom now on 2.6 million. Still the table chip leader. Still has more than 100 bigs.
Sov dåligt.
Trasslig.
Simpen låg och hostade hela natten så att det var kört.
Folded round to Gail Baumann. She decides not to play from the button. Salgado in the small has 7-5.
We got our first bad look-alike. We got one for Gail Baumann. Judy Greer.
That's terrible.
You don't think so? I think it's all right. I saw Judy Greer on the streets in LA once.
And did you think, oh my God, it's Gail Baumann?
No, but I did think, oh my God, this human being is so much prettier in real life than she's ever portrayed on television.
Salgado just called. Everson raises. Salgado folds the best hand.
Jag tar du gnäller i den tassat med. Hälsa.
Det är ingen som tror på.
Swedish trash talk is him saying, I think you played that hand less than optimally.
So there will be a free roll later on today. When it's time, we'll give you the all-important details. There will be $1,000 in WCOOP tickets in the prize pool. But it'll happen at a random time today, and when we do finally announce it, you will have limited time to register. Registration window only open for 15 minutes.
Today we're going to play 11 levels. We will have 75 minutes of level
So last night, I had a couple of...
I had 390 before.
Got a couple of friends in town. My movie producer friend and her very good friend, who's also a friend of mine, is a fairly famous actress here in Spain. And I made the mistake of introducing them to a bunch of poker players last night, and now they're smitten, a poker player and this actress. Getting a lot of questions today about a particular English poker player. I think poker players and actors are perfect for each other.
Trying to work out which group should be more insulted by that comment. So the limp in the small from Iversen, and now a raise from Mattsson in the big. And a fold.
What do we got on guest comms today, James?
The dynamic duo will be joining us at various points throughout the day. Up first, Fintan Hand. He'll be joining us from his home in Malta. And then joining us from southwest England, Benjamin Spragg will be providing commentary later on today. That's right, Spragg flew home from Barcelona 2 days ago. So those of you predicting that he is the English poker pro that Joe has fixed up with an actress are wrong.
Wrong.
Hello, Fintan. Wave back.
Fintan said he was going to watch a movie last night. I think he did it. I really appreciate that. He was like, give me a movie to watch. I'll watch it tonight. So Fintan's going to report in. I'm on with Fintan in level 3 today. Since James hasn't seen the movie, maybe we wait to get his assessment. Was there a media event here this?
A couple of nights ago, yeah.
Oh.
We were working.
Ah. You mean they didn't hold it at 1:30 in the morning?
No. Under the gun raise from Jorge Ramela with Queen Jack of Hearts. Pocket threes for Felipe Salgado. Folded around to Simon Brandstrom in the big blind.
Service. Hi, can I have a coffee black, Americano? Yeah, thank you.
We have a King 10-8 flop. Open-ended straight draw for Ramela. Brandstrom ahead for now with sevens, but a statistical dog, because Ramela's Queen and Jack are also live.
Statistical dog and just sort of emotional dog, too. You're just very rarely going to like the turn and river.
Yeah, folds the sevens. Elkana, I'll allow it. Thank you for your tweet. Hashtag PokerStars TV. Baumann with ace-4 of hearts. 16 bigs at the start of this hand. Still 55 minutes to go until the blinds go up. So the raises come from Alexander Iversen in the hijack with 10-7 of clubs. Round to the big blind, Jorge Romella, who's got king jack of clubs.
Could I get just a bottle of water, please? Water, yeah.
King jack suited might be the ultimate in exciting looking hands that turn out.
I did, yeah.
Does it have to be empty or?
They haven't bothered me about it. Yeah. One time the security said, like, what is it, water? But that's it. Because it's nice that they got those water coolers in here.
And there it
I tried
is.
to bring in like this small water bottle, like.
Oh really? They wouldn't let me?
So Romella has called 10 high flop.
I'm a more innocent looking guy than you, though.
I guess. No, not really.
Top pair for Everson.
I would pick him before you.
Yeah, you might be right.
Continuation bet of 50,000.
Bye. What about, I think this one may make you a little more, you might be a little more in agreement with All-Stars here. It says, what about Gail Bowman having something of a Marion Cotillard look to her?
As I said just now, I think Alcana nailed it.
What did Alcana say? Going back to it. My Twitter app's all messed up.
I was going to say, what on earth are you doing there?
It only has one window now.
Okay, do a search. No, the magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Hashtag PokerStars TV. There you go. Now you can see what people are tweeting in.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, it's not bad.
Talking of Twitter, hello to Mr. C. Been playing on Stars since 2003, but this is the first stream I've ever watched. Very impressed. Quit while you're ahead, Mr. C. We can't possibly keep this up all day.
I'm curious about Mr. C, actually. What made you tune in today for the first time? Is it the first you've heard of it, or you finally caved in? Or we're talking 16 years later, my dude.
Wow. Practically a flip post-flop. Shorr with top pair, Baumann with a pair and a flush draw. Shannon continues, 85,000 into 135,000. And Baumann's got 13 bigs behind. Check raise all in.
Call.
Called by Shorr, and we are off to the races. 11 outs for Gail Baumann.
Post-flop flipping.
Kings, sevens, and hearts all working for her.
She is. She is? Yeah. All right, switch hands if you don't mind.
Turn card is a 4. 4 of clubs. Same outs needed, down to 31% equity. We are in Barcelona, where a famous meme was born. Is it always coming? Okay. 7? Yes!
Oh,
it
man!
Is! 7!
7! 7! 7!
Every time the 7 is coming.
Bring me,
and just like that, Gail Baumann survives and doubles up.
Not inglorious at all, quite glorious. Shannon Shorr, don't worry about him. He's still second in chips. We are playing the games, the flipping, and the 7. It is always coming.
That's the right one.
815K, just over 30 bigs. Roughly at the midway point through level 23, the first level of day 4 of the EPT Barcelona main event.
It's nice you have the power to not only destroy people, James. I mean, technically you did destroy Shannon there, but we'll just focus on the positive.
So Mr. C has responded to your question, Joe.
Yeah.
What made me tune in? I heard your podcast yesterday for the first time and decided to see what the fuss is about.
Well, now I want to know how long he's been listening to the podcast.
Because you're kind of doing it backwards, Mr. C. Most people discovered the live stream and through that discovered the podcast.
Shorr involved in this pot as well. This time with Queen Jack. Salgado's ace-7 is the best hand. After this 6-4 deuce 2-heart flop, but Shorr is going to continue.
Thank you.
So Shannon Shorr gets a little bit back.
ABC Poker.
Back over the 2 million mark, 80 bigs. Now, we're heading to the outer tables to check in on Jonas Tenkate. Sorry if I'm butchering that, but he's the new chip leader. And meanwhile, as we're out on the floor, let's check in on Tim Adams. We saw him become short stacked earlier. Now he's all in against Martin Suzor. Adams with Queen 10, Suzor with King Jack. King high flop. And looks like it's over on the turn. Tim Adams eliminated, and Martin Suzor, a former EPT runner-up, playing a stack of 2 million.
Timothy Adams. Timothy, out of here. Martin. Up to 2 million in chips. All right, buddy boy. Back to the feature table. Ramella has made it 55,000 with ace-5. Everson, pocket 7s. And he is jamming into Ramella.
All in to call. And a quick fold.
Nah. Everson looks like a high school principal who's always trying to decide what sort of punishment to hand out.
So where are we at right now? 41 players remaining, 7 eliminations so far today. And we're only halfway through the first level. Average stack is pretty deep. Playing nearly a 75 big blind average.
Another big hand for Shannon Shorr.
Opens with jacks to 50K. Can you work out what the hell is going on over there?
I don't know if my cable will reach that far. Nope. Tried.
I mean, maybe they see a car crash coming. We've got a call from Brandstrom with the 8s, Gail Bauman with 7s.
I think they're watching a soccer game.
Oh.
It's always coming siete.
Good fold by Gail Bauman.
Not really. Because the 7, it is always coming. Oh.
Not this time. Instead, it's the 8. Brandstrom with a set and now a 92% favorite. Just the one overcard for sure to be concerned about. Continues for 50,000.
Oh man, I'm just thinking about what it feels like to flop a set. Oh, it's so good.
Brandstrom just calls. 9 on the turn. Shorr now drawing to 2 outs.
Such a great turn card too. Shannon checks.
How much does Brandstrom bet?
Yeah, Shorr is going to have showdown value a lot of the time when he checks here. I don't think Brandstrom makes it too huge, though. That's pretty big. 160 into 260.
Yep.
Maybe trying to make it look a little bluffy. Seems like a big bet to make with just a king, so maybe polarizes himself a little bit here by going well over half pot. Yep, this has worked. Got him.
Going to the river with 580,000 in the middle. Inconsequential 5 of spades.
Great run out too for a set of 8s.
Shannon checks a second time. How much value can Brandstrom extract here?
I think he's going to go pretty big again.
10 seconds.
Especially when he waits this
425.
long. Yeah, there it is.
I did.
Sorry. So 3 checks. And you bet?
425.
425.
A little bit of confusion there.
Dealer didn't catch the check from Shannon. Luckily, the players are on top of it.
So 425K is the bet. Meanwhile, table's being broken because we're down to 40. We're down to 5 tables of 8. Means we'll be getting a new player on the main stage shortly.
10 seconds.
And Brandstrom really trying to make it look like some kind of missed draw here.
Shannon Shorr utilizing those time bank cards. Remember, with the shot clock in play, 30 seconds per decision unless you buy yourself more time. Each time bank card worth an additional 30 seconds.
I'm not all in.
You're not all in. I just couldn't hear you. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Shannon Shorr called, but he did not announce all in.
Call.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
No,
I didn't hear the announcement.
I didn't hear him say anything.
I didn't either.
I think I heard all in. You did?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Again, another slight miscommunication. Could have been worse. No big deal.
So just to be clear, Shannon Shorr called on the river. did not verbally declare all in. He is not all in, but he has just lost a significant pot to Simon Brandstrom. Shannon Shorr down to 1.3 million, 51 big blinds. Simon Brandstrom up to nearly 3.3 million, 131 bigs.
I predicted many clashes between these two.
Hello.
But another one like that going Brandstrom's, and that could be the end of Shannon Shorr. Still got 51 big blinds, but it's been a rough level for him. Doubled up Bauman. Just lost a chunk to Simon Brandstrom.
So here we go, 8-handed once again. New player at the table is Diego Falcone. Currently unracking his chips. 39 minutes to go until the first break of the day.
This time it's Shorr v. Everson. Shorr been incredibly active today. Queen high flop, Everson flops a gut shot. This high is still the best hand for now. Shorr gives it up. Following the continuation bet from Everson.
Dealen gjorde sitt bästa för att ställa till det för mig den här andra. Alltså. Ja, jävlar. Herregud. Ja. Satan. 2 sådana grejer liksom.
Looks like we got a new player at the table. Hey, it's Diego Falcone.
No. Maybe. Yes. I went.
All in.
Simon Matson has action folded to him on the button. He's got an ace. He's moving all in for his last 15 bigs. And that was probably going to get through. It does indeed.
Bust.
Spectre on Twitch asking, tell me, Stapes, why is Everson that grumpy? I don't think he's grumpy. It's just the shape of his face. I think he's in deep thought a lot of the time. I think he's thinking, which is something I would know nothing about. I do not know what it's like to think.
So it's been folded to Shannon Shorr on the button, pocket nines.
We raised 60.
raises to 60,000. Brandstrom with ace-9 in the small blind.
10 seconds.
165.
And it's a re-raise to 165,000.
You guys, stop it!
Diego folds the big blind. He's the second biggest stack at the table, by the way. Falcone, 2.27 million.
Valley on Twitch says ace-9 is so awful. I think Brandstrom might agree with you. I think that's why he's putting in this 3-bet.
10 seconds. 3 fold. 65.
Shorr has called. King, Jack flop with 2 spades.
Shannon Shorr has had many quite decent starting hands today, just not much materializing.
Fold bet 75.
C-bet of 75,000 called by Shorr. This hand going to the turn. It's a 9.
Finally.
Shannon Shorr with the full house. Brandstrom drawing to a chop. Brandstrom checks.
It's only fair that Shannon make a set / full house now. And we're making sure we get this.
I love that. 190,000. Clearly enunciated.
It'd be hilarious if the dealer was like, all in? Seat 4 folds?
One second.
Simon using at least one time bank card. These two just trading haymakers today. Brandstrom drawing dead. At least he can't hit another 9.
Check. C4 check.
Do you think Shorr shoves?
I know you asked me a question a few seconds ago. I'm still thinking of the answer. I mean, he does have less than pot behind, so
yeah,
that speaks to it. But 190 isn't a huge bet on the turn. So I'm not sure how strong Brandstrom really looks, but the longer Shorr takes to make this decision, the more I think we end up seeing the shove.
All in?
Now he's all in. Now we can present him with the triangle.
I really love that players with a hand this marginal will take their time with this decision, will replay the action, considering ranges, considering bet sizing. I mean, this is just an instant fold for me every time, but this is what makes really great players, is they will at least consider this and sometimes will make the call and be right. Irish Bryn on Twitch, I don't think this is Hollywooding at all.
It's that classic nuts or air bet.
I do think that, again, there is plenty that missed here that Brandstrom has to consider, but ultimately makes the right decision.
So Shannon Shorr now playing 1.7 million, just shy of 70 big blinds. Simon Brandstrom still the table chip leader with 2.8 million, more than 110 bigs. The table short stack is Simon Matson with 16 big blinds. 28 minutes on the level, and the blinds will go up.
Very close.
Thanks, Waku. Says, let me just take this opportunity to say thanks and yay for the great coverage. Also, thank you to Spraggy and Finton. Thank you. We appreciate you guys.
Pocket tens for the table shorty.
Take one, raise 50.
Raises to 50K. Shannon Shorr with the king-queen suited.
Just a raise from the shorty, huh? The raise looks very strong. King-queen suited, though. And what do you do here? Because if you limp, you open, not limp, if you call, you open yourself up to getting squeezed. If you 3-bet, you're almost always getting shoved on. I guess you re-raise with the intention of calling the shove.
I guess so, and we can see it would be a race. Re-raises to 135,000. Ace-10 of diamonds for Brandstrom. Folds the button.
See, that's one of the benefits of 3-betting, is that you don't open yourself to getting cold 4-bet very often because your 3-bet looks super strong. But now you've got Ramella with pocket jacks in a situation where, man, Jacks is a very strong hand, but this is a situation where Jacks is going to look really, really, really borderline.
Yeah, but Ramella's got 23 big blinds.
The fact that Matson just opened out of a 15 big blind stack instead of shoving is suspect. Shorr's 3-bet is suspect. Ramella's already used one time bank.
There he shoves. And what do you do now if you're Matson with the 10s?
How much is that?
More than you have. It's all in to call. And maybe he's not particularly worried about Shannon Shorr, but he's got to be concerned about this.
Yeah.
615.
650?
615.
15?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what his intention was in just raising instead of shoving. But hey, look at this. You can get away from it.
Yep.
You've given yourself the opportunity to exit this pot, having only lost 2 big blinds.
And he does get away from the 10s.
I don't think this is what Shannon was expecting at all.
6-15? Yes.
Shannon Shorr has not had a chance to catch his breath today. Seemingly involved in every pot. And I think a lot of the time when Ramella does this, he's gonna have
10 seconds.
better than jacks, and he's gonna have hands that have Shannon dominated. I think jacks is maybe the worst hand Ramella can do this with, as far as pairs are concerned. And I think the worst unpaired hands he would do this with would have Shorr dominated.
Second.
He's certainly not doing this with hands that King Queen is in great shape against, and there it goes.
Go on.
Oh, thank you. We're too good already. I can give you that information.
Hopefully 30 minutes.
Yeah.
One time back, one time back.
You'll probably get it in 3 minutes.
He does buy himself 30 minutes of a little more deception.
It hurts for you too?
Yeah.
So a reminder that earlier this week we announced the return of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. The second PSPC will take place here in Barcelona next summer. And once again, the Platinum Pass promotions will be running. Plenty of chances between now and then to win a Platinum Pass, both live and online. I think a third Platinum Pass was won overnight via the Mystery Chess promotion. That means there are still 2 of them out there.
I got the Platinum Pass chest.
One fold. 3 fold.
Action here has been folded to Brandstrom with King Queen.
Six fold, 8-50. 5 fold.
Raised to 50,000. Gail Bauman in the big blind has Queen 9 of clubs. She starts the hand with 30 bigs. She defends, heads up to the flop.
She is dominated, but I see a 9 and a queen.
So top pair for Brandstrom, top 2 for Bauman. 84% favorite. She checks. And Brandstrom continues. 2 green chips, 50,000.
Going for the more aggressive option.
Yeah, it's a check raise to 175,000.
King Queen probably too strong to fold, but I don't think Gail's gonna be messing around here too often either. Obviously from the big blind, there's lots of semi-bluffing she could be doing.
10 seconds.
7-8, Jack-10, spades. Whoa, he's just jamming on her.
Gail Bauman snap calls.
He thinks there's a whole lot of semi-bluffing she could be doing.
Wow, great spot for Baumann. To double up here to 1.6 million. Has to fade a king, though.
Ja, det är lite för trist bräda för något annat.
Lol.
Han har knäckt på turnen.
Only a king on the river would eliminate Gail Baumann. So 5, queens and 9s hold, and Gail Baumann doubles up through Simon Brandstrom.
And glorious Baumann.
She's now playing 63 big blinds. Brandstrom playing 80 big, still a big stack, still has more than 2 million. Diego Falcone is the table chip leader, though, with 2.3 million, 90 big blinds.
It's been an all-out brawl at this table today. Everyone's swinging for the fences.
18 minutes left on the clock.
Svänger lite. Ja, checkrace är stort. 50 till 100. Ja, stort. 175. 500 bakom. Man mår ju inte som en prins, gör man inte.
Gail, it's okay if you want to smile.
Nine raise 50. One fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold.
Poker 619 says she's laughing. It did look like she wanted to laugh for a second. Pocket fours. For now. Facing the under the gun raise from Everson, who's like, hey guys, do you mind if I play a hand? Can I get in here? Is it all right if I just, I'm just gonna, since I'm first to act, I'm just gonna go ahead and get in now for Shannon and Simon and Gail get, oh, okay, no, Gail's in too. Okay, cool.
Salgado gets squeezy here.
I wouldn't, not against another the gun raise, but it looks like Salgado is. And he's probably right, you know? Everson is not the kind of guy that's gonna wait to have a super premium to raise under the gun. And Salgado has accurately identified, or just had a good guess at this situation.
Oh, yes, sir.
No, you can sit at the table.
I am, that's fine. I'm...
So the 3-bet is to 225,000.
Large 3-bet.
Gets a fold from Everson and from Baumann. Got a bad lookalike for Felipe Salgado, the guy from the Fantastic Beasts movie.
Oh yeah, what's that guy's name?
Okay.
He's the guy from the ping pong movie too. Balls of Fury.
Yeah.
Dan Fogler.
That's it.
Perfect.
By the way, Balls of Fury is pretty funny. Two and a half stars on IMDb.
One fold.
Thought IMDb did marks out of 10.
Yeah.
4 fold. 4 fold.
2.5.
Oh, 2.5 out of 10.
I think there's 2 ratings on IMDb. There's the user rating. 5.3 out of 10, 2.5 stars. Okay. Maggie Q is in Balls of Fury, and I believe she's a poker player. Seen her around.
There's a button raise from Gail Bauman with 9-6 of clubs. Alexander Everson in the big blind with ace-7. He defends. And we have a queen-8 deuce flop, just the 1 club.
Can we all just calm down for a minute at this table, by the way? Can we just play a hand normally? How about some checking? Thank you. Alexander. Nope. That's it, that's it. Oh man, that was awesome.
Who was that?
Well, I don't want to give it to Salgado because he's the guy covering his mouth. I think it was someone on camera.
Gail Bauman third in chips at the table with a 65 big blind stack. You know, we referenced that money jump earlier on. We're at that point. A jump of about 5,000 euros, 5.5K in fact.
James, someone's finally cracked the code. Got a message on Instagram this morning. It says, Joe, this is random AF, but I just came across this song on our local radio station, and I am convinced that is the actual Danger Zone song where you extracted your EPT jingle from. Lol. Please tell me I'm right. Sadly, I don't know how I kept the secret for this long. He has, in fact, figured out that when I say Danger Zone, it's from the song Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins.
That little known track from one of the biggest movies of the 1980s.
Somehow this obscure song got played on a radio station somewhere around the world. I don't know how it happened, but well done, Super Sleuth.
Madsen's all in. Salgado opened the button with ace-7. Madsen shoves with deuces. And Salgado calls, and we're off to the races. Flip that coin.
Like Danger Zone versus I'm All Right. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. Like Loggins versus Messina. See Darwin at risk.
And now behind because the 7 hits the flop. I'm conflicted. On the one hand, it's always coming 7. On the other, deuces never loses.
Like, it's always coming 7s versus deuces never loses.
That's the end of C. Darwin. Simon Madsen eliminated, and you see he goes out in 39th. We've already lost a player in 40th place. More on that in just a moment. 31,040 euros, so he made the pay jump.
Cross story to tell.
Again.
You make another one, man.
Salgado closing in on the 60 big blind mark.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at a hand that just happened before that on one of the outer tables. So it's a bit of a confusing one. Stick with me.
Okay.
It's Giovanni Torre and Robert Hydorn in the hand.
Okay.
And when Torre bet the flop, Hydorn raised, leaving himself a few chips behind. Because Torre thought that Hydorn was all in, he turned over his cards.
Okay, that's odd.
So Hydorn now knows that his opponent has a set of 5s.
And he hasn't made his decision yet?
Hydorn still has a few chips behind, and he's using his time bank cards because he's stalling, because we're on the pay jump.
Has there ever been a reported case of someone making a pay jump because they used their tie bank cards? Like, what are the chances?
A really awkward situation, but from Torre's point of view, if you don't see the triangle there, if you don't ask the dealer to confirm, never assume that someone is all in. Okay, now Hydorn's all in, and he has a flush draw. There are 2 clubs on the flop. So it's the nut flush draw versus a set. And no club on the river. Robert Hydorn is eliminated, and he did not make the pay jump. He went out in 40th place.
What a bizarre hand. Sorry, I'm just kind of speechless. Did he not even use all the time bank cards? Weren't there 2 left? I'm so confused. Hydorn is Finkel. Finkel is Hydorn.
So we have had 10 eliminations during this first level. We have 38 players remaining. Our quest today is to get down to the final 16. There'll be a redraw at 24. Meanwhile, more action at this action-packed feature table. Just to recap the pre-flop action, Falcone opened with the Queen-Jack suited. Sorry, with the Ace-King. And there was the defend by Shannon Shorr with Queen-Jack suited. Salgado also called pre, and he's the one who bet the flop with the Queen-Jack.
More action than a 1988 Carl Weathers movie.
10 seconds.
Salgado bets again. And gets a fold. So no super short stacks at the feature table now. The shortest stack is Jorge Romela with 33 bigs.
That's wild. Help me out with some calculations here, James. So average stack is about 1.6.
Yep.
And the big blind is 25. We should be able to do this. Can you see the smoke coming out of my ears?
Well, let's call it 1.6 million.
Sure.
I think it's less about what it is now, because it's around kind of 65 big blind average.
So deep.
I think it's more important what happens next.
When the blinds go up in 5
exactly,
minutes.
because
Okay.
we're talking about a five minutes until we move to the next level. And that next level is going to be 1530. So we're going to be back around the 50 big blind average.
What a great structure.
On the other side of the break.
What a great structure. 38 players left, 50 big blind average.
So this is blind v blind again. Shannon Shorr against Simon Brandstrom. Unraised. Apologies for the loss of graphics. Sorry, we can't tell you what they have. Oh, boom, here we go. No, yes, maybe.
Hmm?
Recheck.
I think what we just showed on screen was actually the flop cards, so let's ignore those.
Well, the flop cards are 8, 6, 3 with 2 clubs.
Four bet 35.
Here comes Shannon, who calls. It does not move all in. Another club on the turn. It's the ace of clubs.
Check. Four bet 100.
And short checked. Brandstrom bets 100,000 here. Just a reminder, the board is ace, 8, 6, tray, 3 clubs. And this was a limp check, small blind, big blind situation. Shorr's just called the bet of 100,000. Jack of diamonds on the river. Doesn't really complete anything. Shorr checks for a 3rd time.
Seconds.
225.
4 bet.
And
225.
Brandstrom bets for the 3rd time. Remember, this is big blind versus small blind. These two have just been scrabbling all day. Shorr calls. Brandstrom confidently turns over.
Okay.
The loser.
Would have been nice to see the cards, but never mind.
I saw a jack.
Checkar ni turn eller? Sir? Checkar ni turn? Nej, bet. Han bet. Jag bet. Du känner att lopp och bettat han är bet? Nej, jag bettar alla. Du bettar? Ah, okej.
Apologies for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, we are going to have a new feature table after the break. Among the players at that table, Cully Sadu and Jerry Odeen.
Eight raise 55. 10 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Maybe the last hand of the level. Salgado raising king 10 from the hijack.
This is going to be the last hand of the level, right?
Yeah, I think so. Falcone is going to defend, leaving the two Brazilians to fight it out here. Ace, king, 7, second pair for the pre-flop raiser. Falcone checks. Salgado bets. I assume we're going to get a quick fold from Falcone. We do indeed. So that's it, kids. Level 1 of the day down.
Yes. Our quest is to play down to 16, but if we can't get there, we'll play 6 full levels today. And looks like we're going to be coming back from break with 37, not 38 players. Alan Alenka has just been eliminated in 38th place. Cashes out to 31,000 euros. So 11 eliminations so far, and a new feature table lineup when we come back for the 15:30 blind level. 20-minute break, and then more live action from the Barcelona leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour here on PokerStars TV. So Giuseppe Pantaleo on the button with Jack-8 offsuit. He's an experienced tournament player. Says he plays cash as well, but says he's quite bad in ring games. He's had a good tournament so far. A very aggressive player, this hand being no exception. Makes it 165,000, gets Tor stung to fold the small blind. Lozano looking interested in the big blind with Jack-10 of hearts.
This is a good hand to call and see a flop.
So 2 big stacks go to the flop. And the flop is queen high. Nothing for either player.
This is a fairly safe flop to continuation bet. This only hits a queen and a club flush draw. He can bet and take it down. Or he can think about it and check back.
Another queen comes on the turn. It's also a 3rd club. And Lozano feels like he can steal it.
Giuseppe slowed down on the flop. Jesus is going to take a stab.
230,000.
Well, again, Giuseppe's going to think about this.
We saw him happily float against Chandra de Vries.
Yup, and it looks like that's what's going to go on here. Giuseppe has a cunning plan in store. He's going to float this turn with nothing to try to win this pot on the river.
They both have the same hand. Queens and deuces with a jack kicker.
The aggressor will probably win this pot.
Lozano has not shut down. He bets a second time.
And Giuseppe's reaching for chips. It looks like his plan is falling into place. He's going to raise Jesus off this chop pot.
Makes it 790,000.
How much?
If Jesus thinks Pantaleo's on the steal, can he find the courage to re-raise him?
Well, Jesus can't possibly call this river raise. He could only be good if Giuseppe was calling his turn bet with a complete air ball to bluff the river. To win, he needs to re-raise.
Call.
He's called!
Immediately. Well, it's going to be a chop pot.
Whoa, Pantaleo's just mucked!
Call the farol.
Giuseppe just forfeited the pot by mucking his hand, and it would have been a chop pot.
Yeah, but you don't think someone's going to be calling you with the same hand, do you?
That's exactly why he mucked.
I can't believe Lozano called there with Jack high, and I can't believe he just mucked. A7 for Giuseppe Pantaleo.
I don't suffer from insanity. In fact, I enjoy every minute of it. However, Giuseppe could use a straitjacket in a padded room right now to save himself from further harm.
He's keeping up the aggression. He's raised it to 210,000. Kendall Mark gives up the small blind. Konstantin Puchkov also has an ace in the big blind.
And it is also suited. And he can make a wheel.
So he defends, and we go to the flop. which brings nothing for either player. And Konstantin checks. I imagine a continuation bet gets through here.
The name of the game is Bet to Win. Giuseppe putting serious thought into this bet.
520,000 in the middle, and he bets 260,000.
Well, this should take it down. I'd stand corrected. Puchkov immediately calls.
Very quick call. Now with that deuce on the turn, Puchkov has picked up the wheel draw. A 4 would give him a straight. Goes check, check on the turn, and there it is. There's the 4. Puchkov takes the lead.
Well, it's all about those backdoor draws. I must say, I didn't even see this backdoor wheel draw. Puchkov must have been all about it, though.
He is going to bet it. 760,000.
This is a large bet. It's almost 3/4 of the pot. You know, and if I'm Giuseppe, I'm trying to put Puchkov on a hand. King Jack missed, all of the flush draws missed. Ace high might actually be good here in a lot of cases.
He makes the hero call. But Puchkov will show that he rivered the straight.
Jesus successfully hero called Giuseppe earlier when he mucked the chop, and now Giuseppe has unsuccessfully hero called Puchkov. One step closer to the funny farm.
Blinds are still 50 and 100,000 with a 10K ante. And Jesus Lozano folds, meaning actions on our chip leader, Kent Lundmark. He's got queens.
It's a good hand to have when you're the chip leader.
Looks like he's going to raise from the cutoff. It's a min raise to 200,000. King 9 for Puchkov on the button. He'll fold that. Shanda folds his ace from the small blind, but ace jack for Pantaleo in the big blind.
Ace jack is a strong holding 5-handed, especially when you're facing a late position open from the table captain.
He moves all in and insta-call from Lundmark.
Giuseppe came in today as the table chip leader. However, he is now the player at risk against the table chip leader.
And take an aspirin.
The doctor's gonna need to prescribe an ace for Giuseppe.
Well, he's got a jack on the flop. That gives him additional outs. We saw an ace folded, so now he has 2 aces and 2 jacks that he can hit to survive. Lundmark does have a commanding lead here, though. 80% favourite to eliminate the former chip leader. Now he's an 89% favourite. Giuseppe needs an ace or a jack, or we are down to 4. Pantaleo is eliminated. This is not the way he saw this final table going at the start of the day.
The curtains have been closed for Giuseppe.
A 5th place finish is commendable. 170,000 euros is a nice score, but he wanted more. And he's called another all-in. De Vries shoved his short stack from the button. Lundmark in the big blind makes the call with ace-queen and has Shanda De Vries crushed.
Shanda is gonna need to spike an 8 or get some help on the flop.
Amanda's feeling the tension. Shanda nervously awaits the dealing of the flop. Things have been going Ken Lundmark's way this level. Will his ace-queen hold? Well, there is a gut shot straight draw for Shanda De Vries.
He has picked up a glimmer of hope.
If he hits an 8 or a 9, he takes the lead. Same outs needed with 1 card to come. But it's not to be. The ace-queen holds, and Shanda De Vries is our 4th place finisher.
He picked his spots nicely and moved up the money ladder.
He will collect 222,000 euros, so can now live his dream and go traveling with Amanda. And more chips for Kent Lundmark, who seems to be an unstoppable force right now, as 3-handed play begins.
2/3 of the remaining field's awfully stripy.
Blinds are up to 60 and 120,000 with a 15K ante. Lundmark picks up ace-deuce on the button and min raises. Puchkov not interested. Lozano has queens.
120,000 is too cheap for ladies. Let's see how expensive it gets.
He has counted out a re-raise. He will make a 3-bet of 685,000. Do you think Lundmark will call in position and see a flop?
Ace-2 is not a calling hand. He has two options, re-raise or fold. He's strongly considering.
I'm all in. All in. Call.
Well, he decided to move all in. That seems like an uncharacteristic move for Lundmark.
Kent brought a pocket knife to a machete fight. Let's see if he can ace his way out of this confrontation.
The home crowd delighted to see their man is all in and 71% favorite.
Kent put Jesus on a light 3-bet and figured he'd fold most hands for his tournament life. However, Kent got it backwards. He was dipping his soup in his crackers.
There is a deuce on the flop. Careful, people. You haven't been around poker very long. Lundmark has picked up additional outs, and it's never over until it's over. Still one card to come. Beware the early celebration. It's been known to jinx things. Okay, now you can clap. Jesus Lozano doubles up. Now, he's not just popular with the locals. This player gained a lot of respect earlier in the tournament when there was a mix-up over chip stacks. He was given 500,000 chips too many, but swiftly alerted the tournament director. Honesty is sometimes the best policy.
Karma has rewarded him with big dividends.
Pre-flop, Kent button raise. Konstantin flatted from the small blind, slow playing his kings. Kent has now been check raised on the flop. He's hit second pair and the flush draw.
I'm all in.
And he's going with it.
All in.
By not 3-betting pre-flop, Puchkov's overpair is highly under-repped.
It's also a statistical underdog, considering the number of outs that Ken Lundmark has here. He's putting on a little bit of a show, but I think he's not going to fold this overpair.
He's going to twiddle his toothpick before he commits his money to the middle.
And call.
He is all in for his last 5.7 million. And he sees that he's got a fade, 6s, 7s, and spades.
This hand is completely up in the air, the largest pot of the tournament.
And the Spanish fans know that if Puchkov is eliminated, their man Lozano goes heads up for the title.
Stripe on stripe action. Which colors will prevail?
Lundmark is the player who needs to hit.
Let's see the turn.
And that does not help him at all. Puchkov still in front, and now a 68% favorite to double up. Same outs needed for Lundmark on the river. It's a spade. It gives him the flush, and to add insult to injury, it gives Puchkov top set.
It's rare to lose when you river the toppest of all sets.
Hello everyone, welcome to the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
And fly me out to the Bahamas. I got a chance at millions.
I wound up here because I won an online tournament. Unbelievable.
Being part of the event was a life-changing experience.
To cash. It's been amazing. Best time of my life.
It was a dream.
There is this great community. My life is never going to be the same again.
Ganarlo esto ya no me lo pensaba.
The biggest 25K event in poker history.
It's time! This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's shuffle up and here!
Welcome to Barcelona.
This is wake up in the morning going, oh my God, type of dream.
When I won the pass, best moment in my life.
The Platinum Pass winner takes down the championship. $5.1 million.
it with their name on it.
Back at the feature table, the blind's up to 10,000 and 20,000 with a 3,000 ante.
Go, Christopher Andler. Hi.
He has 4 deuce offsuit, and he will fold. Benoit Guri is out. Preston Nielsen gives up the button. Jamila von Perga has pocket 4s in the small blind.
And she's got a few too many chips to just shove here.
Her opponent is Florian Dimitri Duta in the big blind. Well, she chooses to complete. Option on Duta, who has ace-9 off.
If she's limping with the intention of jamming to a raise, I really like this move. It's a great way to squeeze a little extra value out of a hand like this.
Duta does raise, makes it 50,000.
See if she pulls the trigger.
She shoves.
Click, click, boom.
Can I get the count?
Ace-9 is in a gross spot here. I think a hand like this is right on the line. Ace-10 is a call, Ace-8 is a fold. Ace-9 is like the coin landed on its side. I think the determining factor here depends on Jamila's perceived playing style. She doesn't look exactly comfortable, but most hands that are crushing her would have called by now. And this is just a really, really tough call for Duda.
On Jamila's rail is her boyfriend Manik Lerza, her mother Maria, and her mother's partner Jürgen.
You think he's trying to get a read, or he's just, you know, could explain why she looks so uncomfortable. Believe me, I know that look.
Call.
Duta calls, and it's a race.
You know, we see races so often to the point where we get a little jaded, but these are huge moments for the players involved.
Von Perga is at risk. Yes, her hand is pocket 4s. And normally in these flips, it's the pocket pair which is the slight favorite. It's the other way round here because we did see a 4 folded.
Well, at least she doesn't know that.
Here comes the flop. And there's an ace! And because Christopher Andler folded the 4 of clubs, Jamila von Perga is now drawing to 1 out. She will need to hit on the river just a 2% chance of survival.
GG, JVP. Her rail invoking the 1 time.
The river card. Boom! It's the 4!
It's Jamila time!
Set of 4.
Too einfach, baby.
Must be amazing to have your life be absolutely perfect.
Oh,
not so much, maybe.
1 time.
Nice hand.
You know, we talk about the 1 time, and this time it actually happened.
1 time.
You sure?
He's taking it well.
So sick. Oh.
Oh, about 99, maybe.
Jamila gets the full double up.
Nice hand.
Oh.
That was a tough one there.
Oh my god.
Man. Well, let's poker.
Yep.
I can't believe this. So amazing.
What an incredible feeling, I assume.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the 2019 PokerStars European Poker Tour. Here we are on day 4, trying to get down to the final 2 tables. Right now, the players are spread over 5 tables. 37 remain from the record-breaking field of 1,988 entries, and these are the 5 biggest stacks in the room. Stefan Jedlicka took the chip lead during the first level of the day. He's got 4.1 million right now. Jonas Ten Kate, Joe Moawad, Pasquale Braco, and Tam Vo also in the top 5. Average stack right now is 1.6 million, and we have changed things up at the break. We have a new feature table lineup, including the start of day chip leader, Pasquale Braco, Cully Sadu, a former EPT finalist, Jerry Odeen, who we saw run his stack up yesterday in back-to-back hands, plus Marion Mick, Kelvin Kerber, Alakrishna Patur, and Rio Carapano. So, we kick off level 24 with blinds of 50,000, 30,000, with a 30K big blind ante, and we say good afternoon to Vincent Hand.
How you doing? How are you?
Good, thank you, Vincent. Ready for some day 4 action?
Yeah, I was watching, keeping up to date with it this morning. People seem to be flying out left, right, and center from what I can see.
Yeah, and I know we say this all the time, but it has to slow down at some point. We are kind of where we should be, just above a 50 big blind average. Not saying we won't see any more eliminations this level, but I'd be surprised if we saw as many. That's an interesting look there from Pasquale Braco.
Please, can you take your phones from the
Oh, you can't have it?
You can have it.
I got the Ludo look-alike.
The big blind is 30.
So bear in mind that there's been some revisions to the rules of this event regarding mobile phone use.
Oh, okay.
And I think it's a case of trial and error to find the right balance. And initially we had said that players at the feature table had to step away if they wanted to use their phones. We've agreed a compromise, which is as long as they're not on their phones during the hand, and as long as they do not have their phones on the rail of the table, they can look at them at the table. But things will change when we get down to a single table of 9. At that point, players are actually going to have their phones revoked.
So is that when there's any hand going, not just when they are in the hand?
It means that before play starts, Vincent, they have to hand their phones over and they will be kept in a facility, a box of some kind, and they will only have access to their phones on break.
Some people are going to have some bad withdrawal symptoms.
So first hand of the new level, we get an early position raise from Kelvin Kerber. Opens to 60,000 with King Queen. Called by Cully Sadu with pocket 5s, and now we have Jerry Odeen in the small blind with 9s. And that's a 3-bet.
What blind level are we playing, James?
1530.
1530, nice.
And the 3-bet works. Both of Odeen's opponents fold.
It's one of those spots where you won't be too mad to see your opponents fold. If all the chips go in with 9s, you're not going to be delighted about it.
I was going to ask you to go the other way. Do you want to move around a little bit? Can you move around a little bit? Sorry. No? It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Seating positions are kind of fixed for 2 reasons. 1, the RFID boxes in front of each player. 2, the cameras covering the players. I think it was 2013 when Cully Sadu made the final table of EPT London. It wasn't the same year as Kevin Killeen, was it, Vincent?
I can't remember. I can only remember 4 of the players that were on the final table. The 3-handed and then a poker Turo. I'm not sure what his real name is. I don't think so, though. I know you know as well. You're just testing.
No, I genuinely was asking. I was trying to remember if it was the same year. Those were the 2 events that were at the Connaught Rooms in Covent Garden. And for some unknown reason, they blur into one for me, and I find it very hard to separate the 2. But I think it was 2013. 2014 was Jake Cody and Kevin McPhee.
Yeah. Sebastian Pauli won it.
Yeah. That hand raise and take it for Kerber.
Sambo in the chat asked, do you have to go to the feature table if they ask you? You don't have to go, but you will be forfeiting your chips.
Yeah, and I think that there's a misconception that we basically put together a feature table that we say, okay, we want that guy, him over there, her. No, the table draw is done by the tourney staff, and we pick an entire table, and we do have to try and rotate it as often as possible. But yeah, when you enter this event, you agree to this aspect of the game. And if you were to say, well, I'm not going, your chips would go in your place and you'd get blinded out.
I do think for most players, though, it's quite exciting to get up on the feature table, especially if you haven't been there before. Maybe your friends and family at home can watch.
I genuinely think it's a polarizing thing, Vincent. I think some people are just fine with it, but the vast majority either enjoy it or absolutely hate it and cannot wait to get off.
Yeah, I mean, with poker being the way it is, there's going to be a lot of people that are naturally introvert that maybe aren't going to be loving it, but I've always had fun up there.
So Balakrishna Patur has opened on the button with King 8, and Kelvin Kerber has defended the big blind with 8-5. 10-7-6 with 2 diamonds.
Patur wants to bet here. He probably wants to bet on the larger side. It's a board he's not always going to be betting. The hands that he wants to bet for value are going to need a lot of protection on this board.
Continuation bet of 50,000 into a pot of 165,000.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Kerber potentially raise here. Maybe he feels with the open ender he doesn't want to raise fold the equity, so he's just going to call.
Ah. And we do have to factor in the delay, because Vincent's on Skype. I'm already planning ahead, by the way. But we're going to give it a go nonetheless.
I've never, ever been successful. Hold on, I'm doing a few stretches.
I'll give you a 3, 2, 1, Vincent, and then go after 1. Not on 1, after 1.
Whew. After the 1. So when you say 1?
No, after 1, not on 1.
Okay.
Kerber leading for 120,000.
10 seconds.
And Patur calls. Board pairs on the river.
I would like to try and break down this hand for you, but I have other things on my mind right now.
I mean, I guess there's always the possibility that someone bombs it and the other player folds.
With the hands that they have, I think we're just going to see a bet and a call.
Well, it's an all-in and a call. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a chop pot. And you know what they say. 3, 2, 1. Everyone loves the chop pot.
Oh my God. I went after 1. Why? I tried my best. I think it's the delay. I'm putting it out there. I tried, James. I'm so sorry. Can I just say that you're also looking more ripped? Did you redo that graphic?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to stay in that condition. I'm in the gym for 90 minutes every morning.
Can I have them here?
Not here, but on the other side.
You know, I mean, I know that occasionally Joe and I will alternate levels, and that will give me like a good 90-minute break straight down the gym.
Okay, thank you.
And are you constantly just practicing the wood chopping action, or do you mix it up?
I mix it up. I mean, I take inspiration from the montage in Rocky IV. It's not just chopping logs, it's lifting logs, punching logs, dragging them through the snow. All to a pounding 80s track.
Small by 15, please.
15.
I still find the pixelated nipples the funniest part of that meme, just to comply with the T's and C's of Twitch. I mean, Vincent, you stream on this platform on almost a daily basis. You know the stuff that gets talked about in chat, but nipples, oh no, no nipples.
Free the nipple.
Anywho, we got Queen Jack against Ace King here. Karapanov has opened with the Queen Jack to 65,000. Patur with the Ace King of Spades. These two players have very similar stack sizes. Both started the hand with just shy of 50 bigs.
10 seconds. Three. Six, 140.
165.
Excuse me, 165.
The re-raise is actually to 165,000, not 140,000. And the 3-bet gets through. So 12 minutes into the new level. Nothing too significant the feature table so far. No major hands from the outer tables. Players being reminded of the revised rule regarding mobile phones. You can look at them while you're sat at the table, providing you haven't got cards in front of you, but the key is that phones cannot be on the rail or on the table.
That's a normal. But last time...
Today is more.
Oh, okay.
Rules are fluid. Action here, folded to Patur with Jack-6 offsuit. Here on to Marion Mick. 10-5 of diamonds.
Seen a lot of Mick yesterday, I believe. Or was it the day before?
Yeah.
And he had a huge stack.
It was day 2. Well, it's Kelvin Kerber who started the action with a button raise. King 7 makes it 60k. Former chip leader Pasquale Braco has Queen 10. Nice cagoule. It's Karapanov who elects to call with the 9-6 of clubs. And it's all spades, 7-5-3. Top pair for Kerber.
A little bit of something for both players.
Yeah.
Top pair versus the overcard and double good shot.
Kerber now a 3-1 favourite.
Wouldn't surprise me if we see him facing some rather large bets on this turn, though. A little bit interested to see him check there. Maybe he feels his opponent too likely to have a little bit of showdown, potentially something with a spade that's just not going to fold to a single bet and doesn't feel comfortable double barreling without a spade himself here.
Check, check. 9 on the river. Kerber gets done. Karapanov's pair of 9s is good. Kelvin Kerber, by the way, won a platinum pass for the first PSPC. That's 590K in live earnings, $3.1 million in online winnings. Not going to win this pot, however. The pot shipped to the Belarusian qualifier. So every day of our EPT Barcelona main event coverage, we're bringing you a PokerStars TV free roll with $1,000 in WCOOP tickets in the prize pool. Keep watching. Do not switch off the stream, because we will reveal the details later, i.e. soon. Remember, you will need to be logged in to PokerStars, either the desktop client or the mobile app. We'll give you the name of the free roll so you can search for it in the lobby, and we'll give you the password so you can register. Started day 4 with 48 players, 37 remaining right now, including these guys on the featured table. And it's Patur with ace-6 of diamonds, considering his options. Raises to 60,000. Of course, I referenced Cully Sadu making the final table of EPT London. He also made the final table of EPT Dublin in 2016. He's a 2-time EPT finalist. In fact, he came 3rd in Dublin that year for 250,000 euros.
You know, there's nothing more that I enjoy doing than putting you on the spot and testing your insane EPT knowledge. Do you know who has the most final tables?
It used to be tied between, like, I know Pagano and Lodden were tied for cashes for a long time. I think Luca still holds the record for most number of final table appearances, but I'm not 100% on that. And I'm happy to be proved wrong.
We don't need to check it.
Do you know, Vincent?
No, I have no idea. I have no clue. I just like putting you on the spot, James.
Sure. Saw Luca earlier this week, back in Barcelona, and of course Luca was here the first time we ever held this event, made the final table of the inaugural EPT Barcelona in 2004. Meanwhile, Braco wakes up with queens. Kerber opens to 60K with 9-8 suited, and this looks like a 3-bet from the Italian.
165.
Make it a 165. I think Kerber is going to be very tempted to see a flop with the 9-8 suited. It's a pretty small re-raise, getting a good price. Might be a little bit suspicious that it's too small. I think it's going to be very nutted. Given the positions and given the size, I expect that we see him call here quite frequently though. Of course, it depends what sort of hands he thinks his opponent is going to re-raise with. If he thinks this size is going to be only the nutted hands, maybe he doesn't feel like he's getting the right price.
Kerber calls. Has to play a 3-bet pot out of position and is dominated right now. Interesting flop. Kerber with a pair of 8s. Backdoor diamonds working for him. Backdoor straight draw as well. From Braco's perspective, Finton, how unhappy is he about that ace?
Yeah, of course, it's not the flop that he was hoping for. It's going to be hard for him to get multiple bets in for value. I think it's a board in a 3-bet pot that he wants to mostly be betting for a small sizing, just because he's going to have the strongest hands. Well, at the same time, if you are going to check, queens is one of those hands that just naturally feels right. So he does go for the small size, and I think Kerber, with his hand, might feel he has to call. Obviously, there's a fear that his opponent could have pocket jacks or pocket aces, but with the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw and a pair, I think 85k, the 400 is just going to be a bit too small to see a fold.
Yeah, he calls, and this hand is going to the turn. 6 of clubs.
I expect we're going to see a check quite frequently here.
7 on the river. So
that is not
still good.
An insignificant river though. 9-10 gets there. 8-7 suited becomes 2 pair. When your opponent checks back this turn, a lot of the time they are going to have hands like this. Maybe something like Ace-5 suited that 3-bet, bet small, might be the best hand they're going to have. Going to have kings and queens a lot.
Kerber moves all in, and I'm pretty sure, Finton, we can confidently say this is turning his hand into a bluff.
Absolutely, that's what I was going to say. It's just a nice spot for him to attack his opponent, who you'd probably imagine can't have the strongest hands at this point.
Huge overbet. 5-7-5 was the pot. All in for 7-9-8. And there is a time bank card played by Braco.
Even if Braco thinks that he's getting out of line here, the problem with calling with the queens is it makes it less likely your opponent has the king-queen, the queen-10, these sort of hands that are quite natural bluffs. But maybe he feels his opponent wouldn't bluff with those hands just because it makes it less likely that he has the hands he's trying to get him to fold. So you can pause the clock for a count, really? I never seen that before.
Yep. In an all-in situation, if you want your opponent's stack to be verified, the countdown clock will be paused.
And restarted, I assume, straight away.
Absolutely, as soon as the number is given.
Wow, what a call!
Braco finds the call with queens and eliminates Kelvin Kerber.
Wow.
Look, guys. Game, buddy. Nice call, sir.
I love the bluff. I love the call. How does he make that call with 36 left in an EPT? Insane.
Incredible hand, and Kelvin Kerber is eliminated in 37th place, cashes out for 31,000 euros. And Braco up to nearly 4 million.
No, no,
wow,
no,
what a
no,
call.
no.
I would never be able to make that call.
An impressive bluff and an impressive call at the feature table. We're now down to 36 players.
What was the action on the flop? I don't know this.
On the flop? Check and bet, call.
I think Braco is just very aware of what his hand looked like. And against a very aggressive opponent, he felt like he just had to make this call sometimes. And with 36 left in the EPT, he manages to make it and be right. What a call.
Next hand, and we start with the action on Marion Mick. King Queen under the gun. Kanapanov with ace-jack in the cutoff. He cashed in a 2K event earlier this week, Finton, but the amount of money he will win from this event, even if he's out next, will be more than he's won over the course of his career. He qualified online for this event.
Always love to see the qualifiers, but not much previous history running deep as well, making a name for themselves.
So the re-raises to 165,000. Jerry Odeen with pocket eights in the small blind.
It's a little bit of an uncomfortable spot for the eights, but wow.
Cold 4-bet, why not? Action back on the 3-better.
You would imagine that the eights are not intending the 4-bet call here.
Academic, as Odeen gets a fold, keeps his stack up over the 2.5 million mark. Getting a new player at the feature table. Meanwhile, we're going to the outer tables, where it's Ike Haxton versus Yunye Liu. And we're on the turn. The board is King, Queen, 9-5. 2 clubs. And looks like a bet of 150,000 from Liu. And Ike's going to raise it. Haxton makes it 475,000. Liu looking back at his hand. Clock ticking down. And he folds. So Ike Haxton wins that pot, and he is now playing 1.8 million. It's slightly above an average stack. 36 players remaining in the EPT Barcelona main event. So it's Leandro Bustillo who's now joined us at the feature table. Another PokerStars qualifier from Argentina.
6-6-4.
And we have a blind on blind situation here. 10-3 against 7-3. Pateur against Mick. No raise. And a 10-5-3 flop. This is all Pateur.
10 seconds. 6 check.
Given they're not too deep, Pater feels, even with many good shots, straight draws and flush draws out there, his top and bottom pair is going to be strong enough to go for a trap. Interesting to see if he elects to continue down the store day as quite a weekend, or if he's going to decide now is the time to try and get all the chips in.
Nick betting his pair of threes, 30,000. And there's the answer, Finton. Check raise from Pater.
Pretty small raise. It's pretty frustrating for Mick. I think at this stack depth, Pater with any 10 can just elect to decide to check raise, get it in. If he doesn't have a 10, he's going to have stuff like 6-7 or hearts or 6-4 that's going to far too good equity against the bottom pair, so does elect to fold pretty quickly.
On to the next hand. We are 30 minutes into this level. 90-minute levels until we're down to just 3 players. When we switch to 45-minute levels, and that won't be till Sunday. Final table coverage on Sunday, kicking off at 12:30 local time.
Watching them. Sorry? Is your dad following? Yeah.
And Finton, I know you're going to be with us for the first half of the final table on Sunday, but then I believe you get to go on holiday.
I did, but I told Hannah 2 days ago that I got the start dates at WCOOP wrong, and
oh no,
I've had to cancel the plans to go to Ibiza.
Wow. And how did that go down on a scale of 1 to not happy?
Funnily enough, she actually got scheduled for a really large photo shoot next weekend, and we would have been getting in late on the Saturday back, so she's actually not too upset with me. It's kind of worked out well, but not ideal. Ill planned by me. I also booked through an agency, which means that that money's just gone forever.
Oh, Finton. Why are so many poker players so bad at life?
I just never grew up, Peter Pan syndrome. Mick electing to re-raise to a, I guess, non-committing size. I guess he's planning on raise folding. As we see, Odeen has queen tray suited. Unlikely to pull the trigger here, I would guess. People in the chat saying insurance, bro. Always get the insurance. James, I have travel insurance. That covers me for anywhere in the world. It won't cover that though, will it?
No, I don't think it does. Cancelling because you got the dates of WCOOP wrong. No insurance company's going to cover you for that. So Marion Mick won that last pot. He's still the shortest stack at the table with 20 big blinds. No one super short at this table.
Raise.
60 raise. 65.
Karapanov opening with King Jack. I mean, obviously, Finton, you could have made up some kind of emergency that resulted in you having to cancel your holiday. However, you have just broadcast to the entire world the real reason.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it'd be too easy because my travel insurance for the year was less than the cost of the flight. So if that was the case, surely everybody would just accidentally miss a flight once, right? Does that make me a scumbag because I think like that?
No. So both players with top pair. Braco with serious kicker issues right now, facing a bet of 55,000.
Given that he is versus the under the gun open Karapanov, I thought we would just see a call.
Is this raising for protection? Raising to find out where you're at?
Only Braco knows.
Call.
It's a kind of interesting spot for the King Jack because whilst he's not going to be folding the flop, he's actually probably not loving life because against the value range of Braco, he's probably not doing fantastically well. I would expect that we see a check on the turn.
How does Karapanov interpret that check? Well, he's checked behind. He's still good.
Braco could have hands like 10-5, King-5 that are not going to be in love with the queen turn and maybe want to pot control a little bit. But once it goes check-check, I think you probably want to be value betting King-Jack now. His opponent could have hands like Queen-9, Queen-Jack.
No, he checked behind. I was really hoping that what we'd see there is a value bet from Karapanov and then some ridiculous check raise from Braco. But instead, check to showdown. Ship the pot to right.
Probably worked out cheaper there with the check raise rather than calling and facing a large turn barrel or another river bet. So.
Well, we're heading to the outer tables. It's our former feature table. It's Alexander Iversen against Felipe Salgado. Iversen has bet 225,000 on the river. There's the board. Salgado is running out of time. Plays a time bank card. Salgado calls. Iversen showing ace-5. He's up against ace-9. So Salgado, the kicker, plays. And he will be up to around 1.6 million. A bit of a dent to Iversen's stack. He's going to be playing around 2 million. We're coming back to our feature table. Still 36 players remaining in the EPT Barcelona main event. So just to recap the action here, it was a pre-flop open by Jerry Odeen with the ace-10. Flatted by Karapanov in the big blind with 10s. He's checked, has the best hand, overpair to the board. Odeen checks behind, and it's an ace on the turn.
Karapanov not going to be happy with that turn card one little bit. Wonder if Odeen will look to go for multiple streets here.
Checks again.
I think if we see a bet from Karapanov, it's going to be really small. I'd probably imagine that he's still going to check. It looks like he's going to bet. I imagine we see a quick call.
50,000.
I don't think Odeen is ever contemplating folding here, but rather thinking of raising.
And that's exactly what's happened. 200K total.
I wonder if this is a little bit on the thin side with ace-10. Maybe he feels if his opponent had a better ace, or if he had two pair, he's much more likely to bet closer to pot.
10 seconds.
Odeen wins that one. He's second in chips at the feature table with an 87 big blind stack. Pasquale Braco has the biggest stack at this table with 120 bigs. We think that Stefan Jedlička, who's at one of the outer tables, is still the overall chip leader with around 4 million. Average stack remains 1.65 million, just over 50 bigs. There you go, Vincent. Someone's come to your assistance. Sean McCarthy tweets to say, I used to work in travel insurance. Vincent would not be covered since it was his fault he mixed up the dates, but it couldn't hurt to try it if there's little to no excess.
I just feel like it's on me.
I also know that you just can't be bothered.
It's not that I can't be bothered, but I don't want to have to lie. And I feel like, you know, I'm like, what am I going to say? Am I going to say I was sick? Where's your doctor's note? Like, I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't know. It just feels like, I don't know. I'm already getting anxiety thinking about it, James. I don't want to start lying. Luckily I only booked the flights though. So it's not too bad.
So just to be clear, had you actually gone on this holiday, you wouldn't have had anywhere to stay.
I was told a while ago that WCUP was going to start on the Sunday. And it ended up, because it usually starts on a Sunday, and then it turned out that it was starting on the Thursday. So we were supposed to get back in on Saturday night, and I was like, just not planning. I was just making sure, and then I got the news, got told, and then we still weren't sure whether we were going to go and fly back early. But then I was like, I don't really want to go to Ibiza and, you know, have a lot of late nights and then come back and be probably not too motivated to stream, take a few days to recover, and then start off WCUP badly. So we weren't sure until a few good days ago that we definitely weren't going to go. But then I told Tana that we're not going to, but it works out fine. It's going to be okay. We're going to win. We're going to win a WCUP on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, and it'll all be paid for, and it'll all be worth it.
Well, of course, while you're playing WCOOP, Vincent, France, Portugal and Spain have the Galactic Series, which kicks off this coming Sunday. 15 million euros in guaranteed prize money and a 250 euro main event, which will be a progressive KO with a 1 million euro guarantee. Biggest tournament series in Southern Europe. Halfway through the level now.
Six-fold. Seven-fold.
Folded to Leandro Bustillo. The Argentinian qualifier has 10-9 of diamonds.
I've never seen an Argentinian man fold 10 out of diamonds in his life.
Raises to 65,000, and Braco's got pocket eights.
I think it's around that stack depth where he's got to be somewhat tempted to re-raise, get it in, pay for all the chips.
180. Can raise 180.
This man likes thrills. He's dressed to ride a log flume. And he means business with his bets. 180K. That's a pretty good hand. Pocket aces for Karapanov.
I reckon we're always going to see the 4-bet.
Raise. Raise 400. 420. 420. Yes.
Cold 4 to 420K. Quick fold from Cully Sadu with the deuces. Bustillo's out. Braco, he can be a bit sticky. He's got any kind of hand he doesn't normally like to fold.
Does look a little bit suspicious of his opponent.
You play 1,050? 1.5 million. 1.5. Thank you. Oh, 10 seconds.
Braco exhibits that he can be disciplined, lays down the eights. Karapanov wins the pot, uncontested.
I always wait for you to pronounce the name before I give it a shot, James.
Well, as I discovered last night, Vincent, though I've known this for several years, I'm by no means always right. But you know my theory, say it repeatedly with confidence and people will buy it.
Is the... Because to me that would be Karapanov. So is the OU genuinely a V?
Our Russian commentator friends have always told me that if you see a Belarusian player with a U at the end of their name, you should pronounce it as a V.
Okay.
So, for example, Nikita Bodzyakovsky, not Kowski.
Okay.
Kirill Radzikirinov, sorry, I forgot his name, the angry moron. But again, it's another one that ends with a U, which you'd pronounce as a V. So on that one, I did consult native speakers. But yes, most of the time it's just guesswork.
How much chips? Oh.
Still with a very pretty hand, 2 hands in a row. This time the Queen Jack of Diamonds.
3-4.
Sadu not getting involved with the King 10. A little bit surprised to see Odeen fold there. I think it's reasonable, but he just seems like one of those players who's been getting involved at every opportunity so far. We do see Patur defend here. I think it's going to be the worst, one of the worst hands we would see him call. I think 6-3, 6 deuce. Most likely going to get folded. We are going to be off to a flop heads up. And a pretty big one at that. Castillo flopping the flush draw. Patur flopping the trips. I think it's a board we're gonna see Patur want to always check. Probably get that check raise in. We're just gonna see Castillo probably want to use a small size in here. Continuing this board, pretty much always the stack depth.
Oh, he checks. There's his jack on the turn. Meanwhile, you'll notice that we've ticked down from 36 to 35. As he couldn't get the check raise in on the flop, Vincent, do you think Patur leads the turn?
Yeah, I would imagine so. But maybe he feels his opponent picks up a bunch of good shots with the ace queens, the ace tens that might have elected not to bet. And he is going to play it very sneakily.
Please make sure your stacks match with the C cards. Make sure the floor stack has all of the C cards.
Still goes check, check. Just to be clear, we're not that close to the next money jump. That's when we get down to 31.
Does Patur continue to lay his trap?
He has to go for value, surely.
1 second. 6 back, 150.
$150 into 175. It's chunky.
Pretty tough spot for Castillo. I think he's probably going to have to pay it off.
Castillo will be down to 22 big blinds. Patur now playing 65 big blinds. And we're going to step away from the feature table. We're going to go out into the field, check on two players from our former feature table, Gail Bauman and Alexander Iversen. And we're going to pick up the action on the turn. The board here is King, Queen, 5-5 with 2 hearts. Goes check, check, deuce of spades on the river, so no flush. Action on Iversen. Looks like the Swede has bet. It's 275,000. Gail Bauman has counted out the call. She makes the call, and Iversen tables a 5-3 for trips. Gail Bauman mucks, and that will see Iversen back up to 2.4 million. Gail Bauman slips down to 1.5 million. 35 players remaining. Back of the feature table. Raised in the hijack with King Jack. Everyone else folds. And a few people eagerly asking, have they missed today's PokerStars TV free roll?
Yeah, I'm playing now. I'll call you later, yeah? All right.
I can tell you have not missed the free roll. It's starting soon, so keep watching. Very soon, I'll tell you the name of today's free roll and the password. There'll be $1,000 in WCOOP tickets in the prize pool. So you might want to have PokerStars up and running. You might want to be logged in and ready to go. You'll have about 15 minutes to register for today's free roll. Odeen with Queen 10 in the cutoff, raises to 65K. King 6 for Mick in the small blind. Nope. And a fold from Bastillo in the big.
Has Bowman made a few deep runs on the PokerStars Tour? I just feel like I've seen her around quite a bit.
Sorry, who was that?
Bowman?
Gail Bowman?
Yeah.
Yes, no, she's had a fair few results. Never made a final table, though. Still best known for nearly making the final table of the World Series about 7 years ago. Ace 10 for Cully to do.
Once again, our players are going to be EPT and Barcelona. Please start retaking your seats. It's now less than 2 minutes until we restart.
Round to Braco in the big blind.
You can see mine in a bit.
But deuces never loses, though.
He did not have deuces. 6 deuce.
Pictures of the EPT high roll will be 2 or more players present, leaving over playing in. Players who will restart in 1 minute.
Can you use your phone to the table?
I know. I'd just like to get up, man, on this iPad. Thank you. Cheers.
Round to the button. Castillo folds. Braco with 7-4 of hearts in the small blind.
Minus all players, the EPT high roll, we will now play 1.5 blind doubles. We're going to come back to play small blind 200, big blind and ante 400. That's 2, 4. 2 winners picking the wheel now, please.
Don't think Karapanov's going to check his option. No, raises with the ace-5.
100?
Braco wants to play.
Definitely does seem like the player who's getting the most out of line on this table so far. Oof, that's a big flop though.
Oh, flush draw versus top pair.
Good.
Bet, check raise, all in. There it goes, check, check.
You know, Braco is not going to be folding the turn almost regardless of the action. It'll be interesting to see if he wants to bet here and start turning his hand into a semi-bluff.
Nope. Unless it goes bet, check raise, all in.
Again, be interesting whether he wants to check raise or check call. I think we're most likely going to just see him check call.
Yep.
Oof.
Oh, come on. Ridiculous river card. The flush for Braco, 2 pair for Karapanov.
Braco's got to be a little bit concerned that on the flush completing river card, that this will go check, check. So maybe he's going to want to lead. Obviously, we can see that if he went for the check raise, it would put his opponent in a very tricky spot.
$355.
355,000.
It's not a line that you see people bluff too frequently. But Karapanov with the river 2 pair, I just feel like he's just going to have to call, even if he does feel not great about it.
Yep, he calls. More chips for Pasquale Braco.
355.
He's moved up over the 4 million mark, more than 130 bigs.
55. Yeah.
Bossing this feature table. 27 minutes till the end of the level. 27 minutes until the next blind jump. And looks like it's man down at the outer tables. The elimination of Jorge Ramala from Uruguay, our 35th place finisher. He busts at the hands of Gail Baumann. Ramala will receive 31,040 euros. Okay, free roll time, ladies and gentlemen. The PokerStars TV free roll starts in 15 minutes time. $1,000 in WCOOP tickets in the prize pool. You've got 15 minutes to register for this one. You're going to need the free roll name and you're going to need the free roll password. What is the name of today's game? Drum roll, please. That was a really bad drum roll. I do apologize. Football Flight is the name of today's free roll, and the password is plain. You can't get this one wrong. It's 5 letters, all lowercase, P-L-A-N-E. So the name of the free roll that you should be searching for in the lobby is Football Flight. The password is plain, and you will find that this free roll is available to play in all real money markets excluding China, Czech Republic, Italy, India, and New Jersey. Just to be clear, if PokerStars is not licensed for real money in your part of the world, you cannot play the free roll. It may be free to enter, but the prizes are real. Thank you for those of you who spotted the deliberate error on the graphics. Football fight, not football flight. Bear in mind that these graphics were put up half an hour ago, so we're not going to be able to get them changed, are we?
Braco continuing the trend of getting a little out of line here, raising it up with the 5-4 off in the cutoff. Two of the biggest stacks at this table. Odeen versus Braco. Odeen deciding that he's gonna didn't even have to bet.
Nice. Nice. Nice and easy.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry.
So a reminder that there is a mistake on the graphics. The name of the free roll is football fight, not football flight. But ultimately, if you search football, chances are it's going to come up. And the password is correct, plain, P-L-A-N-E.
7 raise 60.
Just going to say, Chris, our graphics team just don't know their Queen songs. They should be embarrassed, ashamed, appalled, horrified.
Keep going, James. See Mick raising here from first position with the ace-8 suited. The Stilo most likely just going to be all in here, I would imagine.
8 raise.
Pretty much.
Is it a virtual all-in, Vincent?
Are we anywhere near a money ladder?
Next jump is when we're down to 31, and we're currently at 34 players, so getting close, but not on the bubble.
Yeah, not going to be able to use his time banks.
No.
6 4.
Pretty easy fold for ace-8, I would suggest. Yeah. I will take suggestions, by the way, if you can think of an appropriate punishment or penalty for our graphics team. Hashtag PokerStars TV. Nothing's off the table, by the way. The more vindictive the better.
Braco looks like he's contemplating getting a little out of line once more. Not this time. Gonna take one off.
Raise.
Three raise 65.
Karapanov gonna raise it up with the 6 and the 6. Fresh off a little setback, having lost with the 2 pair.
Some good suggestions coming through, making them sing Queen at a karaoke bar, or a t-shirt with a graphics misprint on it. Make them watch Vanilla Sky.
Nick going to defend with the King Jack. A little bit on the short side now. Just a little over 12 big blinds behind. Pretty solid flop for the 6s.
About 45.
Feels like not much has gone right for Mick this level. Looks like he is just gonna have to fold. Pretty tough for him to continue at this stack depth. Are you a man who would be a fan of a karaoke if you've had enough alcoholic beverages, James?
There are many people here, Vincent, who will testify that I don't need to have had a single alcoholic drink before I'm first on the mic. I am unbearably enthusiastic for karaoke.
Have you got any sort of a singing voice?
I know the right songs to pick. Let's put it that way. The ones I can get away with.
Spraggy fancies himself as a bit of a singer when he gets on the mic.
And how does he sound on a scale of 1 to appalling?
I've never been sober enough to know. He'll pretend he doesn't enjoy it, and then next thing you know, he's whacking out a whole Oasis album.
Ah, this might just be the best suggestion. Thank you, it's Moyes on Twitter. Hashtag PokerStarsTV. Appropriate punishment for the graphics team. Make them reimburse Finton's flights.
6 raise 65.
I love this idea.
I bet you do.
I actually got a really bad deal. They were €2,700 each for myself and Hannah. Just putting that out there. We're flying first class Malta to Ibiza. A few people in the chat might know this guy, but another bad lookalike, Castillo. Looks like Allison, the Liverpool goalkeeper. Tell me he doesn't.
Sorry, Liverpool have a goalkeeper called Allison?
Second name.
Oh. One day we'll have true equality.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that the Stilo elected to flat call with this ace-10 pre-flop versus the button open. I certainly would have been all in.
Finton, did you screw up some soccer trivia?
The South American football players, I forgot, tend to have not only their surname on their jerseys, but on his jersey it says Allison, so I straight away went, that's his surname, but in fact his name is Allison Becker. So his first name is Allison, and I believe it means son of Ali, which is a lot of the Brazilian names. So yes, I did.
Dave asks, James, what are you doing? I'm attempting to commentate on poker. Ace Jack, Ace 10, it's gone to the river. Patur, the pre-flop aggressor, went check on the flop. Patur made a delayed c-bet on the turn. Goes check on the river. Ship the pot to Patur.
Still got to feel pretty good about losing a small one, because I would imagine he at least contemplated shoving all in pre-flop and would have been out of here.
Minutes until the end of the level. Significantly fewer eliminations in the first level of the day. We did predict that it might slow down.
Headphones? Yeah, I'm not using.
No headphones, not smart.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Okay.
So just to clarify, James, earlier on you were talking about the mobile rule and you said it in modified. Is it now you can use your phone if you're not in the hand while at the table at this stage? Yeah,
Correct.
Okay.
You can keep your phone at the table, just not on the table. And as long as you don't have cards in front of you, as long as you're not in a hand, you can be on your phone at the table. But just to be clear, if you're making a phone call, apparently some people still do that in the year 2019, you have to step away from the table.
Sixth raise, 160.
So Odeen has opened with ace-deuce. We've had the 3-bet from Patur with ace-5. Mick folds, queen-jack suited on the button. Blinds are out, action back on Odeen.
We will see Odeen continue in some capacity, whether that is for a re-raise, for a 4-bet, or if he wants to go to the streets. Both players very reasonably deep, over 60 big blinds to start the hand. longer he thinks, the more likely I think it is he 4-bets. He does just call.
Check.
For the pre-flop aggressor. Neither player flopping a whole lot of anything. Odeen with the backdoor no flush draw. A little tricky to float out of position here if he sees a reasonable sized bet from Patur.
125.
125. 6 bet 125.
Wow.
355.
Odeen responds with the check raise to 355k.
How bad does Patur want to win that platinum pass, James?
I hope someone's told him that A, it has to be online, and B, it has to be in a cash game.
10 seconds.
A little bit surprised to see him not just insta-mucked his hand. Looks like he's a bit suspicious of Odeen, but very hard to play back with the ace-5. Is he about to pull the trigger?
Seconds.
Time bank cards being played to buy Patur more thinking time.
Is that one last look at the cards as they go into the muck, or is that one last look at, are we really going to do this?
Oh, I sincerely hope so.
Marlin.
Yes! What? In your face! It's triangle time! And Patur wins the pot.
I need one more time back, please.
I can't believe he's gone all in. Maybe I thought we might see him click it back, but he just shoves all in with ace-5, no draw. Wow.
Now playing 2.6 million, second in chips at the feature table, close to 90 big blinds.
Kiddies games down the street.
Jerry Odeen third in chips with 75 bigs.
I guess he just picked up on something and decided that he was going to go with it.
Okay, that was spicy. Let's have another one. Patur with 10-5 of diamonds.
6-4.
Gonna take a hand off. Round to the button. Leandro Bustillo. Jack 8 offsuit. Raises to 60,000. Pasquale Braco, the table chip leader, has pocket tens in the small. Three bets to 170K. Ace king for Karapanov.
Second time he's picked up a monster hand with a lot of action before him. Last time it was the aces, he went for the 4-bet. Will we see him just shove here with 40 big blinds? Or is he going to want to click it to call it off again?
Time bank card played.
I'll tell you this much, I do not think Braco is going to fold him again. Whether we see the shove or whether we see the raise, I think we're going to see an all-in. Ace-king versus the tens.
All in.
There's the shove from Karapanov, the fold from Bustillo.
1.3.
Braco wants a count.
I think button, small blind, a big blind. For 40 big blinds, tens are just going to be too strong to fold.
245.
There's the call. Coin flip alert. Classic race underway at the feature table. Karapanov at risk with the ace-king. Braco with the pocket tens. Here comes the flop. Queen, 9, deuce, tens holding. 6 immediate outs for Karapanov, the at-risk player. Turn is the 4 of diamonds. Same outs. Karapanov needs an ace or a king or he'll be eliminated in 34th place. River card is an 8. Braco couldn't bring himself to look, but tens hold and Karapanov, the qualifier, is eliminated, cashing out for 31,040 euros. Meanwhile, Pasquale Braco, who started day 4 as chip leader, has reclaimed the chip lead. Yeah? He now has 5.2 million.
Don't want to get ace or king on river. That's when like no, it goes brutal, right?
For me, easy. For me, easy. King
Action replay. Easy. Cannot bring himself to look. No ace, no king. Somebody tell me, is it a safe river card? You're good, bro.
What a showman.
Oh, perfect.
We're gonna swap at level. Yeah.
I haven't played a hand on this table. Fucking hell, it's been so fucking dead for me.
They're gonna move it down there.
And just 2 minutes left on the clock. 33 players remaining. Almost down to the final 4 tables.
Okay, they're gonna keep this.
Braco closing in on an average stack for the final table. I've done some quick maths and I think it's about 7.5 million.
5 fold. Yes.
Who is that guy who keeps yelling yes? Either he is the luckiest man in poker, or he just overreacts to everything.
Mick with the king queen. Looking like he's not going to shove for 12 big blinds, but actually going to come in for the raise.
8 fold.
Could have just shoved into 4 people for the 12 big blinds, I feel, but he's elected that he just wants to raise.
Braco, bring the pain.
175.
Standard is 175.
3 bets to 175,000.
Sadu was just complaining that he hadn't played a single hand during this level, and he picks up the monster ace-king suited in the big blind.
I'm glad you paraphrased that, Finton, because Cully Sadu's version had a lot more F words in it.
It did indeed.
Is it 175?
1 second.
Raise.
2-4 raise.
I have your friend's hand.
75. 10 fold.
Oh. I don't mind staying in there.
Well, that's going to bring the level to a close.
Okay, that's good. You need it
We
now,
are
right?
going to stick with this lineup on the featured table when we come
20?
back. Blinds will be up to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40K ante. And we will still have the broadcasting talents of Finton Hand to analyze the action. Braco, big chip leader, 5 million chips. Marion Mick in the danger zone. And the live action resumes in 90 minutes. I appreciate that, Finton, from the PokerStars European Poker Tour here in Barcelona on PokerStars TV. Mark Goodwin has raised it up here with the Jack-10.
It is suited, and Goodwin certainly on a stack that a play like that makes sense for him. Kolpanitsky now with a king-queen in position against Goodwin. He's going to throw it away. Okay, so after the mistake with the ace-6 of spades, maybe a little bit rattled. Oh, good timing, because right behind him is Mike McDonald with an ace-king.
Yeah, Timex, one of 3 former EPT champions, still in this tournament.
Another Canadian. Looks like he's cutting out a raise, a re-raise too. Looks about 125,000, okay.
Matt Laposse folds the small blind. Michael Greco does not have a hand. Again.
So the question to Goodwin is, does he think it's worth it to try to take a flop with a suited connector like this out of position? He is up against a young, tough, aggressive player. But he's certainly got enough chips to make the call with a hand like this, and he's going to hope to catch a real good draw-heavy flop.
Notice that Mark Goodwin is reading a book about Stu Younger.
Well, and look at this. Goodwin started with the worst hand, but hit the flop now, and his jacks are a 3-to-1 favorite to win the pot. And he's going to do what's pretty standard in this spot, is to check. When a player re-raises you, they're usually going to bet the flop, so you might as well check, and especially on a board like this. Doesn't look like it's going to help anyone. Jack 5 deuce. And McDonald firing out a continuation bet of 140,000. Really? Wow. Okay, so he's moved in 2.4 million. Of course, that's not the actual bet size because McDonald doesn't have that many chips, but he's putting McDonald to the test for all of his chips.
You have to show my bluff to the camera.
Yeah, if you had a bluff, you could. So I was trying to stick the needle into the young Canadian, but he had the best hand, and McDonald made the right fold. Laposse applying pressure here on that bubble with 10-4 diamonds, getting aggressive, but he's run into a hand, Goodwin with ace-king. And he's going to push back to 220,000.
Santiago will pass back over to Matt.
Santiago lets it go. And now Laposse, once again, hand caught in cookie jar. But will he fold again? This time he's taking a little more time.
He's not going to 4-bet, is he?
Well,
no, he's going to call.
He's surprised me before. Just a little bit of a risky call here with the 10-4 diamonds. He does have position, which is important, but he's obviously up against a hand, Goodwin with ace-king. And that's a good flop for him. He's got a flush draw. Goodwin misses the flop. As you can see, Goodwin has missed the board completely. Lapasi in position. Will he decide to bet his flush draw or take the free card? Well, it looks like he wants to attack, going for the orange chips. Those are 25,000 a pop. And he's cut out a nice round number, 147,000.
Does Mark check raise now?
Well, I don't think so. I think he's got to be too worried about that draw-heavy board. You know, the queen's there. He's really got nothing. He's just got ace-king high. He's going to just call here and hope that it goes check down on the river and that his ace-high is the best hand. Either that or, of course, he could catch an ace or a king. Well, it's a 10. That gives Lapasi the best hand. Goodwin now can catch a jack to make a straight. That might keep him in the pot. Lapasi makes the pair, and now he checks. 9 on the river. Lapasi with the best hand. He checked the turn. That might actually win him a call on the river from Goodwin. You'd expect Goodwin to check the ace-king on the river as well. Not much value in betting. Now will Lapasi go for the value bet or just say, yeah, I got the best hand? And he checks it.
And he will show that he called Mark Goodwin's re-raise pre-flop with 10-4 of diamonds.
Well, that's going to be great for Lapasi's image. He's going to let the whole table know, listen, guys, if you re-raise me, I'm calling, so you better have a hand. So a nice win there for the Canadian, and Goodwin a little stunned to see 10-4 diamonds. He says, good call. Sarcasm? I don't know.
Sarcasm from an Englishman, never.
You've got to laugh.
What's that?
I said you've got to laugh.
What way?
I said you've got to laugh.
I don't know,
I don't know how much I can raise you to get you out of a pot. I just can't work it out.
Just fold.
I think I might make
just
it
fold the ace king.
400,000 next time. Just see if we can get rid of 10-4.
All right.
So it's final table bubble time. Carter has raised it up here to 95,000, called by Lapasi. Then came the squeeze play from Goodwin, re-raising to 325,000. And here comes the 4-bet from Carter.
Really? Now this is some sophisticated ram jam aggressive poker. 8-6 suited, sensing that Goodwin is making a move. Little does he know, Goodwin is there with a real hand. He's got ace-king.
Total bet now. Matt's gonna pass.
But Goodwin still has to think, this is a 4-bet, a re-raise. This could be aces, kings, or queens. But I don't think Goodwin's going to fold here.
Two big stacks. Is Goodwin going to be influenced by the fact that we are at the final 9, that the next person out doesn't come back for the final table?
I think the most important thing that Goodwin is going to be influenced by is, what is he up against here? This is a 4-bet. You know, he's going to have to really know his opponent. He's going to make the call here. I like this play. Phillips really getting aggressive and a little bit wild here with the 8-6 of clubs. He's going to need to catch a lucky flop to push this hand through. Of course, if Goodwin doesn't catch an ace or a king, he might just win it on the flop.
All right, for 620,000 each.
Aggressive play from Phillips. Will it pay off?
Flop is 9 of diamonds, 10 of
Well, that gives Phillips sort of a double belly buster straight here. He can catch a 7 or a jack, but the jack is no good to him because Goodwin would make the ace-high straight. Looks like Phillips realizes, though, that Goodwin has something. He knows that flop is a dangerous one.
checks as well.
Both players check to the turn. And there's the ace that gives Goodwin a little more comfort. Now he actually has a pair. Phillips still with just an inside straight draw. He can only win this pot with a 7 or some massive creative bluff.
And I think that's what we're going to see here. He is counting out chips.
Well, he's got to be careful here. His re-raise did get called. That's a board that just hits so many hands that Goodwin can have. The only hand he's going to really bluff him off is maybe something like 5s or 6s, but it just doesn't feel like he has that kind of hand.
700,000.
700,000.
Well, it's a big bet to Goodwin, and he's got to be worried too. The flop was checked. He's got to be worried that maybe Phillips checked with 3 queens. Maybe he has 3 10s. Maybe he has ace queen. Maybe he has pocket aces. So despite the fact that Goodwin clearly has way the best of it, he can't know that for sure. So he should still tread carefully here.
It all goes back to the fact that he was 4-bet pre-flop.
You know, that's sort of the new trend in poker today. You know, in the old days, a 4-bet meant one of 2 hands, aces or kings. Today, you have to include 8-6 of clubs in that range, especially with the younger players. They're really looking to push you around a lot of the time. And a tough decision here for Goodwin.
He's counting out the chips for the call, but of course they're not in play until they go across that thin line on the table.
Goodwin would be hard-pressed to just fold here, but he's got to be a little worried about the way the hand played. A 4-bet, then a check. Now all of a sudden, you know, in a very aggressive bet on the turn when the ace comes that hit you, you're like, well, what the? That's my card. How come you're betting? I really have no idea what Goodwin will do here. I mean, he might convince himself that he needs to fold. You know, thinking that he's up against 3 queens. Carter Phillips trying his best to not give anything away. He's been really creative.
Greco watching from the rail.
Thinking, I never got ace-king.
Santiago has just said time. I think he's calling the clock on Mark Goodwin.
Well, it seems a little presumptuous. I mean, Goodwin hasn't been thinking for that long.
He's just said it again.
He's calling for a clock.
60 seconds.
I do call the clock sometimes in tournaments, but I usually give the player, especially in very big pots, a little bit of time before I will. This seems a little bit early.
You did that, yeah? Good luck. You're gonna need it. It's called karma. You're just gonna get the bum end of it.
Oh dear.
Not happy at all about being called for time. A lot of pressure, high pressure situation.
You see what I'm thinking, yeah? I'm gonna pass.
He passes and he shows the ace-king.
Incredible. Who knows? That might have rattled him a little bit. Santiago calls the clock on him. Goodwin ends up making the fold.
Beside you.
And Phillips takes down the pot with an 8 high. An aggressive play gets paid off with an assist there maybe from Santiago.
Well, that's what Goodwin just said to Carter Phillips. He says he saved you.
Well, you don't really want to blame other people. You know, I think Goodwin folded because he felt like he was beat, but you can't let stuff like that rally at the poker table.
Mark Goodwin tilted by Santiago calling for the clock. The blinds are 20,000 and 40,000, everyone posting an ante of 4,000. Mark Goodwin has ace-queen this time.
Well, the ace-king did not work out well for him as he folded the best hand, so he's going to try ace-queen, this time raising to 120,000.
In fact, there have been 2 occasions where ace-king hasn't worked out for him. It's kind of become his nemesis hand.
Well, most players don't like ace-queen because you could be up against ace-king. Exhibit A, Newton here with ace-king suited. So really just Goodwin on the wrong end of ace-king twice, and this is the 3rd time he's up against it. You'd expect Newton
let's
to...
do this.
Well, let's do this, he says. A little speech before putting it all in often means a strong hand. And Newton going for it, all of it.
Now here's the thing, Daniel. Mark Goodwin has seen his raises be re-raised by hands like 10-4, 8-6. He probably thinks ace-queen is good here.
Well, he might. Of course, this is a different player. He wasn't re-raised by Newton, so you can't let that stuff affect you too much.
I think it's 7 something.
Well, now Goodwin looking for a count.
Cool.
He's called quickly, yeah. It's not too big a raise considering the fact that Goodwin is still in good shape chip-wise. We did see a queen folded already, though, so there's only 2 left for Goodwin to catch.
I do genuinely think that Mark has been looking at the opening range of these guys and the range of their 3 bets, and he thinks ace-queen is probably in front. And that's why he made the call.
I think, he's assuming that, well, they could have 9s, 10s, king-queen even. So ace-queen, pretty standard call in that spot. And oh my goodness, some luck for Goodwin there. Flopping aces and queens. Newton just gutted here.
So when he's got ace-king, it's no good. When he's up against it, jobs are good. And Mark Goodwin in great shape here and not looking good for Julian Newton. Needs to catch a king on the river or he will be eliminated in 9th place and we'll have our final 8.
Well, the lesson of the day, don't play ace-king, it looks like.
So Mark Goodwin eliminates Julian Newton. We have our final table here in Barcelona. Julian Newton is the final table bubble boy.
Wow, tough way to go out in such a dominant position with ace-king. Very unlucky.
Goodwin's thinking, I finally want a pot against one of these young guns. Hello everyone, welcome to the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
They fly me out to the Bahamas. I got a chance at millions.
I wound up here because I won an online tournament. Unbelievable.
Being part of the event was a life-changing experience.
To cash. It's been amazing. Best time of my life.
Was it real?
There is this great community. My life is never going to be the same again.
Ganarlo esto ya no me lo pensaba.
The biggest 25K event in poker history. It's time! This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's shuffle up and here!
Welcome to Barcelona.
This is wake up in the morning going, oh my God, type of drink.
When I won the pass, best moment in my life.
The Platinum Pass winner takes down the championship. $5.1 million.
I feel like every poker player has a tournament with their name on it.
Blind still 8 and 16. And action at the feature table is on Marco Koplemar with ace-4.
Steven Castrione loves Flappy Bird. New high score.
Koplemar raises to 3,500. Folded around to Grinder in the big blind.
Oh, Michael. You know, I once saw Michael play a hand with a deuce and a SIM card.
He calls, heads up to the flop.
So never fold. I've never fold. Especially to you, no.
It's not personal.
Mizrachi pairs his 5, 2-pair for Koplemar.
Now Koplemar's really hoping you never fold.
Grinder checks to the Estonian. Who's continuing for 3,600.
So far, so good for this kid.
There's the call from Grinder. Oh, Grinder improves to 2-pair, but he's still a 9-1 dog.
Best turn ever for Koplemar.
Grinder now leads for 8,000.
I kind of like a raise here. The problem is he probably knows Grinder led with a set before, so maybe he doesn't want to get too nuts.
He just calls. The river. Here's another 8. Grinder rivers a boat.
This is beyond hilarious. How does he do this? Also, how does he not win every tournament? And you still love him.
He bombs it.
Really?
More than 30K.
You have it? As long as you don't got it, then I got it. Not to rep. Huh? 6-7? I'm 6-7. I'm not folded yet. You will. So he wanted me to call. No, I want you to raise. Look how confident I look.
You always have a nuts when you bet big.
I know.
Always. Almost always. Maybe not this time.
No, he does.
Good fold.
Nice, man.
You want to see it? I don't know if you want to see it. All right, you don't want to see it. It's pretty ugly.
And for the second time today, Koplemar gets grinded.
I love this guy. Is that bad? The Grinder.
Five years later, we are back in Barcelona for the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and our live coverage of day 4 of the main event continues with 33 players remaining. Today when we play down to the final 16, the final 2 tables. And we saw some pretty intense action on our feature table during the last level. We saw Pasquale Braco take the chip lead once again. Now, we were slightly out with his chip count, but he still has the biggest stack in the room, 4.6 million. Alexander Iverson back up to second with 4.1 million. Lou, Tenkate, and Jelichka make up the top 5. And we're keeping the same lineup on the main stage. We still have Braco, Patur, Odeen, Sidhu, Mick, and Bustillo. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we have got blinds of 20,000, 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante. And that means we are now playing, for the first time today, slightly below a 50 big blind average. But I'd expect it won't be long until we've had 2 or 3 bust outs, Joe, and we're back right where we want to be.
Yeah, man, just a great structure to this tournament. Think about all the tournaments you play on various other smaller casinos. It's like 20 big blinds at its best. Most of the time, it's like a 23 big blind average.
Mine was suited.
That's why you play the big boys.
Hashtag PokerStars TV on Twitter, should you wish to contact us with questions and comments. First hand of the new level underway. And it's Patur who's first to act.
Balakrishna Patur.
Ace-8 of spades. We are currently 6-handed on the main stage. The table will break when we're down to 32, and we'll be 8-handed again at the feature table. Raised to 80,000.
We're only 6-handed. Opening ace-8 suited seems reasonable.
Cully Sidhu with King, Queen of Diamonds. Finton hand. Cully was whining about the lack of good cards he's had. He can't whine too much about this.
Yeah, very pretty looking King, Queen suited. Right after having the Ace, King suited before the break.
Maybe his cold streak is over.
Just a call.
That looks like an A. An A, a Q, and a 6. Top pair for Patur. Second pair for Sidhu.
Guess the cold streak's not over.
Yeah, I guess not. I guess a lot of the time, Finton, that you are getting no hands to play pre-flop, it is preferable to be getting dealt at nothing but Jack 4s and King Deuces than it is to be dealt King Queen and making second pair with it every time.
Yeah, I mean, I'd enjoy getting involved in the mix, getting dealt some good hands, but at least when you do get those weaker hands, you're right, it keeps you out of trouble.
Continuation bet of 90,000 from Patur.
Definitely don't think Sidhu's going to get the fold just yet. Patur has been pretty aggressive. We've seen that wild move with the ace-5 where you just 3-bet all in on the Queen 7-6 board. So I think second pair here against pretty much anyone going to have to be a call at least once.
Yeah. That's the sad part. Turn card is a Jack of Clubs. So Sidhu now has a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, I think Patur's got to be somewhat careful in terms of betting this turn card. He's going to have a lot of stronger hands. He's open from first position. His opponent could flat hands as strong as ace-10, ace-jack out of the small blind, so doesn't want to end up value cutting himself. Obviously, we can see here, if we could see that Sidhu had the King-Queen, he'd definitely want to bet.
Sure.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see this go check-check.
Can I call a waitress? Can I call a waitress?
Seems like a hand that's in general difficult to get 3 streets of value from. He checks. And the river card is the 5 of hearts. Completes a potential flush draw.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised again if we just see this go check. Both players might be happy to take their showdown, although Sadu is reaching for chips. Be interesting to see what size he goes. Goes small, maybe he's blocking. Goes big, maybe he's decided to turn his king queen into a bluff.
Pretty big.
Yeah, it's kind of in the middle though. It's kind of hard. Is he trying to target the weak ace to make the fold? Honestly, if I had the ace-8 here,
I would agree with you that it's in the middle. It's too big to be the blocker bet you described. It seems too small to be designed to get an ace to fold. Maybe he just thinks he has the best hand and he's trying to get value.
yeah, I mean, I would probably fold if I had ace-8 of spades here.
There you go. Let's call it a bluff. Let's say it's a bluff, and let's say it was successful. Nice hand, Kelly Sadu.
Upgrades the stack.
Hey, upgrade. Glad you brought it up.
Yeah. You been?
So yesterday when you told me about the movie, you didn't give me much insight, and then
that's how I saw the movie. Actually,
you're not gonna get on?
I didn't know anything about it. Someone said we're going to see this movie called Upgrade. I said okay, let's go.
So then just before I went off air, somebody said it was a sci-fi movie, and I'm not usually into sci-fi movies, but it felt like it could actually happen. So it was kind of like an episode of Black Mirror, I felt, and I was really enjoying it. I enjoyed the whole thing. I thought it's something that could potentially happen down the line, so it's not completely unrealistic to me.
I sense a but coming.
No, there is a but there's a second but. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it until the end. But a wise man about a year ago told me I need to learn to enjoy movies even if you're not satisfied with the ending. That wise man was, of course, a young Joe Stapleton. So I would say I enjoyed the movie. I didn't like the ending, but I think I'm never satisfied with endings when movies are based on fiction almost. So I did enjoy it.
Endings are hard. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Partially, my ego is satiated that I recommended a movie that you mostly liked, but I'm also just glad that you had a pleasant experience watching a movie. I guess off the air we should talk about what ending you would have liked better, because I'm interested to hear it, not in an argumentative way, but I don't want to do it now and maybe ruin it for some other people.
Why so big?
I will say this, that the ending is not terribly satisfying if you like happy endings. And also, you know, there are some relatively far-fetched things about the ending as well, which if it's hard enough for you to watch sci-fi in general, and then the ending is more far-fetched, I could see why that would bug you too.
No, like without going too far, I think it made sense, like in terms of how the movie played out, that it wasn't that unrealistic. It's just I'm very hard to please, and I don't think if you asked me, I could come up with the ending that would have satisfied me. It just felt. Close your ears for 2 seconds. It felt a little bit like when you write an essay when you're 8 years old. A little bit. I know it's not the same exactly. And then you're just like, oh, but it was all a dream when I woke up.
I know
a little bit.
But you know a little better.
Just a little bit. I know it's not the same thing.
That's a complaint of mine for many movies, is that it ends up being they build up this thing and then ends up being like, it's just what do you think happened? Which I actually don't think that was the ending. So let's chat about it sometime. But that's cool, man. It was really cool that you're just like, yeah, give me a movie. I'll watch it tonight. Well done.
Hannah enjoyed it as well.
Oh, that's good.
Hello.
Yes, that's excellent. No, I was just thinking about Hannah for a second. Pocket aces for Leandro Bustillo. Cully Sadu picks up another potentially costly, at least second best hand at this point.
It's got to be a little bit wary of the raise off the short stack from first position.
And Bustillo is the shortest stack at the table. Entirely possible. Sadu tries to isolate the short stack.
Looks like he is reaching for those raising chips. And once we see the re-raise, he is going to be committed. Pretty dreamy spot for Bastillo, so shortly after the break.
Three bet is to 230,000. And isolation will, in fact, take place.
We have mixed cards, right?
We do. I think he was just taking a second to see how many players are left. 33 left in the field. I believe there's another pay jump at 31.
That'll make sense. I can get Bastillo not wanting to just snap shove, but he's probably realized at this point that his opponent is priced into call.
He looks so sick about it. There it is. It is 345,000 more to call.
Just under 15 big blinds. I don't think Sadu is going to be able to get away from the eights. Complained about not getting any good hands. Now he's getting second best hands.
And he is not that happy about the call. I don't know what he expected. Now, obviously, you don't have to expect to be up against aces, but he seemed rather nonplussed to be shoved down there. And I think when someone opens from that size stack and you 3-bet them, I think they're going to end up putting it all in more often than not. Aces against eights, set over set. At least it went in pre-flop. Either way he played it, he was going to get doubled through unless quads end up materializing on the river. Unless there's an 8 on this 5th street. Bastillo will double up. We're gonna have to change his name from Bastillo to Double Up EO, right? Huh? Because he didn't bust. He's just okay. We'll work on it.
Sorry, I was muted there. I actually got very excited about it and thought it rolls off the tongue.
1.2 million now for Leandro Bastillo. Coley Sadu, 1.755. Still 43 big blinds. Double up EO. Huh? No. Fat Pep says, don't work on that, Joe. Just kill it with fire. Probably for the best. Probably for the best. And Braco kicks things off, folding tray deuce under the gun. Odeen with ace-6 in the cutoff. Cully's gonna go walk it off, probably for the best. Fun hand for Patur on the button. Finton, I'm inclined to call here, but when you do we try to not do that super often so we don't open ourselves up for like a squeeze from the blinds?
I think when you're on the button, it's going to be okay to just call. I can see where you're coming from though. I definitely think it's a hand that you could re-raise sometimes, but versus the cutoff on the button, I don't mind calling.
There's
we do know that it's a small blind. is on the short side.
He looks super irritated. I think that's just his face. That's Barry and Mick, 15 big blinds.
Could be a case that he's just trying to take advantage of his time pre-flop as we get ever closer to that next pay jump like you previously mentioned.
85.
He's like, I got chips now, I'm in. Time to play again, 7-6, offsuit. And we see a 7, but we also see an up and down draw for Patur. Odeen's ace-6 is out in the weeds. Yes, Fenton?
I was just going to say it's a pretty tough board for Odeen to want to do anything other than check. And with Bastillo sandwiched in the middle, his 7's not looking all that attractive. So I think Patur, if he bets here, is going to be able to take down the pot pretty easily.
And we check around. Pair of 6s now for Odeen, 2 pair for Bastillo. You got to fire at this now, right?
$245.
8 bet. 245.
This is a chunky bet. He is giving the wrong price to draw, that's for sure. $245,000 into a pot of $315,000.
How long have I been muted for? I was going through the hand. Have I been muted this whole hand?
Yes.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
The one thing I would take into consideration with the Jack-10 is that in position, if you hit your outs and you think your opponent has a very strong hand, there is some implied odds. Kill his hand.
Boo!
Card? Why not?
Bastillo wants one of his
What,
time
like
bank
3
cards to be taken.
Yeah, it was. He takes 30 seconds every hand. It's important that you take this card.
That's one of the drawbacks of having a shot clock
Easy, buddy.
tournament is that it is
Easy,
one
easy.
more thing
What
for
would
the
be-
dealer to
got
keep
you.
track of. And then what do you
Ah,
do
yeah, I
if
got it,
somebody
I got it.
folds 1 second after their
It will
timer's
be
up?
fair soon.
Sorry?
It will be fair.
Table's been broken because we have lost a player. Johnny Nedved out of here.
I wasn't rude.
33rd place, so there will be there's 32 players left now. 4 tables of 8. Next player eliminated does still get that $31,000 in prize money. But after that, it goes up to $36,550.
Sorry if I talked back to you. It wasn't my intention.
Joe, one of my friends from home, has just sent me a message on Facebook. Shout out to Carl. He said he loves Joe Stapleton, and if he's ever in Ireland, he would love to bring you out for drinks.
Oh,
so if
man,
you're in
that's
Ireland,
awesome.
just shout out Carl. You'll find him.
This is
my spot. Okay.
Thank you, Carl.
This one is really
I would love to take you. I would love to go back to Ireland one day. Had a
That is
great
the only
time
spot
there.
you have.
I can choose that one.
Kirko, excuse me. Very first hand on the table gets ace-king suited.
Welcome back to the feature table, Kimo Kirko.
Hello. Hello. Is okay?
And this raise might get through.
Braco doesn't strike me as a man who likes to fold his big blind, though.
I was going to say he doesn't strike me as a man who likes to play queen 5. One of us is going to be right, Fenton.
1-0 to Joe.
Fenton, have you got an opinion on the shot clock thing? Do you think there should be exactly the letter of the law? If you fold 1 second after your clock expires, that you should have to give up a
People's coming to me.
I don't feel very strongly about it, and if I was on the table, I wouldn't say anything. But I do think, yeah, if you go over the 30 seconds, it's not a 31-second shot clock. Where's the line?
Yeah.
Is it 1 second?
I'm with you in that. And I think Bustillo makes a good point when he says he takes 30 seconds every time. If someone's, a habitual clock sucker, then, that's what those cards are there for. That was one of the arguments against having a shot clock. Lots of tournament staff were of the opinion that if you give someone a shot clock, you might take people who act within 4 or 5 seconds, and then they start taking a full 30 seconds every time.
It also, around bubbles, now I love the shot clock for what it's worth. Like, I'm a big fan of it, and I think it does a lot more good than it does bad.
Sure. But
it does give people license to take them 30 seconds pre-flop when you're close to a bubble or close to the bubble, if it's in play before the money burst. And nobody can really say anything. You can't really be accused stalling too much because you're just taking the time that you're within your right. But I do like them. I think it's much better for the game. I think it noticeably speeds it up, particularly when you get down to final tables.
Agree.
People would often take an unnecessary amount of time to make a decision.
Yeah, I really like it at final tables. I think that introducing it on day 3 and or after the bubble being burst is a good spot for it. I mentioned there are 4 tables left in play. This is one of them. Big hand developing here. Some time bank chips have been used. Adam Johnson versus Ben Farrell. Johnson has put Farrell all in. The effective stack about 400K. And we think Farrell may be, once again, just trying to use those time bank chips. He knows he's going to be all in, hoping that maybe someone goes broke at another table. It's a 6K pay jump. The board is 5, 4, 3, 2 diamonds. Whole mess of time bank cards. That means that this hand's been going on for a while. That's 30 seconds for each of those red rectangles. And there he is, Farrell finally all in, shows 9-4 for a pair of 4s. 6-5 for Johnson for a pair of 5s and a straight draw. The turn is a 6. That's 2 pair for Johnson. River is a 3. 3 pair for Johnson. Ben Farrell eliminated in 32nd place, 31,000 euros. Everyone else has just made another 5K. Pick of the action here. Bustillo was the original raiser, 85,000. Suitsor called out of the big blind with 5 deuce of clubs. And with his king, queen, tray, 2 spade flop, Bustillo now facing a decision whether or not to continuation bet. He declines. Suitsor picks up a club draw on the turn.
Interesting to see if he elects to attack the check back. Unlikely that your opponent is going to check too many strong hands on king, queen, tray, flush draw. Theo with a pretty bad hand to call. Just blocks all the likely draws, the clubs, the spades, Jack 10s, Jack 9s.
Well done, Suitsor. That's a situation where you can be confident you got a better hand to fold. You don't know how good of a hand. I think when you find out that you got jacks to fold, you're real happy about it.
Yeah, anytime you've got 5 high, you get them to fold, you got to be pretty happy though.
Pocket 10s for Balakrishna Patur. Looks like a raise to 80,000.
80.
Folds to Braco, who also folds. Kirk goes out. Suitsor. Oh, upgraded. 5 deuce of clubs. Gets a CPU upgrade to ace king of clubs.
So we're about 55 big blinds deep to start this hand. 10s versus ace king. It's a little bit tricky for Patur, given where he's open from and where the re-raises come from. But we did see him pull the trigger with ace 5 post-flop. He might be tempted to pull the trigger here pre-flop with the 10s. Don't think we're ever going to see him fold. So the question is, do we see him go all in and we see a monster flip, or we see him call and we go post-flop heads up?
Five 2 10s in this spot, they'd be in the muck already. I'm just kidding. I'm not that tight. I just call fold if I don't hit a set. I'm even worse than mucking in pre-flop.
No set, no bet.
No set, no bet.
It is a pretty awful spot for the 10s. I will say that. Your opponent's shown a lot of strength. You've opened an early position. Looks like he's gonna click it back though.
Sure is. 4-bet alert. Bam, 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 bam.
Didn't know you had the soundboard.
Yep, that's my Vegas DJ noise. It's Teresa's birthday. Bam, 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 bam. 4-bet to 905,000.
Hold on.
There's the all-in from Suitsor.
Uh-oh.
And Patur is not insta-calling.
Suitsor got to feel pretty good about it. He's going to know now that he's not up against the aces or kings unless he's getting slow rolled with 31 left, which obviously not happening.
He is
pretty indifferent now.
Kind of slow rolled with the 10s. Are you really putting in $1 million to fold?
I mean, it doesn't seem like the wisest decision. I definitely would have preferred flat call if my intention was to 4-bet and then fold. But at the same time, when somebody 5-bets all in at this stage of the tournament, our 10's going to be good that frequently. We can see he's got ace king, but it's going to be something like ace king and queens.
All right. Patur has now asked for a count. That does pause his clock. He has used the time bank card. Huckweed says, my God, what a clown if he folds here. Harsh, but possibly fair. But mostly harsh, but a little bit fair. People getting personal in Twitch chat. I don't think there's any need for that, guys. Not everyone's a chat pro like you all are. He can ask for a count. He can reconsider. This is poker, man. We're playing for $1.659 million for first place.
Did you show if I fold?
Oh, I like this move. Rude. He's talking to you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Sure?
Yep.
I think he realized that he might be able to actually make him fold a pair here.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if Suitsor can say, yeah, I'll show and not have to flip and just pick up a million chips, why not, right?
Yeah, happy days.
All right.
He folds.
Wow.
He shows.
Chop.
I think a chop is different than a flip, my
Maybe I
friend.
could have gone in.
I could have aces and kings as well. I played the same.
So Pator does put in a million chips to fold. Sorry, I keep saying a million. It was 905,000. There's the difference. Suits are up to 3.2 million. Second in chips to the table.
I almost did.
Patur down to 34 big blinds.
I was suited though. It's a very strong hand.
Queens.
I guess it can be deuces as well. Flipping.
More outer table action. This time, Ji-Yuan Liu versus Dennis Chufarin. This is pre-flop. Sevens for Liu. Chufarin trays.
Gonna be defeated.
Ace, ace,
Okay.
10, 4,
But I don't
6.
know why you so low. Huh? Why you so low?
Why? I did not. 20 big blind.
Okay, okay, good luck. Good luck, guys.
Dennis thinks he got slow rolled.
See ya.
Elimination, 31st place. Lou up to 4.5 million now. I don't know how long the tank was for and how much the all-in was for, but it seems like it's hard to accuse somebody of slow rolling if they have sevens.
Yeah, I'd be with you there. Maybe a little bit of a nit roll, but I didn't, of course, didn't see the action either.
It's easy, like when the cards go on their backs and you see your crush, to go, ah, man, what took you so long? But because you're just emotional in that moment.
Your big blind is tonight. Hello?
Homicidal Stick on Twitch wants to know, what does slow roll mean, Fenton?
Oh, big blind, right?
A slow roll would be when you deliberately do not call when you're going to have the best hand. Usually pre-flop it will be reserved for aces. So if somebody goes all in and you then him and you haw, you look back at your cards and then you call and you show aces. Obviously you could not have had a better hand and it's considered bad etiquette. But some people will get upset. For instance, if blind versus blind, you shove 10 big blinds and you take a couple of moments with pocket tens, you're never going to fold that hand. You're always going to call, but I think it's a little bit fair to call it a nit roll because it is possible that your opponent has a better hand, however unlikely it might be.
8 and 10 folds.
It's what we in the industry call a dick move.
Technical term.
Martin Susar, suited Broadway cards. King 10 of spades. They're pointy.
90.
90,000. Cully Sadu on the button. Ace 10 off. All options available here, Fenton, other than folding?
Yeah, I think so.
We got a call. So Sutsar is going to be out of position unless Patur comes along for some reason. You think he's perturbed?
90, right?
90. 6
Calls with the Back to the Future hand, the 85. Got to go back in time, get those 900,000 chips back from the tens debacle, and boy, does he have a shot at it here. Flops the flush with the redraw to the straight flush. 5, 6, 7, 8 of diamonds. Top pair for Sutsar. Double checks his hand, can't believe it. 98% against 2 opponents. Sadu drawing stone dead.
Kind of weird that he took so long to check, I would
Yeah,
say.
pretty weird. Sutsar, I think, just quickly checked behind. I heard a C3 checks, but maybe I'm just imagining that. Yeah, checked around. 8 of hearts on the turn. And both of these 10s now have a gut shot. A 9 would be pretty dirty. But I think Sutsar might have picked up on the same thing you did, Fenton. He may have, now we have heard that he likes to take his full time. But when Patur double checks his hand and then takes a long time to check in a spot where he really should not be betting very often, that may have had something to do with Sutsar electing not to continuation bet.
Saying all that, his hand is too strong to fold to a single bet.
And that final diamond may be a bit of an action killer. The Jack of rhombuses on the river. Toward checks. Fenton, would you have liked a donk lead on the flop?
No, I don't think so. I think it's almost impossible for you to have any sort of balanced strategy if you start leading into 2 opponents on king 7-6. If you do it with less than a flush, if all the chips go in, you're not going to be doing very well. So it's kind of just going to be obvious that you just have flushes if you start leading, I feel.
Almost a straight flush.
What a river. Yeah, exactly. What a river, man. Ah.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Don't get whiny. Actually, I probably would have whined about that too, to be perfectly honest.
Does get some chips back up to 1.8 million, right in the middle of the pack on our table. Braco's still out in front with the 4.6 million. And Mick, our shortest stack, who has now locked up the pay jump, so I'd imagine we'll be looking to make a move pretty shortly.
Cyrus27 on Twitch asks, who sang the Back to the Future song? Back to the Future theme song? Well, I think it's a Hans Zimmer is the theme song. There's no lyrics to it. If you mean The Power of Love by Huey Lewis, well, that, of course, was Huey Lewis. Is that one you've seen, Fenton? Back to the Future?
Many, many moons ago when I was a kid with my parents.
Back to the Future is like one of maybe 5 movies that I consider to be perfect. It is a perfect movie. Suit Soar back in action. King, Queen. Queen, Jack suited for Sadu.
Make just with the awful looking 8-4 off. Not going to waste any of his chips here. We're going to go heads up to the flop.
The McFold, which is a delicious sandwich that folds in the middle. King 7 tray. 2 diamonds, top pair again for Suit Soar. Must be nice. Continue. And I feel like Sadu may not get to continue. He may have to say goodbye to this one. He folds. Ninko wants to know, do I think the rest of the Back to the Future trilogy lives up to the first movie? No, but they're enjoyable.
Does it stand the test of time if I was to watch it tonight, for example?
Back to the Future, does it stand the test? I think it does. I think because it's very much a product of its time. Let's talk about W Coop real quick. I'll get in trouble if I don't talk about W Coop and talk about Back to the Future instead. Finton's real excited for this one, you guys. I just found out it's W Coop stands for World Championship of Online Poker. Running from September 5th to the 25th, more than $75 million in guaranteed prize money. Buy-ins from $2.20 to $25,000 buy-in. Finton, tell us a little bit about what your W Coop schedule is going to be like, what sorts of events you're going to be playing, how much streaming you're going to do.
I'm going to do as much streaming as possible, starting on the 5th and run all the way through to the 25th. I got a couple of days in the middle where I'm going to a wedding, but I plan on playing everything up as high as 1Ks, maybe some 2Ks. And if we have a good start to the series and we happen to pink off something, I'll get in there, I'll play the 5K main event. If I have a really good start and we win something big, who knows? Maybe I'll donate and we'll play in the 25K, but that's as if we have a very, very big score.
If
yeah,
you guys
stream it all live.
If you guys don't have much experience with W Coop and you're thinking about playing, maybe tune into Finton's stream and you can see what it's like. You can see what the competition's like. You can see the wide range of buy-ins, and you know, maybe you can play along with Finton and then maybe hop in one yourself.
I mean, I'll definitely be playing all of the lows and the mediums, which I think is awesome. W Coop didn't always have it that way. It used to just be a lot of high buy-ins, but I think it's great that more and more people can get involved.
What's that? What's that now? Something on the, there's trouble on the outer table, girl. Lassie. Looks like Tam Vo is involved here with Rui Sousa. And has been put all in. No, I guess not quite all in. 750,000 is the bet into Tam Vo. He seems rather stressed out on this Queen Ace 8-7 tray board. There's a time bank chip in the middle. It looks like his mind's telling him no, but his body's telling him yes. Yeah, indeed. Vo
Ace King
cannot be winning this. He is not. Set of sevens. Good for Rui Sousa. Not sure what Vo held. He no longer holds at least 750,000 of his chips. Oh boy. Mary and Mick very patient
Please.
throughout this level. Finally found the hand he was looking for. Ace, queen offsuit. All in over the top of the raise from Balakrishna Patur.
Put off versus the dealer, I reckon he's just going to have to call. Obviously, it could be another setback after the million chip 4-bet with the 10s, but I just don't see how he gets away with ace-jack here.
The only clue is just
good luck.
how tight Mick's been, but Fenton is correct. Turn him over. Look how stressed out Mick is. Don't make him wait. Show him your hand. It's Domination Nation. Mick, the big favorite to double up. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So not even one queen will be enough to retake the lead here for Mary and Mick. Well, that's a start. He's gonna need one of the two remaining queens. Runner, runner, queen balls. No good. Mary and Mick eliminated. 30th place. 36,550 euros. And Balakrishna Patur.
Careful, I think you have one blue.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you.
Domination.
Right back.
Yeah.
That was an okay flop for you.
Sorry?
That was an okay flop.
Right.
That was real lucky, man. That was real lucky.
Oh, guys. Gotta be sometimes.
Yeah,
Nice
that's
hand.
true. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Thank you. Recall.
Action on Patur once again. Sutsar Sidhu, Odeen already folded.
6 raise 18. 8 fold. 10 fold.
This would be a bad time to send a D pick, Cully. Chemo Kirko in the big. Let's it go. This must be what Balakrishna Patur is thinking right now. Whee! Just cruising right now after that small setback with the 10s. Fenton, you know how sometimes I just can't ignore criticism and I gotta just say something to people?
Yeah, you enjoy it though, I feel.
Yeah, no, I cherry pick the criticism I'm gonna reply to just so I can.
Wow, you done it all day as well.
So I can dunk on people. This guy, someone tweeted how much they really enjoyed watching the PCA, and I kind of quote tweeted it, and I was like, oh, thanks so much. I wish there were 1 or 2 million more of you. Someone decided to reply to that by saying, your jokes were cheesy but funny, decent watch, but there were periods of dead air and other periods of talking over each other. And I'm trying to think of a good way to dunk on this person, but nothing's coming to me right now.
6 raise 18.
Hardigan's on it too. Hardigan's thinking about it.
Got a whiteboard up, a few ideas going up.
It is a good point. No, it's fine. It's a fair point, but like, it's a 12-hour live broadcast. Of course there's going to be periods of dead. Like, are we supposed to be wall to wall?
I would find that incredibly hard to watch if you were watching for 12 hours and people were just constantly trying to be high level. I prefer when people are themselves. The big moments take care of themselves, it gets exciting, but you can't just always be jumping around.
Yeah, that's too long for a tweet. What's happening? Who did we lose? Not Steve Berta. I'm only in this for the Steve Berta. Unbelievable. Guys, I don't think I can go on today. Fenton, can you just handle this on your own?
I can try my best, but I can't stop talking at any point, because if there's any dead air, then we're going to get some criticism on Twitter, and if I take a breath, that might mean that I've stopped and I'm struggling and I think I'm going to pass out.
And if we get excited, we might talk over each other. So I just don't know what to do. And the wee continues. Balakrishna Patur, he's unstoppable. He's like 7-6 of diamonds from early position. Come on.
Stilo definitely going to be getting involved. Is he going to raise or is he going to call Joe? Quick, quick.
Sorry. To be fair, I was just going to cheat it until you said quick, quick. And I was like, I'm not going to be able to get away with that. Kirko, ace queen on the button. Same question, I guess, huh?
Yeah, he might be tempted to just go all in. I know it's almost 40 big blinds, but I doubt he's going to want to raise fold. Maybe a little too much. Maybe. Feels like 3-bet folding's a little bit dicey, but it does look like what he's going to go for. Maybe if Basilo was to back raise all in, he'd decide that his opponents don't like that ace king. Queen's plus, and maybe makes a call. And folds if Patur decides to raise all in.
300,000.
How much are you playing for, sir? 1.1? Thank you. One second. 6 4.
Seems like one of those situations where it's kind of frustrating, but I would probably just let it go. Not quite getting 2 to 1. Out of position. Does look like a fairly juicy button squeeze spot, but Bustillo does also take the safer option. Fat Pep on Twitch says you should tune into EVO streams, which is a fighting game. Commentators are hyped for 12 hours straight. They rotate, though. That must be really fun to watch, actually.
I do think sometimes, though, if it's a fighting game, every moment is going to be higher energy. You know, does that make sense? As in, there's no moment where nobody has cards, as in, they're always fighting.
Right.
So I just think it's completely different.
It is different, and I think that poker needs some time to breathe. Poker needs some drama as well.
8 fold. 10 fold.
And plus, how long is a fighting game match? Like 30 seconds?
1 fold.
You have poker hands that last like 17, 18 minutes sometimes.
4 fold.
I wonder what the longest hand on record in the EPT was pre-shot clocks.
Our guy who's super, super good with stuff like that is
That's one too much.
not feeling well today. Just want to give him a quick shout out, Chris. Fantastic fella. If anybody else knows the answer,
I
he
need
would
every
know,
chip.
but he's been puking his guts out. I'm not going to lie. King high flop after Odeen defended King 10 of spades. I lost this comment. Someone had it deleted, but it was pretty good. Someone was yelling at us to get hyped. Patur did raise under the gun with ace-jack. Does he want to continue the king high flop? It feels like a flop you should continue.
10 seconds.
I think it's very reasonable to want to bet. Obviously, we can see that he's not going to have much success against Odeen.
McDwindle says, decided to take a shot every time Patur is in a hand. I'm wasted now.
I think versus first position, Odeen probably just going to want to call here.
Odeen, Odeen, Odeen. Ayo. Triple kings.
I think the third does have some showdown value here. Still going to be ahead of the ace fours, ace threes, some flush draws. Maybe he wants to keep betting, target a five or deuce and put it in a very tricky spot. As Odeen, I'd probably want to bet very large here. His opponent's likely to see bet hands, pocket sixes all the way through, pocket queens. Not likely to check back a house or a king too frequently on the turn at this stack depth. Still a lot of hands you can have, the 4-6 suited, 3-4 suited, it's all the clubs I miss, so I'd be looking to bet super large.
That's 265.
255,000 into 350. Chris, what's the longest hand that we've ever had on the EPT? Definitely 20 minutes, right? Patrick Antonius had 12. No, we definitely had like a 15-minute tank from Robert Mizrachi at the PCA one year, and that's one street. We'll get to the bottom of it. Good question, Fenton. The 255 gets called. Odeen's going to pick up a nice pot. 860K, 420K profit. Patur back down now to 51 big blinds. Odeen, he's up to 62 big blinds.
I feel like sometimes with my questions and asking James, does he know certain facts? I'm like that guy on Twitter who's constantly sending messages, but because I'm live on air, you can't ignore me.
They're good questions, buddy boy.
Big man face.
Action on Leandro Bustillo. Folds. Oh. Pasquale Braco, his turn with the Jocos.
10, raise 85.
He's certainly been very quiet compared to the last level where he was pretty much playing every single pot.
4 fold. 5 fold.
I think they made an agreement that it would be Patur that would play every pot this level. This hand being no exception. Patur does defend. I would have lost. I thought he was going to hit a king for sure. once again, Pator taking his sweet time first to act in a spot where he's supposed to be checking most of the time. If he ever does just donk lead, I'll forgive him for all of these. But this under the gun, this is something Daniel tweets about a lot. And about how a shot clock is kind of too much time for post-flop under the gun, which 99% of players are checking 99% of the time. Braco continues on this dreamy no paint board for jacks. And Pater folds very quickly. Just 30 minutes left on this level. Outer table, Gael Bauman. This table, this is Alexander Everson and Stefan Jedlička on a 5-tray 4 board. Jedlička has checked. Action on Everson. Also checks. River card is a 5. Okay. 5s and 3s with a 4. Action on Stefan on the left-hand side of your screen. Check, check. Ace Jack high versus Ace 9, so that is going to be a chop. Kickers do not play. 5s and trays with an ace. Chop it up. And everyone loves a chop.
I can't do it. It's impossible. I need to be there in person. You need to count me down.
I wasn't trying to even tee up for it this time.
Like over 3. After the next level.
It's the thought that counts.
After the next level.
James tried his best. He gave me a countdown from 3, and I still absolutely followed
that.
that.
That's normally after the 4th one, isn't it?
Okay, is there even a dinner break there?
Yeah, they're gonna tell me now.
Okay.
One fold.
Callie Sadu. 80,000 with 10-9 of hearts. Pater King 6 of hearts. Folds. Castillo folds the small. Braco, King 8 in the big. He's in. Big bald Braco. Queen 7. King high. Out in front. Sadu does have the betting lead.
Not a whole lot going on for Braco.
It's gonna be on the not this one, not this break, but the next break, the dinner break.
Next level.
Yeah. Next.
After one more level dinner break is what you mean? Okay, thanks.
It's gonna be 60 minutes.
60 minutes, okay. Thank you. You're playing 6 levels or like in 23 or 24?
No.
Okay.
Until 16 players.
Until 16?
Yeah.
Take a while. It's only 16 or 6 levels.
Oh, okay.
That's the one. 16 players or 6 levels.
6 refold games, very reasonable.
Where do you feel like it's at, Joe?
Do you think we'll do it? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I think we will get there before 6 levels today, yeah. I think we'll get there late in the 5th level. This is the 3rd level of the day. Whee! Balakrishna Patur. Having the time of his life. Queen Jack in the cutoff. Pocket 5s for Kirko in the big blind.
Not the best looking flop for 2 5s. Probably be somewhat hard to continue versus Patur's c-bet. I'd imagine on this board he is just gonna want to bet mostly.
Yeah.
Checks, Patur continues.
65.
Braco does have the backdoor straight draw. Calling out of position on this board, which is such an easy board for it to be barreled. Not the most attractive proposition, but he's not going anywhere just yet.
And their Jack on the turn finally connects for a pair with Patur.
One check.
Pocket 5s check again.
10 seconds. 6 seconds.
Patur checks behind. River's an 8. Kirkner gonna take a stab. Seems like a check spot for 5s, yep. Now this is a situation, Finton, where I'm probably not betting enough, but I'm checking behind a lot here. It's probably bad, right? You gotta get some value out of this Jack.
I don't think it's the most unreasonable to want to check this river. I mean, once you check the turn, you're unlikely to have the strongest of hands. And if you're against a good opponent, you might be able to pick up on that. And if you look for the thin value here, they might end up trying to hit you with the check raise. I can't imagine Kirko's thinking of calling. Just maybe contemplating that raise, but he does make the fold. Patur continues to chip up back over to 2 million chips.
Hope you guys are playing online. Lots of good stuff happening.
Ramon got it in with the best hand, ace-5. He paired his ace on the flop. And a 5 on the river, the Platinum Pass winner takes down the PSPC.
Congratulations.
ahora y tendrás la oportunidad de ganar un Platinum Pass y unirte a mí en el PSPC 2020.
Still 2 platinum passes out there in the mystery chests. You can win your way to the PSPC numero dos, happening in this here Fair City, August 20th through 24th, 2020. Lots of platinum passes given away over the next 12 months. So far, I believe there have been 8 given away. 2 more still available online in mystery chest promotions. All you gotta do is play a cash hand online of at least 2 cents, 5 cents. And you have to be in one of the eligible markets. But you do that, and then you win a hand with ace-5. Your chest will pop open, and you'll receive a prize. Now that prize is not likely to be a platinum pass, but it could be. 3 people have won them that way already. 2 more to go. Picking up this hand, already in progress. Odeen on the right side of your screen was the razor. He made it 85,000. Suit sword defended. And Odeen bets his pair of 8s on the ace-queen tray board. Suit sword folds a pair of 3s correctly.
Ci stiamo tentando.
Action folds around to Leandro Bastillo, who folds. Pasquale Braco. The bucking Braco.
Doesn't miss many opportunities to get involved.
And tends to get respect. More outer table. Chip carnage. That looks like a stack sitting in front of Felipe Salgado. He has put Cyril Monbrun Massot all in on an ace-jack tray 8-5 board. Looks a little like that Braun guy from Game of Thrones, huh?
Haven't seen it.
I'm not going to get on you for not seeing it. It's a fun show. That's it. Call. 2 10s for Salgado. Turned him into a bluff. The ace-4 of Monbrun Massot is the winner. The master of coin. Doubles up. He is swimming. Stalking Greek says, I think he looks more like the actor that played God in Lucifer. Well, you were one of the 4 people that watched Lucifer. Good job. Ace-King versus Ace-10 back at our feature table.
Couture will find a way to win this pot.
hasn't figured out a way to win the pot yet. Now he does have a gut shot to Broadway. It will be very difficult for him to bluff, as Odeen has just made top pair, top kicker.
She gone now.
Always very deliberate with his actions.
10 seconds.
Ooh.
Oh, Aaron, this is mean. The dumbest person I know watches Lucifer. Aw. Patur bets again, gets called again.
If he's gonna make Odeen fold his hand, he's gonna need to use a much larger size on the river. Anything less than half pot, just gonna get snapped off, I'd imagine.
Kicked off a large Lucifer debate in chat. I'm so sorry, guys. Will Patur go for it? Do it so I can say we, please.
500.
Whee! 500,000 into a pot of 670. Finton, you are prophetic. You are prophetic. You said he was going to find a way to win this hand. He is absolutely going for it.
I'm not sure if Odeen is gonna fold, but it is not a fun spot with just one pair. Oh, that looks like he's got to fold.
He does fold. Finton, you son of a gun. You got to play the numbers tonight, buddy.
How many numbers is in the American Lotto, Joe? I'm going to give you them right now.
It's 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go.
All right, well, the odds of that coming up are exactly the same as any other 6 numbers, so. Holy. Hold on, I think that deserves another. Whee! He is just throwing bows and smashing people. What a play. Castillo folds under the gun. Braco. The bucking bald boss Braco. Makes it 90,000. I just got word from the Russian commentary team that Inner Psycho left the booth after that fold. He couldn't take it. He couldn't take the fact that Ace King just folded. He left. Ilya's alone in the booth now over in Russia. One of our Spanish language commentators just wrote into our commentator chat, did he just fold Ace King? Hardigan weighing in. Ace King is basically ace high. It's not even a pair. Hashtag 2007 logic. So Odeen's called the raise, and Patur somehow manages to still be involved in virtually every hand at this feature table and flops the nut flush draw. Top pair for Odeen. Second pair for Braco. Heart draw for Patur. Worlds are colliding. Patur with his standard should be checking, but gonna tank for a while move. There it is. patented.
175.
175.
And it is the hand with the least amount of equity. Firing out. Now, to be fair, he did have the pre-flop betting lead. Makes it 175,000. What do you think of this sizing, Finn? It seems a little big to me, considering there are two other folks in this hand who this board is also likely to have hit.
Yeah, I think I probably would have elected to just check. I think it's a little bit dicey to c-bet versus the small blind and the big blind.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to get value across multiple streets with ace-jack multi-way. Sometimes even hard to get value on one street. Question is, does Patur want to start playing this flush draw quickly, get a lot of chips in with a raise, or is he just going to call?
Finton, if he raises, I got to get a wee out of you. Wee! There it is. That's a stack of 25K chips. 500,000 is the raise. And that, you know, that deserves two. Whee!
I think for Braco, this is a very easy fold.
Slam dunk fold. This is one of those folds you go, please, just take them. Go. Just, I'm so sorry I was even in this hand to begin with. Nay. There he goes.
So straightforward for Odeen. He has top pair. He has the backdoor flush draw.
Odeen's the one that just folded the top pair, right?
Indeed.
Oh, man. Man, oh, man. This could be gut check time. This could be, you know what? I just made a huge laydown to you. We will not go quietly into the night. We will not go down without a fight. Today is the day we celebrate our Independence Day. 1.5 million chips in the middle as we go to the turn. It's a 9, so it is not a flush for Patur. He's got a pair now. Odeen checks. And Finton, do you have any choice at this point but to keep on blasting at this?
I mean, Patur, in his mind, maybe feels on the 9 that he has a little bit of showdown, but it's so unlikely given the flop action. If he was to shove, I think Odeen is going to be in a horrendous spot. I mean, King 10's got there, 10-8's got there, that maybe occasionally would check raise.
He's all in.
He pulls the trigger.
I'm going to do a short version this time. We.
I thought he was about to snap call there. He picked up one chip very quickly. It's such a tough spot. Obviously, it will be playing on his mind maybe that he just folded top pair. He hasn't seen that yet on the broadcast or been told by any friends. He might feel like Patur is getting way out of line. Problem is, with the big blind defend, he has so many two pairs. He can have sets. He can have straights now.
Would he play those hands so fast?
1.9.
I mean, on the 9 of diamonds, it's not the ideal turn card if you have a hand like Queen 4 or Jack 4. It's just so hard to know what someone's going to do with two pair.
I mean, I think...
for me again. I mean, it was brutal last time. Too good.
Folds top pair again.
Well, I enjoy watching these two last two hands on TV or not.
Whee!
You pulled a big flop, or?
Yeah, that was a big one.
Oh, man.
I call Queen 7-6, flush draw. He bet, I check raise. He goes all in 8-5 off.
Wow. We got 5 minutes left on the level, then a 20-minute break. Are we going to have this table when we get back from break?
Huh? Are we recapping on some hands?
I mean,
Because I want to see Odeen's face when the stream catches up.
Already got humiliated by half my Facebook friends. So.
Odeen has been
You got my number.
3 times by Patur, all in huge pots.
Man, oh man.
I hope my ships go to a great guy though. A great guy?
Sometimes.
Not at the poker table.
What a level it's been. So much fun.
Ah, could have been 2 very stupid folks in a row.
Kirko makes it 85,000 with King Jack. I don't. If Patur's not in the hand, I don't care.
Feels weird that he's not. Oh wait, he still could be. Ride the heater. No.
Bustillo with ace queen starts the hand with 24 big blinds.
$85?
Yes, 85.
Just calls.
No.
I would option potentially to wager all of the betting discs.
Ace, Jack, 9, 2 spades. Pretty good flop for Bustillo.
I think Bustillo might want to consider check raising this hand. I respect that it's first an early position raise, but this is a very strong hand to have flatted and then flop top pair. There's a lot of draws out there he can have. If he's being coolered, there's not going to be a whole lot he can do down the streets anyway. He's just going to call.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn. I've gotten word we are going to have the same table after the break until the redraw. Redraw will happen at 24. Ten of diamonds on the river. Ace queen runs clean.
I think if we've seen a break river, we would have seen Bustillo bet very large. 10 of diamonds does change things slightly. Might not be as confident. We're gonna check.
Aaron on Twitch says, can't wait for Bustillo to be knocked out. The pun writes itself. What pun? Bustillo knocked out?
Exits the tournament.
Bustillo no longer hero. I don't even get what pun you would say with Bustillo's name. Bustillo now lusting after, nope, that doesn't work. Huh, guess we'll never know. Oh, Bustillo busted. I guess that works. What do you think? It's
a little bit complicated.
Yeah, it's a long way to go, I think, for that joke. But what do I know? Action folds around to Odeen. Oh dear. Goodbye. Patur? Buddy? Pal? Papa? Oh yeah.
Coming back. Here.
Oh yeah. King 9 of diamonds. Slander's got it. Bustillo, Mustillo, go homeo.
6 raise 18.
I'm gonna state a case for every time Patur raises in the next level. I want to hear it. Wee. I didn't commit to it.
All right, I'll show you.
Raise and take it. Yeah, he shows. He's getting cocky now. Looks like we're going to squeeze in one more hand at the feature table. I think we've got outer table action. Just waiting to see if anything develops over on that side. This will be the last hand of the level. Can I smell your chair? Asks, how did Patur become the chat favorite? That's the power of positive commentary. Why make a guy your enemy when he can be your friend? Well, Patur's folded. I'm out of this hand. Let's go. What else is happening in the rest of the tournament? I'm over it. A big blind walk. That's what happens when Patur's not in the hand. Nobody else wants to get involved. We do have outer table action before we go to break. Ike Haxton versus Yunye Liu. Board is King, Trey, Deuce, 8, 5, 3 hearts. And Liu has moved all in, which puts Haxton all in. Haxton folds. Pretty cool to see Ike Haxton going so deep in this event. 28 players remain. We are coming back to this here feature table. Headlined by Balakrishna Patur. Whee! Having the time of his life. Bluffing the pants off of Jerry Odeen 3 separate times. We are going to take a break. When we get back, more action from EPT Barcelona. You are watching PokerStars TV.
Blinds are up to 50 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Sarwell folds under the gun. Martin Schleich picks up queens.
Martin's been pretty quiet at this table, which is tough to say when you're at the table with Eugene the Quiet Storm Kachaloff. He's about to speak up, though, I'm thinking.
He's going to raise it to 225. Well, Mestre with King 10 suited in the small blind.
Mestre's got suited Broadway cards, but he's out of position and doesn't have a ton of chips.
I'm all in.
He shoves.
Not sure I like this shove at all against a fairly tight early position raiser.
Miller with ace-5 in the big blind will fold. And Schleich makes the call, reluctantly.
I think this is a serious misstep by Mestre. Maybe he's just tilting after that last encounter with Eugene.
At least he's got an overcard.
Martin's the favorite, but there's a lot of funky stuff that can happen with King 10 suited.
Safe flop for queens.
A king is all he's got to dodge.
The turn is another 3. That takes away the heart draw. A king and only a king will eliminate Martin Schleich. It's an ace. So Schleich gets the double up, and Mestre will be left with just 725,000.
Martin Schleich looks like he could explode at any second. Maybe with maniacal laughter, maybe with tears. I'm not sure.
Action on Tomeo Gamella. 6-5 off, he'll muck. Sar Wilf has ace-3, and he's raising.
Even six-handed, I'm not a huge fan of opening early with ace-tray.
Martin Schleich has ace-king.
Schleich, who just doubled up with queens, has woken up with another monster.
He will 3-bet to 575,000. Gets rid of Kachalov on the button and both the blinds.
Certainly you can't go wrong with a 3-bet. I mean, unless it somehow goes wrong.
Well, Sar Wilf is being stubborn. He will make the call. He'll have to play the flop out of position.
Hate the call. Ace-tray plays very poorly.
Check.
And he checks in the dark. Always a winning strategy. Well, there is an ace on the flop. This could get Sar Wolf into trouble. Martin Schleich elects to check behind.
The pot's small.
5 of spades on the turn. Wolf checks a second time.
No more free cards.
There's the delayed continuation bet from Martin Schleich. 425,000, actually less than the size of his pre-flop 3-bet.
He looks so proud of himself, too. Way to go, Marty.
Wolf makes the call. 5 on the river, pairs the board.
And that's why ace trays pants, because at this point you can't really fold. Well, now Wolf is going to lead at it.
700,000.
This bet is quite small and is a fairly obvious blocker bet. I think a lot of the pros are going to value raise so hard here that Sar Wolf would probably go blind. Let's see what Marty McSchleich is going to do. He sure doesn't look happy about this, and that's something that we forget sometimes as we get jaded. This is a lot of money to some of these people. Martin's day job is in customer service. My guess is that this is a lot of money to him.
He makes the crying call. Sar Wolf shows the ace. Martin shows ace-king. Wolf feels he's been slow-rolled.
Well, Martin's just very nervous, I think. God bless him. Oh, look at him. I heart him.
And the blinds are up to 60 and 120,000. Tomeo Gamilla has ace-king.
He's got a legit hand for once. We'll have to see if he gets any action with it.
He starts the hand with 3.1 million. And he raises it to 255,000. Schleich's got queens.
Martin Schleich is definitely very deliberate and a little nervous, I'm guessing, but getting more money in now is definitely the play here.
He is counting out a 3-bet. He re-raises to 675,000. Gets a fold from Kachalov and from Kostic. Ace-9 of diamonds for Raul Mestre in the big blind. He'll pass.
Looks like Mestre's learned that a Marty Schleich 3-bet means business. This hand sort of plays itself, but ace-king isn't doing very well against the Schleich 3-bet range we've seen so far.
Gamilla elects to shove.
I call.
And Schleich makes the reluctant call one more time.
Gamilla's a little worse off than usual since Mestre folded an ace.
Rather than being a flip, Schleich is 6-4 favorite.
Crowd doesn't know what to think.
Well, Gamilla came into this final table as the chip leader, and now he's on the verge of elimination. Well, there's no ace or king on that flop.
Couple of backdoor draws, but that's it.
Mary's partner draped in the flag. Liam Margette's watching on nervously as well.
Not the only one looking on nervously.
The board pairs on the turn. Gamilla still needs an ace or a king. He has 5 outs.
Martin Schleich is 1 card away from making this crowd very unhappy.
It's a 9 on the river. Tomeo Gamilla goes out in 5th place. He'll earn himself 185,000 euros, but he will be bitterly disappointed.
He had a hammerlock on the chip lead entering this final table, now out in disappointing 5th.
Eugene Kachalov on the button here with ace-10. The button acting first in 3-handed play. He'll raise it to 250,000.
Dragon calls more often than a bad one-night stand.
And he's not going to change the habit of a lifetime.
This is a common mistake when things get short-handed. People adjust their ranges too much, and then they start playing passively.
So Schleich makes the call as well. All 3 players will go to the flop.
Can't blame Martin for defending, I guess. He was getting like 5-1.
Well, the flop is ace-high.
Not a bad flop for Eugene, especially considering what the hands are.
Check, check. He makes a continuation bet of 400,000. Kostic wisely folds. Schleich will probably stick around. Sure enough, he calls.
At this point, when Martin calls, Eugene knows he's got something.
8 of clubs on the turn.
Martin picks up the dummy end of a gut shot.
He checks a second time.
Eugene would do well to continuing.
He will fire a second time. 800,000.
Good barreling by Eugene. That 8 likely didn't hurt him, and we already know Martin's got some kind of hand.
Also at this point, Eugene may be keen to the fact that even if Martin's got him pipped, he's probably not going to raise, so better to be the better.
Schleich calls. And the river card is a 10. Now, while it gives Kachelov 2 pair, Schleich's just rivered a straight.
Very lucky river for Martin.
It goes check, check.
Good check behind by Eugene on a terrible river card. Eugene looks legitimately steamed for once. Can't say I blame him.
And Schleich narrows Eugene's chip lead to just 1 million.
Not only is this anyone's title, but this could go on for a long time. It's already almost midnight here in Barcelona, which means all the good parties are just getting started. This guy knows what I'm talking about.
Blinds are up to 18, 160,000. Kostic has ace-7 on the button. He's raising to 360. Schleich, 3-betting with 6-5.
Wow, look at your boy Marty Schleich, 3-betting light for once. I know that's just how he looks all the time, but Martin Schleich looks so uncomfortable at the table. I don't know that I could ever fold to him, ever.
He's made it 950,000 total. And with Eugene folding the big blind, Kostic will make the call in position.
Seriously though, with the hands he's 3-bet so far, I probably muck ace-7 and my button.
4, 6, 8 with 2 diamonds. Schleich actually has the best hand.
Both flop a gut shot, both hold one of the other's blockers. Schleich's the only one with a pair. Wonderful spot for a c-bet because you can value bet and semi-bluff at the same time.
Into a pot of 2 million. He bets 675,000.
Again, I don't really think Kostic has any business being in this hand with the kinds of hands Schleich has been showing down. The worst we've seen is ace-9, and he's not even beating that. Maybe he's floating to try to steal this pot later?
He does make the call. The turn card is the Queen of Hearts, which changes nothing.
I think Martin may have missed a bet there, but I guess that queen can be a little scary. On the other hand, if he's trying to induce a bluff from Dragon, looks like he might be a genius.
Kostic bets just over 1.5 million.
It's gut check time, Marty McSchleich. Are you chicken?
I'm all in.
He shoves!
And boom goes the dynamite. I don't see how there's any way Dragon can call. Spaniard got caught with his hand in the tapas jar.
Well, Kostic will finally fold, arguably 2 streets too late.
No argument here.
And look at Martin Schleich go. He's put some distance between himself and the other 2 players. There's a dominating chip lead now at the final table, playing a stack of 12 million. Eugene in the big blind on this hand. Kostic first to speak on the button. 8-6 offsuit. And there's a raise to 500,000. Martin Schleich has pocket 9s in the small blind.
Very easy 3-bet.
Instead he just flats. And Eugene shoves from the big blind with 7s.
Wow, Martin may have trapped Eugene by just calling there.
Kostic gets out of the way. And Schleich calls.
Pretty inconceivable that someone would flatten that spot with better than 2 7s, but that's how Eugene's tournament has been going of late. It looks like he's ready for the torture to be over. Hey, if I'd already won 2 million this year, I probably wouldn't be sweating it either.
He's 4-1 underdog. But there's a 7 in the door. Oh, but there's a 9 on the flop as well.
That is just absolute brutality for Eugene Kachelov.
Unbelievable.
Hope there's something strong in there, buddy.
So Eugene Kachelov is drawing to 1 out. Only the 7 of hearts can save him.
Otherwise, he can say bye-bye to that triple crown for now.
It's a deuce on the river, so Eugene Kachelov finishes in 3rd place.
Martin Schleich can hardly believe it.
Few German supporters now on the rail, hoping their boy can seal the deal here in Barcelona. Another big cash for Eugene Kachelov in 2011. Blinds are 125,000 and 250,000. No ante in heads-up play on the EPT. Schleich has aces on the button.
Not a bad start.
Understandably, he raises, makes it 525. Kostic with a big hand, king-jack suited.
We've got a bit of a cooler heads up already. Both these guys likely to think he has the best hand, but only one of them knows he does.
It's a 3-bet. It's just over 1.5 million.
Why not get some more money in there?
1,550,000 to call.
Schleich is reaching for chips. And he is going to 4-bet. Re-raising to 3.4 million.
Are we going to see an all-in on our first hand? I think it should be pretty clear to Kostic that his hand's not ahead. At the very least, he should not flat. When you miss the flop, which you in all likelihood will with any hand, you've only got king high and you're out of position.
He can't hear you. He's flattered.
He is in bad, bad shape.
There's already 6.8 million in the middle. It's a low flop. Only one diamond.
Kostic only with king high.
You may have to check fold this flop.
If you're Martin Schleich, why not keep betting for value?
Schleich does bet 1.5 million.
I see no reason whatsoever for dragging Kostic to stay in this hand. No pair, no draw, and pretty clear signs that a float ain't gonna work.
He's counting out chips. He still can't hear you, Joe, and he's called again.
He's fired 1.5 million more into the abyss.
Pot's nearly 10 million. And the turn brings an ace.
Kostic now drawing dead.
Dragon checks.
He checks again.
All in.
Schleich shoves.
Oh, Martin, that shove is baffling.
Kostic gives up the hand.
There was literally nothing out there to be afraid of, not even a flush draw. The crowd seems to think Marty was bluffing there, which actually would be far less baffling. I think if Martin checks there, he gives Dragon the chance to catch up, maybe even take a wild stab at the river.
Awesome singing from the Germans. Ace-9 now for Schleich.
You know he just met those guys tonight.
He raises to 525.
All in.
And Kostic shoves with ace-7.
Hand plays itself. We know this is a call. I think Martin knows this is a call, but remember, this is life-changing money at stake for Martin Schleich.
I call.
He's made the call. And we're on the verge of crowning a new champion on the European Poker Tour. If Martin Schleich's ace-9 holds, he will take down the title and he will win that first prize of 850,000 euros. Kostic needs a 7 for the double up. There is a 16% chance of a split. Queen deuce 5 on the flop. It's looking good for Schleich. The crowd want it to be over on the turn, but it's the king of clubs.
Dragon Kostic is not out yet. He can hit a club for a flush. A 5 or a deuce will chop it.
Is this Martin Schleich's moment of victory? It is! He has taken down the Barcelona leg of Season 8 of the European Poker Tour. Still no Spanish winner on the EPT. It's Martin Schleich from Germany who'll lift the trophy and collect 850,000 euros. Dragan Kostic is the runner-up. He'll collect 532,000.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour 2019. We're in Barcelona once again. This year's main event is a record breaker, 1,988 total entries, and here we are on day 4 with 28 players remaining, trying to play down to the final 16, the final 2 tables. This is the 4th level of the day, And at the end of this level, we are due to take a 1-hour dinner break. We expect it to take until 11 p.m. midnight tonight to get down to 2 tables. Right now, these 5 players are the chip leaders. China, 1 and 2. Liu and Lu with 5.7 and 5 million respectively. Ruiz Sousa currently 3rd in chips. Pasquale Braco, who's at our featured table, is 4th on the leaderboard. Alexander Iversen makes up the top 5. And here's what they are playing for. They've all locked up 36,500 euros by making it to the final table. By making it to the final 9, they'll be guaranteed 121 grand. Up top, 1.66 million euros plus the EPT main event trophy. So we're sticking with the same lineup on the main stage. Hope for more entertaining antics from Balakrishna Patur. He's 2nd in chips with 69 bigs. Pasquale Braco is the chip leader at this table with 88 bigs. Leandro Bustillo is the shortest stack with 24 bigs. Average stack right now is 2.1 million. Blinds have just gone to 25,000, 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante. Level 26.
It's not off, yeah. I said, like, you know, 10s, must have ace king 1 pissed me off. I did not say ace king off.
Okay. I'm sorry then.
There you go.
Well, you won it back, so you just won it back.
Yeah. Now let's play like a normal poker.
I mean, I need to win mine back. Should I do that by normal poker?
All right, buddy, whatever it takes. We're all here to battle something, right? Let's do that.
There is a new chip in play, by the way. The 100K chips have been brought out during the break.
Oh, okay, got it. I got it. I got it. There you go. Cool.
Most of the chips we see are the green 25Ks and the blue 5Ks. And cards are in the air once again. First hand of the new level. Very pleased to be joined by Benjamin Spraggy. Sprag, how are you, sir?
Good afternoon, James. I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Spraggy, I'm delighted because I've learned in the last 12 hours of the existence of Billy Wright, and I cannot believe that I did not know about your neighbor's cat, your adopted cat, until today.
I know, what a joy that he brings to all of our lives. He's a great cat, one of the best cats that I've ever had the pleasure of knowing.
I also want to thank Tony Burke for tweeting a picture of his cat learning how to play poker. You, sir, win the internet. Action's been folded to Kimo Kirko, runner-up at this event back in 2013. He calls. Martin Sousa also has a 2nd place finish on the EPT. And he's got pocket 7s in the big. Sousa raises, and I imagine Kirko will call here, Spraggy.
Yep, very playable hand. I don't think it's one where he'll want to commit stacks into the middle, but a lot of playability, especially in a blind v blind situation. He's not going anywhere just yet.
Makes the call, heads up to the flop. That flop is Jack 5-4, 7 still ahead.
Just the 1 over card as well in position here. I think we could definitely see a bet, protect the equity somewhat. There's definitely plenty of value to be had as well. In these blind v blind situations, people get very stubborn with ace highs and pairs, so there's value from a 5 or a 4.
Continuation bet of 125K.
Yeah, and as for Kirko's hand, he probably needs a little bit more equity to want to continue some sort of Backdoor flush draw, maybe. If the 5 was a heart, might see him peel a turn. Seems a little bit speculative out of position with just queen high. Into the muck he goes.
Suzor currently playing 3 million, just over 60 bigs. And we've already lost a player on the first hand back from break. Cover your heart. Koplima. Marco is gone.
Temple of Doom, James?
Correct.
Nice.
See, that's the great thing about having you here, Spraggy. Previous level, would have done that line with Vincent. You wouldn't have had a clue.
Nothing. He's seen 3 films.
Although, bizarrely, he did last night watch a film that I haven't seen.
Wow.
The universe is all out of sorts.
What was it?
Oh, God, I've forgotten the name of it. It's a new one from earlier this year.
When the dust settles?
No. No. So I referenced a short while ago, Spraggy, that Martin Suzor also has a second place finish in an EPT. Can you remember which EPT that was? I will give you a clue. You were... No, you weren't there at this one. Sorry.
Martin Suzor, EPT, and but let's sort by running this scores.
I mean, it's amazing that you're racking your brains and literally not using the internet to find this information.
Sorry, I have like a library of knowledge. That's just how I access it.
Yeah, sure. And it's amazing how you can make
Prague? EPT season 13 in Prague.
Yeah, I
he
love
came
the way
second for around 630,000 euro.
When you click your teeth, it sounds like your keyboard as well. It's incredible.
So he has pedigree at this level and on this tour, James. One to watch, already down to the final 27 once again.
And as referenced earlier, Kuli Sadhu, who's at this table, is a 2-time EPT finalist. London 2013 and Dublin 2016.
So around 25 big blinds for Kirko in the cutoff, opening with a king-jack.
Yeah, he's the shortest stack at the table now. Suzor will call in position with the suited ace-8. Sadhu folds the small. Jerry Odeen folds the big blind. (10-8-3). Second pair for Suzor. Not much for Kirko to be excited about.
No, and especially out of position on what you mentioned, the shortest stack at the table, just over 20 big blinds to start. It's probably not a board he's too excited about betting. The button calling range is going to do okay. Even a hand like Queen Jack, easy to float. Anything with the backdoor clubs and spades, of course, will continue. He does opt for a continuation bet, though. I'd be shocked if it works. I don't think Suzor has any incentive to raise. Versus a short stack, he doesn't really want to raise the hand and get jammed on. So we'll see him call and take a turn. Which is a brick 5. Suzor still way out in front. And this is the problem c-betting with a hand like King Jack. Very hard to pick up any way to improve on the turn. I guess maybe a 9 or a queen, but off the short stack, not particularly fun to start barreling down. Looks like he might be going for it though. Suzor still with the best hand, but facing a second barrel here. Coco's definitely going to have plenty of 10s, 10-9 suited, all the way through ace-10 suited, over pairs as well. But not ready to fold. This pot's getting quite sizable, 1.1 million.
I'll be impressed if Kirko bricks river, if he follows this through with a third barrel. 1.16 million in the middle. Kirko has 740k behind. And I'd be equally impressed if he did decide to go for it, if Suzor could find a call.
It is a river that's going to complete some of the draws. Obviously, Jack-9 gets there, the spades brick, but Suzor got to be delighted to be able to take showdown. No third street bluff. And the 1.1 million heads Suzor's way.
Suzor second in chips to the table with a 74 big blind stack. Meanwhile, we're heading to the outer tables where Ike Haxton is all in against Yunye Liu. Kings versus sixes. Haxton with the kings. Jack 7 deuce on the flop, 10 on the turn, 5 on the river. That will be an Ike Haxton double up. Ike's going to have 1.5 million now. Meanwhile, over at one of the other outer tables, it's Alexander Iversen versus Stefan Jedlička. Iversen 3-bet to 300k. Jedlička has 4-bet to 850k. It's a fold from Iversen. Jedlička up to 3.6 million after that hand. As we get down to the final few tables, the tone becomes more serious. Each decision becomes so important.
Yeah, we're definitely at the stage where they've got the final table in sight. And as you mentioned, every decision, you can see the pay jumps coming up. All those chips start to become a lot more valuable. All those pots, supremely important.
Of course, the battle for a seat at the final table becomes most intense tomorrow when we play down from 16 to 6. Meanwhile, we have had a raise from Braco with Jack-10 suited, a call from Kuli Sidhu with King-Jack suited, and here comes Balakrishna Patur with 8-6 off in the big blind, 3-way to the flop, and that flop is 10-9-9.
Braco out in front at the moment, but Sidhu's got to be pretty happy with this board as well. King-Jack of clubs, 2 overcards, a gut shot straight draw, 1 club on there for him for the backdoor flush draw as well. Patur with a gut shot of his own. He starts with a check.
Braco continuing into 2 opponents for 155,000. As you say, Bragg, he's got the best hand for now, but I guess both these guys might call at least once.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think once, let's say Sidhu's putting in chips here with the King-Jack of clubs, which I assume he will. I think folding will be very tight. It does make Patur's decision behind a little less appealing. Like, he has 2 unders to the board and a gut shot, whereas 2 overs to the board and a gut shot is just that much more desirable. So Braco does call, and Patur now A very weak draw. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get out of the way.
I would be surprised to see him check raise. It's a call from Pateur, and we are still three-way going to the turn.
What's going to work in Pateur's favor is, given he was getting a good price in the big blind, he probably has more nines than anybody else. And also, he can do that.
Exactly. It's such an easy decision when you know you're going to get there on the turn. Do you know how he knew he was going to get there? Because the 7 is always coming.
We are in Barcelona. Now he'll reach for chips. Looks like he's going to lead out, which I like. I think it's very easy for this turn to get pot controlled. Braco, having bet and been called twice, a lot of his 10s might decide to check back the turn, so Pateur's not going to let that happen.
$300K into 870K. How's Braco feeling about his pair of 10s now? Well, he calls. Kuli Sadu folds, heads up to the river. The inconsequential deuce of clubs.
So Braco now really needs to find ways that Pateur might be bluffing. If he called a flop with Queen Jack, he might bluff that. But a hand like 7-8 for the open-ender probably doesn't bluff. Jack-8 gets there. 8-6 that Pateur actually has gets there as well. So it's a little tricky to find bluffs that Pateur might bet turn and river with. I think if he gets a good price, he might look it up. But anything on the larger side, he might be able to get away.
550,000, roughly 1/3 pot.
Frustrating bet size. He's going to use a time bank chip. Very difficult spot this because you are getting a good price. You still have top pair. You have the Jack, which blocks Jack-8. But you've got to hope your opponent's called Queen Jack and bluffs it, maybe King Queen and bluffs it. There's not too much else. Or is making some strange bet with a hand like 10-8 that you're ahead of. He may decide that for the price, enough of that's happening enough of the time that he can look it up.
Good decision by Pasquale Braco, folding the Jack-10. And we have a new table chip leader. Balakrishna Pateur now playing 4.3 million, an 86 big blind stack.
Yeah, really nice fold there, especially on a deuce river. Big brick, still manages to get away for just the third pot.
Average right now is 2.2 million. Still 75 minutes to play at the 25-50 blind level. Kimo Kirko is the short stack of the table, has less than $1 million, has around 15 big blinds.
Hey, full house, my friend. 9-10.
You had it?
You. Yeah?
Did he just try to claim that he folded a full house?
No, he's putting his opponent on a full house.
Oh, I see.
He thought Pateur had 9-10.
I was going to say, I'm not sure anyone's going to believe that.
No.
But that makes more sense.
Action folded to Jerry Odeen on the button. Now round to Pateur in the small blind. King deuce offsuit.
seconds.
I think we're more likely to see a raise with this hand than we are a call. It doesn't have too much playability, but definitely okay to go for a steal.
It is a call from Pateur, and now we have the Argentinian qualifier, Leandro Bustillo, deciding whether to check his option, which he does. And a king 10-4 flop. Top pair for Pateur, second pair for Bustillo. I can't help but notice, Braggy, even though the shot clock is in play, the pace is quite slow.
It is. I don't know. To me, sometimes, because you have the full 30 seconds, players kind of feel obliged to use it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense.
Whereas
I know
pre-shot clock, if you had a quick one, you just like fold or whatever, but
yeah.
I don't know.
I know in the grand scheme of things, the shot clock is still in its relative infancy as far as being used in live MTTs. I know there have been so many discussions. I kind of do feel that a shorter standard with more time bank might be the best way forward long term.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Well, that is a bad card for Bustillo. From his perspective, it's now less likely that Pateur has a king. And he might be tempted to commit more chips to this pot.
Certainly, don't forget, we are blind v blind here once again, so both players going to have very wide ranges, going to be playing lots of hands, which means that a 10 is still ahead of a lot of bluffs that Pateur is capable of having.
So it was 60K on the flop, it's now 100K on the turn.
Price is pretty good. I think too good for him to fold here. I don't think the decision is going to be made on the turn. It's really going to come down to the river.
River is
the river is an inconsequential 6 of diamonds. Yeah. So I think it's certainly depending on Pateur's sizing again here, and he went small last time even though he had a very strong hand. He has a very strong hand once again, trips, blind v blind. If he goes something like a third again, 150,000, might be tough for Bustillo to get away. Or even if he sizes up and polarizes, because then he's either got a king or he's got one of the draws that's missed, and there are plenty of them. Hands like Queen Jack and Jack 9, not to mention spades. Looks like a very quick call, snapped off.
Yeah. Value bet of 150,000. And Bustillo now drops down to 15 bigs. Meanwhile, Balakrishna Pateur is closing in on the 5 million mark, 4.7 million, around 95 big blinds. Having a very good day 4 here at EPT Barcelona. Hello to Brad Morrison, hashtag PokerStars TV. Finally able to sit and watch some of the live stream, and in true superfan fashion, I wore my PokerStars socks to court today. Brad works in a court, by the way, Spraggy. He wasn't in the dock or anything.
A relief all round.
Wear your PokerStars socks with pride. Action folded to Jerry Odeen. Ace 4.
Queen 7 on the button, right around the margin. You're going to see some players open it, some choose to fold. I think Pateur's got a fair amount of chips. And a phone call, apparently. looks like he's choosing to raise it.
I know that we've revised the rules and allowed players to have their phones still with them at the table. They could at least do us the courtesy of keeping them on mute.
Did they used to take phones away? Like,
no, they experimented with a rule earlier this week that if players were going to use their phone at all, that they had to walk away from the table. Now, that still stands if they're making a phone call, but if it's just texting or checking messages or going on social media, they're allowed to use the phone at the table now, providing they're not in a hand, providing they don't have cards in front of them. And one clear rule is the phone must not be on the table or on the rail.
Right.
But
I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I think it's a little strict, expecting people not to be on their phones like at the table, but being on the phone during a hand or anything like that is definitely going to draw the line there.
Well, here's the controversial one, Spraggy, and I'm interested in what you think of this. When we get down to a single table, when we get down to 9 players, they are going to sequester the players' phones.
Okay. Yeah. It's fine, I guess. I'd be annoyed because, you know, I'm a degenerate and I'm addicted to my phone, but...
Can you imagine if it suddenly made you so much better at poker because you were able to concentrate entirely on what you were playing?
There you go. Maybe they're doing players a favor.
Back to the outer tables, all in, but no call yet. Tam Vo is the player all in. And it's Jiewon Liu who's deciding whether to call.
First one king already. Second one. King 9, I call.
King 9, I call. King 9 of hearts. And King 9 is ahead. Queen 8, the hand for Vo. And it's a king high flop. Queen on the turn, brick on the river, and we lose Tam Vo in 27th place. Cashes out for 42,910 euros. Now, Jiewon Liu is chip leader with 6.1 million. It's King of Diamonds, 9 of Hearts. I thought it was King 9 suited. It was actually King of Diamonds, 9 of Hearts, and the King of Hearts came on the flop. Meanwhile, there's an all-in at the feature table. It's all kicking off, Spraggy.
Action everywhere. Not sure we're going to see any more, though. Queen 10 of Hearts.
Such a nice hand. I guess I got it.
It is a nice hand. Not for that
Show
high.
on. Maybe. Show one.
I say maybe.
No, don't do this to me, please. Okay, I'll never shoot at you.
But did I lie?
No, you didn't lie. You just you're just being rude.
Nah. I honestly was not interested in your hand.
Okay. Maybe yours is more valuable.
Debate.
Yeah,
Information-wise.
maybe. That's why.
King Jack for Jerry Odeen. So with 26 remaining, we're 2 away from the redraw. And we're down to 3 tables. They will all be given new seating assignments, and we'll have a new feature table on the main stage.
Given what we've seen from Patois, I don't think we're going to see him fold here. Oh, great read.
Round to Braco on the button. King, Queen.
This is certainly a hand that some players are going to opt to 3-bet with, James. We could definitely see a call.
Well, instead, it's a 3-bet to 300K. Action back on Odeen.
And one of the worst hands he's going to be opening with from early position, King Jack offsuit, so don't expect him to defend. But I really like this 3-bet with the King Queen. It's good. It's one of the hands with the best blockers that you don't really want to flat with, so using it as the 3-bet bluff here. Gonna get the job done.
So 2 players with sub 20 big blind stacks. Kali Sadu on 18 big blinds. Kimo Koko on 12 bigs.
So do we have a set number of levels for tonight, James? We're planning to play down to 16 if we can.
Yeah, that's the plan. If we play 6 full levels and we still haven't got to 16, we'll stop there. That'll be around midnight tonight. My gut tells me we will get to 16, but it probably will be in that 6th and final level of the day. I'm also of the opinion that we will get to the redraw during this level. So we'll have to take a quick unprompted break for that redraw as we see the short stack move all in. Braco opens with ace-8. Kurko shoves with ace-king. Braco wants a count.
Kurko should be making enough shoves from the button with other Broadway combinations that ace-8 probably just about priced in. Indeed it is. Braco makes the call and Kurko's tournament life will be at risk.
However, he gets it in as a commanding favorite. It is Domination Nation. Kimo Kurko in a good spot to double up. Ace, Jack, 4 with 1 club. Braco's immediate outs, the 8 of hearts and the 8 of spades. Same outs, one of the 8s was folded pre, so only 2 cards will send Kimo Kurko to the rail. Ace, King holds. The former EPT Barcelona main event runner-up has doubled up to nearly 30 big blinds.
It always amazes me when you have players like Kurko here, who's a previous runner-up at the EPTs, and people who attempt to go back-to-back, even making like 2 EPT final tables. For a lot of players, it's going to be something that's once in a lifetime.
All in at one of the outer tables. Cyril Montbron-Massot is all in with 3s. Jonas ten Cate has called with Queen Jack. It's a race. Looks like 3s are still ahead. And looks like 3s hold. Is that an elimination?
Might not be looking good.
Definitely a double up rather than a KO that last hand. So still at 26 players, and back at the feature table, we have an opening raise from Kimo Koko with the pocket eights, and I think it's going to be raise and take it.
Yep, just doubled up, chips up again, right back in the game now.
Koko, one of the 4 players at the table who are below average. The 3 who have above average stacks are Braco, Suzor, and the table chip leader, Patur. Back out into the field again. Another all-in, Luis Duarte. All-in with King 7 of diamonds. Chip leader Jiwan Lu has pocket 4s. Another race. Ten Jack 5. 4 on the turn, and with a set of 4s, Jiwan Lu eliminates Luis Duarte. Duarte will cash for just shy of 43,000 euros. We are down to 25 players. One more elimination and we'll be down to 3 tables, and we will hit the redraw.
It's like Liu can't stop winning pots at the moment.
Yeah.
Winning flips, running good. Perfect time to do it, 25 left.
Let's be closing in on the 7 million mark now. Should point out there are nearly 60 million chips in play. 1,988 multiplied by 30k, which was the starting stack in the EPT main event. And the last hand at the feature table was raise and take it for Martin Suzor. Pasquale Braco is first to act. Folded round to Suzor, who's got ace-king.
Monster in the hijack, he's coming in for the 3-bet, as you might expect.
Opens to 110k. Patur also has ace-king in the small blind.
Oh, excuse me. Now we're going to see the 3-bet. Getting ahead of myself.
$280. 280.
280,000.
280.
Definitely on the smaller side of things here. Out of position, some players are going to opt for a 4 times the size of the open raise. So maybe could have seen this one go as big as 400,000. 280,000 gives a very good price to the in-position player. Whether he wants to take that price or go for a 4-bet, another re-raise, remains to be seen. They are quite deep here, James.
Well, these are the 2 biggest stacks at the table.
Yeah.
Suzor has played 1 time bank card so far.
I think earlier on in the table, if this hand is happening on day 2, and we're around 40 big blinds deep, I think inevitably we're going to see a 4-bet. This might be the stage of the tournament where players don't really want to commit, you know, nearly 4 million chips all in pre-flop, but Suzor, undeterred, he is making it 850,000 to go.
A sizable 4-bet.
This one could get really silly. Action back to Patur. Now, obviously, if we get an all-in and a call, we're very likely to see a chop, but Just wonder whether one of these players is going to get forced off the hand.
2.
25, I think.
Pateur's turn to play a time bank card.
A little more troublesome for him to flat, given that he's out of position. Suzor probably capable of 4-bet bluffing here, so he may feel like he wants to move all his chips in.
Fold. Big one. I
Wow.
Fold, yeah.
Lays it down to the 4-bet.
Big one.
Wow.
Not next time.
Next time you call,
Not
or?
next time.
What is it with people folding ace-king today? Martin Suzor now has close to 80 bigs. Second in chips at this table.
That hand's going to create a really interesting dynamic now, because for the rest of, well, you know, these guys could be playing down right to the final table, right down to 3-4-handed. If he knows that Pateur is planning on 3-betting and folding to a 4-bet with ace-king, then I think Suzor can just apply infinite pressure. I think he's going to start pulling out more 4-bet bluffs. If he has an ace blocker or something like that, we're going to see him get really aggressive. And I know that this hand is on the feature tables, so the cards, you know, they're going to find out what each other had eventually. But even as the delay catches up, I'm not sure I'd want to show, because then, you know, you're giving the extra information ahead of time, right?
Yeah.
You really don't gain anything by showing that you're folding the ace-king.
Dean has opened with Queen 7 of diamonds. It's round to Braco in the big blind, King 10. Braco calls.
Braco flops best. Pair of 10s, but Odeen versus a big blind likely to continuation bet quite frequently.
Odeen continuing for 90k. Quick call from Braco. Turn card is the 9 of diamonds.
No improvement for Odeen in terms of cards that he might want to barrel. Perhaps he gets busy on a jack or a king. Problem for him here is that Braco in the big blind could still have a lot of aces in his hand, which are almost certainly going to call the turn. So if he intends to try and get his opponent to fold even a strong 10, he might have to go 3 streets, which with a hand that has no connection to the board, it's not a fun place to be.
Check, check, and the 6 of clubs on the river.
I just wonder whether Braco might consider a value bet here. Perhaps thinking that Odeen's going to bet all of his aces on the turn. He has a very strong 10, the best 1-pair 10.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I might see him go for a small sizing, 150,000. I think I like it.
And a quick fold from Odeen. Pasquale Braco hovering around the 3.5 million mark, around 70 big blinds. Well, the clock has been paused and chip trays are being brought to the table. You know what that means, don't you? It's redraw time. That means we're no longer at 25. It means we're at 24.
Hope so.
Sorry. Let's have a look at what just happened at one of the outer tables. Adam Johnson gets it in with ace-4 against ace-5. 4 on the flop, 5 on the turn. Rui Sousa eliminates Adam Johnson, and that's how we got from 25 to 24. And now we are down to the final 3 tables, and the remaining players will draw for seats around those tables.
I can do this level and 30 minutes because it's gonna be like a 1 hour dinner. So I'm gonna do this level plus the 30 minutes.
So we still have half this level left to play. Chances are we may take a short break while the redraw is being conducted, but I am being informed that one of the tables still has action. Yep, still a hand in progress here. Giovanni Torre against Diego Falcone. And a bet on the turn, the board. King of clubs, queen of hearts, 6 of spades, deuce of spades. And a fold to that bet, so that's play concluded everywhere. Now the chips can be racked. Now the new seat assignments can be distributed. And that means we will have a new feature table when we come back after a short break. 1 table on the main stage, 2 out on the floor. And remember, we'll continue playing today until we're down to 2 tables or until midnight. These are the stacks of the players we were watching just now. The tour on a tear right now, with more than 90 big blinds. And let's remind ourselves of the prize money in the EPT Barcelona main event. We're currently paying out 42,910 euros, but there are 6-figure scores for the top 10. Apart from the winner, who'll get a 7-figure score, 1.66 million. Okay, we will take a short break for the redraw to take place. Back with a new feature table in just a few minutes' time here on PokerStars TV. It's Talal Shakurchi versus Artem Litvinov. Shakurchi betting the turn here, 155,000.
This board is a lot like the cheerleaders in my hometown. Real easy to have a piece of it. Litvinov looks tortured. Shakurchi looks bored.
Is Litvinov actually still awake?
I think so. He's moving.
Ah.
Is he doing what I think he's doing?
He's reaching for the coin.
Yes! All right, you guys shut up and watch this.
When faced with a borderline decision, Artem Litvinov will consult the coin.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
We often talk about flips in poker. We're about to see a literal coin flip. What does the coin say, Artem? The coin says fold those 6s.
I have to say that's way more entertaining than watching guys tank for 3 times as long and come to the exact same conclusion. My guess is it'll take at least 1 or 2 more times before it gets super, super old. Here we go again.
Eric Seidel has moved all in.
Seidel loves it.
Litvinov has asked for a count. What does the coin say this time? The coin says call!
And Seidel does love it, look at him.
Litvinov with ace-9, Seidel with 6s. It's a race.
Call it, friendo.
A set of 6s for Seidel.
I guess your coin was wrong, Harvey Dent.
Litvinov needs an 8 on the river. And he doesn't get it. So Eric Seidel will double up through Litvinov. And the Russian is done with that coin.
Dude, I love this guy.
He's done with every coin in his man purse.
I'll be right back, though. I'm gonna go get those.
Ну что, ну бери на что хочешь, ну что ты не привязался. Да бери что хочешь.
He knows this is not a negotiation, right?
Eric Seidel now sitting on a stack of 494,000, still well below the tournament average. Artem Litvinov is still in the tank. Teresa, the tournament director, has been called to the table.
Okay, time.
Hilary's had enough. He's called the clock on Litvinov. Artem will have 1 minute to make a decision.
Okay, you have 60 seconds, and then I'll make a countdown from 10 to 0. 0 is a dead hand, and the time starts now.
Please send me 10 seconds.
I will.
10 seconds,
I will.
okay?
Yes.
12 seconds. 12 seconds, okay?
I'll even do 30.
I think he's looking for a coin. I'm not sure what he's doing. That's the second time he's went to the purse.
Did you see my cards? Did you see my cards? Don't ask. Okay, it's okay. Whatever, I have good cards. Yeah, it's okay. No, just joking.
He's really not supposed to be talking to anyone on the rail, but I think he's actually just looking for a coin.
30 seconds. How much? 30 plus 10.
Which one? Which one is which one?
Which one is called? You drink?
I hope you call, but I want to know which one is which one. No, yeah, okay. Whatever.
I don't think he's going to share that information.
Hillary is on to him.
Nice catch.
10, 9, 8.
Find it.
7, 6.
Hurry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It's a dead hand.
Litvinov folds. Face up.
Go and say you win.
Thanks.
I'd be pretty mad at him for wasting everybody's time if it wasn't so hilarious.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
They fly me out to the Bahamas. I got a chance at millions.
I wound up here because I won an online tournament. Unbelievable.
Being part of the event was a life-changing experience.
To cash. It's been amazing. Best time of my life.
It was a dream.
There is this great community. My life is never going to be the same again.
Ganarlo esto ya no me lo pensaba.
The biggest 25K event in poker history. It's time!
This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's shuffle up and
Welcome to Barcelona.
This is wake up in the morning going, oh my God, type of drink.
When I won the pass, best moment in my life.
The Platinum Pass winner takes down the championship. $5.1 million.
I feel like every poker player has a tournament with their name on it.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Our live coverage of day 4 of the main event continues. We are midway through level 26. We still have 45 minutes to play at the 25-50 blind level. We took a short break there because we got down to 24 and we've just conducted the redraw for the final 3 tables, which means we're going to have a brand new feature table And of course, you can't please all the people all the time. I can't promise that your favorite player is going to be at that table, but there should be a few faces, a few pros that should make most poker fans pretty happy. So we'll get the clock restarted in just a moment. We'll introduce you to the new lineup on the main stage. A reminder that we had 1,988 total entries in this year's main event, generating a prize pool of 9.6 million euros, and most of that money still to be paid out. 42,910 euros to 24th place. The winner, 1.66 million. A huge payday, and of course we see the big jumps along the way. Of course there's every possibility that when we get down to the final 4, 3, or get down to heads up, there could be deal negotiations, but it's situational. It depends who the players are. It depends what the chip stacks are. We'll have the final table on Sunday. That's when we play down from 6 to a champion, and every day our Cards Up coverage starts at 12:30 Central European Summer Time. Of course, when things wrap here in Barcelona, the EPT moves back to Sochi. There's an EPT Open event in Russia at the beginning of October. But most of the poker world is pretty excited about what's happening online in the month of September. Because on Thursday, WCOOP starts. The World Championship of Online Poker 2019 kicks off on September the 5th, runs for nearly 3 weeks, with 73 events on the schedule, $75 million in guaranteed prize money. And of course, most of those events have a low, medium or high buy-in. The exception is the main event, where there are 2 tiers. There's a $55 buy-in with 1.25 million guaranteed, and then there is a $5,200 buy-in main event with a $10 million guaranteed prize pool. Okay. I know the suspense is killing you. Here is the new feature table. Here's the new lineup on the main stage. These are the players in seat order rather than chip order. The biggest stack of the feature table is still Balakrishna Patur with 4.5 million. No super short stacks. The low man is Simon Brandstrom. He's got 25 big blinds. We've got Stefan Jedlička, Shannon Shorr, Ike Haxton, Johan Starakas, who I remember from the early days of the EPT, making a deep run along with many other Swedish players this year. And we're going to play out the rest of this level before we take our 60-minute dinner break this evening. Rejoined by Benjamin Spraggy Spragg. Excited about this new lineup, sir?
Yep, looks good. Keen to get going, see how we fare. 3 tables out now. Tension building.
And obviously it becomes a little bit easier for us with just 3 tables in play, the feature table and the 2 outer tables, to keep tabs on all the players and all the significant pots. Let's get cards in the air once again. Let's continue to play through level 26. Looks like we're going to start with the button on Ike. That means Simon Brandstrom and Martin Souza will be in the blinds.
But I can use it down here.
You can use,
yeah.
You can even use that.
Yeah, okay.
When you have no cards, but just don't put them away.
Okay.
Cyril Mombra-Massot will be first to act. No headphones, Cyril.
We stay at the table, exact same spots.
Sorry?
We stay at the table,
No, exactly,
exact
right?
same spots.
What is the odds of this one?
Away we go.
4-4, 5-4.
So folded to Patur.
6-4.
Action now, Stefan Jedlička.
7-4.
Shannon Shorr starts this hand with a 30 big blind stack.
8-4.
Mike Haxton folds.
Are we going to see a walk first hand of the new feature table? High energy start. Saved by Brandstrom. He's going to have a call with the Jack-4 offsuit. Love to see it.
And Martin Suzor, who has indeed drawn exactly the same seat, checks his option. Has his opponent dominated with King-4. And both players flop straight and flush draws.
Yeah, really like this. Very interesting flop. Suzor with the gut shot straight flush draw. Brandstrom with the Jack of Hearts. Stronger heart, of course. It's a board out of position. I think small blind in general wants to do a lot of checking on. Low connected board. Brandstrom is going to reach for chips now, but if he's doing a lot of checking here, it's very possible he still has a 6. Maybe he can still have some slow played flushes, even over pairs. That decided to limp for the trap.
Brandstrom decided to take a stab at this on the turn. Suzor didn't need to improve, but pairs is king.
Yeah, and having improved at the river, it does make any bluff catch significantly easier, of course. Looks like Brandstrom not going for that bluff.
Value bet from Martin Suzor. 180,000.
Surely no chance. What can he beat? 7-8? 7-9? A 10 high flush draw? Nah.
Okay, one of many. I'll engage you. I may regret this. So headphones are just not allowed at the feature table. So it's fine to get advice at other tables, but not on the feature table. Makes no sense. What does the feature table have that the other tables don't have?
Commentators, is it our fault?
It's not specifically us, but it's the thing that we use to commentate.
Microphones.
The information that we use so we can speak words into those microphones.
The cards, the graphics, the table graphics, RFID.
Boom.
It interferes with the RFID.
Yeah. Can you put your card in the box, please? Thank you.
There you go.
7, raise 100.
And then if the RFID goes down, who knows what's going on? Certainly not us.
Yeah, Blichka is open with 7-6 of clubs.
I'm not sure you're playing rough stack. Can I see your stack?
Suzor with kings.
Raising it up.
3-bet to 400K.
So as we mentioned earlier, James, normally players would go for this bigger sizing. This is what we see here, 4 times the size of the initial raise, given that he's out of position. 7 of clubs, very low down in the opening range. It looks like we're having a call. It is suited, it is connected.
And Jedlicka is in position. So heads up to the flop. 7-5 deuce. Top pair for Jedlicka, but Susor way ahead with his overpair.
Very good board for Susor, of course. No ace, not particularly connected. I think his initial thoughts are going to be, how can he size up so that he can get the chips in on good runouts on flop, turn, and river? And that means he doesn't have to go particularly big. Definitely go for around 1/3 pot size bet. Keep his opponent's range nice and wide. He should be way ahead of most hands.
Susor continuing for 525k into a pot of 900k. And Jedlicka, the effective stack, with 2.34 million behind.
He does size up here, which is going to make things even more awkward for Jedlicka, because having caught that top pair, I don't anticipate he's wanting to fold to just one bet. Looks like he could be setting up for some 2-street poker rather than 3.
Two time bank cards now played by Stefan Jedlicka. Remember, each one is worth an additional 30 seconds thinking time.
So, yeah.
And I think it's the sizing that's throwing off a little bit, because it is a sizing that's going to allow Susor to shove turn for around a pot size bet, or close enough to, which means that maybe he's thinking, if I call the flop, am I going to be able to call it off on the turn? Wow, he raises all in.
I did not see that coming. Jedlicka,
and that's a huge pot.
Shoves for 2.34 million. Snap call by Susor. There's 5.6 million in the middle, Spraggy. And Susor's only got 5 outs. Jedlicka, rather, the player at risk. Looking for a 7 or a 6.
Well, always a sweat. It's never easy. Additional outs on the turn, a straight draw.
Yeah, has 8s and 3s working for him as well. An 8, a 7, a 6, or a 3 needed to save Stefan Jedlicka. Still in mild shock over how this played out. And with the 9 on the river, Susor wins a huge pot, and Stefan Jedlicka is eliminated.
Wow, he looks very frustrated with himself.
And Susor's got to be chip leader now. 6.9 million, nearly 140 big blinds. Now, interestingly, you'll see that we're down to 22. Just before we lost Stefan Jedlicka, this happened on one of the 2 outer tables. Jonas 10K got it in with ace-jack against kings. And spoiler alert, Barry Greenstein does not make an appearance. Kings hold, and Jonas was eliminated in 24th place. So we lost him, we lost Stefan Jedlicka. We're now down to 22 players in the EPT Barcelona main event. Jerry Odeen was the guy who did the damage. Here's a hashtag fun fact from Twitchy Pete.
Oh, can't wait.
During the recent live stream from Madrid, there were countless issues with the RFID because one of the guys at the table had a metallic prosthetic leg and it kept interfering with the readers.
Yeah, that was a nightmare, actually. We did the, so Finton and I did the coverage for that, and we kept having issues with the graphics going out, and we thought it might be phones, so they would, you know, taking phones away from the feature table, etc., and things like wireless headphones, all that sort of stuff. And then it turns out we're really not too far away from the end of the day, and then one of the players said, "Oh, might it be my leg?" Or, you know, it was discovered that he had a prosthetic leg, and yeah, ruined the graphics.
Oh, nice.
A walk for Johan Starakis with 7 deuce.
Of all things, I think it's really interesting that last hand when we saw the bust out, if he had gone for a third pot size bet, which I certainly might have, I think a lot of players certainly might have, and just gone small, small, small over 3 streets, you give your opponent a lot easier of a decision on the flop just to call. But in sizing up, he kind of put him to a test where maybe he feels like with the bigger sizing, he can't really flat the flop. Maybe he wants to protect his hand. And I think without that bigger sizing, we don't see the pot get to the situation that we did.
Fold.
35 minutes left on this level. And Martin Suzor with all the chips
110.
opens to 110,000.
King deuce offsuit for Patur here. Now, this is the same dynamic, James, as before, right? Patur 3-bet from the small blind with ace-king. Suzor 4-bet. We see a fold. These two going at it again. It's time for just a call.
What's your playing?
Around
7?
8-ish.
8-ish? Okay.
Significantly more than you, Patur. Suzor pairs as 5.
Fairly low connected board, usually going to favor the big blind. Tour probably defend deuce 3 and 4-5, 6-4. Suzor might not open all of these hands. As well, going to have a lot of bare 7s, bare 8s, so not many great run-outs for the player in position.
Suzor picks up the nut flush draw on the turn to go with his pair of 5s.
I think this one could go either way on the turn. Suzor still has plenty of showdown value with his 5. Obviously, he has the nut flush draw to go with it as well now. He can certainly get some value bets in. If his opponent has a weaker 5, obviously a 4. Could still potentially get here with just a 7, a hand like 10-7 that chooses not to bluff turn, but might call a bet. Do see him value bet 75,000 chips. Patur releases the king high.
So I have a question here, Spraggy, from Mike, who has tweeted using the hashtag PokerStarsTV, and it's a question directed at you. Spraggy, are you still in pain because of Lex's suck-out on the UFC knockout match for the belt?
Yes, and the pain will be never-ending. That match was a joke, and I had him beat, and the belt was stolen from me, effectively. He's an illegitimate champion.
25.
And refusing to defend the belt, James. Refuses to take part in any competition where the belt is going to be on the line. That tells you everything you need to know about the man. A coward, if you will. I don't want to push it too far, but I will say these words live on air. Lex Veldhuis is a coward.
Okay, if he was standing in front of you, staring you in the face, would you say those words?
No, because I am a coward. Arguably a bigger one. But from the safety of the internet, I will initiate some fighting talk.
Hide behind that avatar.
I am the true keyboard warrior. I came from Twitch chat, and now I return to Twitch chat.
Action here folded to Pater in the small blind. 10-3 of spades.
10 seconds. Call. Call. 6-5.
Please don't clip it. Please don't send it to Lex. I'll be in so much trouble. Please. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean what I said, chat.
Yeah, that's a good point. Remember what happened to Elke. The guy had to have surgery on his nose after Lex was done with him.
We should point out for anyone unfamiliar with that situation, James, that was a pre-agreed in-ring refereed.
Yeah, but I prefer just to let it hang there,
just
Spraggy. I just want people to kind of like think that basically Lex just had like a moment of blind tilt rage and just took it out on the nearest poker player. Anywho, this is
flop here, blind v blind. We've got 10-3 versus ace-5.
Yeah.
Shannon Shorr way ahead in the big blind.
I was just gonna add there was no raise pre, and there was no betting action on the flop. Solid work by Ruthann K. Clipping Spraggy's moment of shame.
Well, it's nice knowing you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the EPT. I'm off into hiding.
Don't worry, it's not like you're due to come face to face with Lex at a live event in London anytime soon.
Oh boy. Pater bluffing the turn, Shannon Shorr with a call. And he's going to need to fire again if he wants to win this one, Pater. Out of position with just 10 high.
Seconds. 200. 6 bet 200.
Pretty big bet, 200k. And some of the hands that Pater was bluffing with on the turn potentially get there if he was bluffing a straight draw like 5-6, or indeed a straight draw like 10-8, Jack-10. All of them improve. We can see that he was bluffing a lot wider than that. He was bluffing with just a 10-3, which means that Shor's ace-high is good, but to win the pot, he'll need to call, and he can't. The double barrel from Pater, and he's up to 4.5 million, just over 4.5 million chips.
Meanwhile, we're going to one of the two outer tables where Cully Sadu is all in with ace queen of hearts against Pasquale Braco's queens. And there's an ace on the turn. And that will be a double up for Cully Sadu. And a dent to Braco's stack.
Folding the button this time, did open the queen 7 offsuit, 9-5 offsuit, a little bit too weak, and we are going to see a walk. Shor's 10-3 offsuit. Terrible. Let's Isaac Haxton keep his big blind and pick up the small as well.
Now, of course, the EPT Online is closed for new players, but it does continue tonight at 8:05. It'll be day 3 of a 5-day event, and these are the current chip leaders going into day 3. Bambi Bus, 42 from Germany, who has the biggest stack, 1.7 million. A total prize pool of 15,500 euros. 1,700 euros up top, plus the EPT Open Sochi package worth more than 3K. Good luck to everyone still in. That will play out over the next 3 nights. Something for you to do while watching the live stream.
260. 260, thank you.
Are we going to see some action from Isaac Haxton, the first since he rejoined the feature table here? He comes in for the call with King 6.
Brandstrom is the low man at the table, has a 23 big blind stack. Jack 9. Checks his option. Another blind on blind confrontation. A 7-5-4 flop.
And another one of these kind of low connected boards. Mike does have the open-ended straight draw, but a lot of his hands might consider a check. I'm not going to try and second guess Ike's actions, but wouldn't be surprised to see either. He does check.
Ike pairs his 6.
Picks up plenty of showdown value now. I mean, he already had a decent amount with the king high. May decide that he wants to take a step closer, may look for some value. Seems a little thin on the 4 to the straight board, so he'll check again. And I think if Brandstrom wants to take a bluff at this pot, this is really where he has to do it. If he has a straight, or if he has even 2 pair, maybe even a strong 7 at this point, he probably puts in a bet on the turn. That's exactly what he does. Starts bluffing with the Jack 9, 50,000. Ike will be all too aware that whilst he can have a straight sometimes, or 2 pair, or even a strong 7, as mentioned, he can certainly just be at it, so he's sticking around for 1 street. Again, this is one of those where the turn call's probably pretty straightforward, but then the decision gets tougher if you face another river bet. Does Brandstrom have that river bet in his arsenal? Yes, he does. 200,000 chips is the bet, and this does put Ike in a very awkward situation. It's very possible Brandstrom's value betting an 8 or a 3, and that bluff from the Jack 9 is going to work. Nicely done.
Brandstrom now up over the 25 big blind mark. With 22 minutes left on the level. Next hand, we'll see Cyril Montbrun-Massot, first to act. He folds. Johan Starakis is out. Queen 9 suited for Balakrishna Patur.
10 seconds. 6 raise 100.
Raised to 100,000.
8 fold.
4 green 25k chips. Ike with 10-9 on the button.
$10-9 offsuit, not much fun. I think 10-9 suited Ike definitely gets involved. 10-9 off into the muck, folded to Brandstrom. Could definitely make argument to move all in with his hand. Certainly play it for a call as well. Ace-5 suited, come along for 75,000.
So now we've got Martin Suzor in the big blind with King Queen, and he's calling as well. These 3 players will go to the flop. And that flop is King 4 deuce with 2 clubs. Top pair for Suzor. Flush draw for Patur. Wheel draw for Brandstrom.
Yep, everybody with a little bit of something. Check, check to the initial raiser. Patur with the flush draw.
6 bet 100.
It's going to continue for 100k.
Brandstrom in a little bit of a tricky spot. He decides just to let it go. He does have a player still to act behind him. Definitely worth considering. So we're now heads up. Suzor will be doing anything but folding. He calls.
Heads up to the turn, which is the ace of diamonds. Suzor now a 4-1 favorite. Checks a second time. Patur slows down here, Spraggy, takes a free card.
Well, he can definitely have an ace himself if he's continuation betting something like ace-x of clubs, but he's going to be more than aware that Suzor is capable of having the ace-2 if he decides to peel the flop with just an ace-high versus a continuation bet. That said, Patur does have queen-high and a strong draw. His queen-high probably not going to win at showdown too often, so we see him bluff again on the turn for 225k. Certainly not ideal for the king-queen to see an ace, but he's still ahead of a fair amount of bluffs. Got to stick around to a river card, and again, that's where the decision's going to get tougher. But Patur does not break out. He makes the flush.
Suzor checks for the 3rd time. There is 1 million in the middle.
Crucially, Suzor has the king of clubs in his hand, which may mean that he feels it's a little bit less likely Patur has a flush, since a lot of Patur's flushes are going to be hands like king queen of clubs, king jack of clubs, king 10, king 9. But with that king of clubs, it does take a lot of those combinations out of Patur's range.
Oh, Spraggy, if Joe Stapleton were here right now, you'd be getting his speech about blockers.
He claims they're not a real thing, but having the king of clubs here, definitely an advantage for Suzor.
Patur has gone just shy of half pot, 450,000.
In fact, that king of clubs might be the deciding factor. A lot of players, if the decision is close, let's say he gets to a king-queen, and he thinks that he has to call with a king some of the time because his opponent's going to bluff 6-7 of diamonds or a hand like jack 10 or queen 10, then often you'll call with the king-queen with the king of clubs and fold without it, because that blocker does take those flushes out of your opponent's range. So if it's at the margin, you definitely need to consider that king of clubs, and it could sway him one way or the other. of course, more likely to sway him in this instance towards making the call. Big spot though, big decision to make, 450,000. Makes it. Some bad news. Pator's rivered the flush and a near 2 million chip pot is his.
Oh, that's massive pleasure. That's how. 450.
Pator adds more than $1 million to his stack. And there's less distance between them now. Suzor still table chip leader with 6.2 million. But Pator is up over 5.5 million, playing more than 110 big blinds. Suzor literally shaking it off. Shannon Shorr, Simon Brandstrom hovering around the 25 big blind mark. No one super short.
Five raise, 155.
Staraka's opens with 10s.
6-4.
I think Johan Staraka's predates even my time on the EPT. I think he featured in those grainy old TV shows where the felt was beige and Colin Murray was screaming all the time.
Guess you will see it anyways.
Well, he's not lost it. Well, he won one pot. But down to the final 22, that's got to count for something.
Yes.
In very good shape here. Now we have this nice, clear HD blue felt and the dulcet tones of James Hartigan.
30.
How far we've come.
Yeah, 30 minutes. That's cool.
What's that? 30 minutes. Delay for the stream? Oh, yeah.
Oh, but we also have Joe Stapleton. Swings and roundabouts.
You're desperate to burn bridges with everyone you work with today, aren't you?
Next CPT I roll up is just Lex and Joe just fists in hand waiting for me. Get 'em, boys.
10 seconds.
The difference
Joe's
there...
in the chat. Joe's in the chat too, James. Joe, I love you, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The difference here is that Joe will just tear you to shreds on social media. Lex will literally tear you to shreds.
Your card in the box. Thank you.
Tim, I will answer your question in just a moment. Let's see how this hand plays out. Pator is opened with 9-7 suited. Shannon Shorr's turn to pick up pocket 10s, and he's going to 3-bet. This looks strong. Under the gun open. Under the gun +1 3-bet.
I think it's 1.2 million, right?
Three betting off a very, very short stack here is short versus an under the gun open.
10 seconds.
Certainly every right to be a little bit fearful. And even more so when you're holding a hand as weak as 9-7. Pator is going to let it go.
So Tim asks, how many time bank cards do players have, and once they're gone, is that it? They get a decent number. So the shot clock was introduced yesterday, the start of day 3, and everyone got 5 30-second time bank cards. If they didn't use them, they could put them in their bags and bring them into day 4. And at the start of each day, day 4, day 5, day 6, you get 5 additional cards. But yes, if you blow your way through all of those, so what's that a maximum of? 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a maximum of 20 time bank cards. Once you're through those, that's it. They are indeed gone. Hashtag PokerStars TV if you have a question.
Pokernuts, you've just tweeted at me, at Spraggy, at PokerStars Live, but unfortunately, you haven't used the hashtag PokerStars TV, so I'm not able to read out this question on air.
I like the fact you're taking a stand on this. You're going to pretend...
If you're going to put the hashtag up,
you're going to pretend that
it.
tweet doesn't exist until the hashtag is added. That last hand was raise and take it for Cyril Montbrun-Masseau. Next hand will be the 111th hand dealt at our feature table today. As we come towards the end of level 26, the 4th level of day 4.
Can you read that guy's question, please? Sorry, James. Yeah, I'll read the question out. It says, do you think it's poor form that I send questions into the chat, but I'm too lazy to use the hashtag PokerStarsTV? Yes, I do.
Look at this. Spraggy taking a hard line with the audience.
That's Joe Stapleton, angry with me. Lex, angry with me. Turning on the audience.
Meanwhile, we're going to one of the outer tables. This is Alexander Everson versus Jerry Odeen. We pick up the action on the flop. Odeen has bet 150,000. Everson has raised to 475,000. And Odeen has played a time bank card. The board is 4-4-3. 4 of clubs, 4 of diamonds, 3 of spades. Facing that check raise from Alexander Everson, Jerry Odeen will call 475,000 apiece. They're going to the turn. Which is the 9 of clubs, and that puts a flush draw out there. A reminder, Everson check raise the flop. And it looks like Everson has checked the turn. The action is now on Odeen. Odeen checks behind. The river is the 7 of spades. So the board 9-7-4-4-3. Action on Iversen.
Who is staring a hole through Odeen right now.
He verbally declares all in. He shoves on Jerry Odeen. And looking at the stacks, it's clear that Iversen has Odeen covered, so this is all in to call. And the clock is ticking. Odeen still has a few time bank cards. He's played one of them. Buys an additional 30 seconds on the clock. If he calls here and he's wrong, he is out. Plays a second time bank card.
Tournament-defining moments. Iversen still not moved a muscle.
He calls all in. Pocket nines, that's a full house. Odeen tables ace queen. He hero calls with ace high. He is wrong. And Jerry Odeen is eliminated in 22nd place. Cash is out for 52,000 euros. And Albert Iversen will now be playing a stack of 6.4 million. Huge pot.
Bad time to be wrong.
What a hand. And there's been another KO, a bust out at the other outer table. Bartwumi Mahon is gone. He also receives 52,000 euros. So we're down to 20 players, Spraggy.
Moving very quickly in terms of eliminations, isn't it? No let up. I mean, it takes a lot of guts to get to the river there with ace queen high and call it off your tournament life. He must have not liked or not believed the way the hand played out, and if he's tabling a full house, it might be a spot where his opponent is polarized, representing very few hands, something like exactly what he had or a complete airball. And got to respect the fact that he went with it. This time, unfortunately for Odeen, he was very wrong.
So just a few minutes left on the clock, 3 minutes to be precise, and then this level will come to an end. The remaining players will go on dinner break. When we come back, we will continue to play down to 16. 4 more eliminations needed today.
It's 155.
Johan Starakas with the sevens, raises from the hijack. Round to the blinds. Isaac Haxton with pocket tens in the small blind.
Here we go. We might not have seen much from Ike at this feature table so far. Certainly not this level. 10 and a 10 in the small blind. Anticipate he's going to bump this one up. 155,000 is the initial raise.
10 seconds.
Just a call from Ike Haxton. Simon Brandstrom has king 4 in the big. Lets it go, heads up to the flop. Domination Nation.
Really interesting to see Ike just flat with the 10s here in the small blind. Maybe something to do with the stage of the tournament we're at, how he feels he can play against Starakas. It's not a board that either player will be too happy with. Ace high.
Action goes check, check. 5 on the turn.
It's turned into a pot at this point that both players will just be trying to maneuver their way to showdown. I think Starakas, if he had a hand that was a pure airball, something like King Queen or King Jack, Queen Jack, he probably continuation bets the flop, so Ike may well be putting him on a hand like 7s or a 9. Maybe Jacks, Queens, Kings, and Queens as well.
Check, check again, and there it is.
7 is always coming.
When we are playing the flipping games and the 7 is coming.
Very connected board though. The backdoor flush gets there. 4 to the straight. Any 6 is 5 in a line. Ike bets small, gets quickly called. Starakas tables the winning hand.
The winning hand because of what came on the river.
7! Every time the 7 is coming.
That is a fact.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
And that'll bring the level to an end.
Dinner break, right?
Dinner break.
Yep.
But we won't go on break, Spraggy, until players concluded at all 3 tables. It may be over on the main stage, but we still have hands in progress out in the field. So let's check in with what's happening at one of the 2 outer tables. Remember, there are 3 tables, and there is still a hand in progress at one of them. Let's get in here, see what's going on. Diego Falcone has raised to 130,000. Action is on. Alexander Iverson, who could well be the new chip leader. He calls. Rui Sousa also calls. 3-way to the flop. That flop is ace 4-3 rainbow. Iverson and Sousa both check. Action back on the pre-flop aggressor, Diego Falcone. He bets. Looks like 105,000. Iverson folds. And Sousa folds. So play concludes there. So now the dinner break can begin. It will be a 1-hour dinner break, 60 minutes. And then we'll come back and continue to play down to 16 here at the Barcelona leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We'll continue watching these guys on the main stage. 30-60 blind level next. Back in an hour here on PokerStars TV. Join us then.
Nothing like a little sunshine. Got sand on your feet and a big bass line. Moving slow cause we've got time. Your sparkles out, party at mine. Check out the view, shades low. Started at 2, now boots to go. Come to my party, all of your friends are here, and we're all smiling ear to ear. Come disappear.
I'm all in. I'm all in. All in.
But there's a king on the turn!
It's never easy in poker.
Who the f is this guy?
Ooh, I'm in good shape right now.
The town takes it down. Like it's like holes, and it's over.
Hello everyone, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. This is day 4 of the record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event, the day we play down to 2 tables. $259 players return for day 3, all in the money and all looking to spin it up. 2014 PCA champ Dominic Panker got off to a great start, eliminating online legend Chris Moorman. But the reigning Barcelona champ was not so lucky. Sebastian Sorensen's scarf did not bring him the same good fortune as last year. It was a shock when start-of-day chip leader Ben Wilanowski busted in 123rd place, falling victim to a huge cooler. And Panker's run good finally ran out during the last level of the day. Then, with just 20 minutes left on the clock, Jamie Staples got coolered by Ben Heath. House over house. Jamie's elimination in 60th place saw him just miss out on scoring his biggest ever live cash. Irish player Mark Buckley ended day 3 bagging a stack of 2.65 million. He is the chip leader, coming in to day 4. So let's take a look at the 10 biggest stacks of the 56 players remaining in this event. Buckley has 132 big blinds, just ahead of Fabiano Kowalski. We've got a former champ in the top 10, Ognian Dimov. He's got a stack of 1.72 million, 86 big blinds, with the blinds at 10,000, 20,000, with a big blind ante of 20K. This is level 22 of the main event. So let's look at the lineup on the main stage. I'm pleased to say we have got the tourney boss at the feature table. Buckley headlines this 8-handed feature table. We've also got Dimov. We've also got Ali Tariq, a player who coincidentally was on our very first feature table at the start of our live coverage on day 2. We've also got Jamie O'Connor from the UK, Peter Nijinsky from Poland, Salam Charati, Yuri Horak, and Martin Alfonso. As we get the action started on day 4, our ambition to play down to the final 16, our goal to get down to the final 2 tables. Reckon we'll get there, Joe?
Well, we're either going to play to the final 16 or what, till what, De Mayo levels?
Oh, nice throwback. Randy, you're never going to hear the end of that one, I'm afraid. Yes, the ambition is to play 6 full levels, which will take us to around midnight tonight. Well, we're going to head to the outer tables because there is a huge all-in. It's John Juanda against Simon Matson. All of the money has gone in on the flop. It's set over set. A set of 8s for Juanda, a set of 5s for Matson. No 5 on the river. So Matson, an online qualifier from Sweden, is just verifying who has who covered here. This is a massive pot. This could actually decide the chip lead.
Matson just got stapled. Stapled.
And the dealer's verifying it, but Matson is covered. We've lost a player. Simon exits in 52nd place, cashing for nearly 25K. And John Juanda will now have 2.5 million in chips. He is second on the leaderboard. And we're joining this hand on the river. Let me just bring you up to speed. And obviously, we're not going to know these guys' hole cards at this stage. On the turn, Kalidou So used 3 of his time bank cards. Now he's checked this river. The board, by the way, is King 8-6-5 deuce, and that is a big bet from Shafikov. In fact, he's all in. He has shoved the river. A reminder, the board, king, 8, 6, 5 deuce.
Do you think using 3 time bank cards is a little more telling than just tanking back in the day, as in 2 events ago?
It's kind of saying that you don't have that strong of a hand.
Right, you have a difficult decision.
So it might make your opponent play at you a little bit more on the river, possibly. These are the things you should be thinking about when you use more time bank cards.
So remember, the cards are deducted automatically. We can see So's shot clock running there. Reset, so we're now on one of his cards. He played 3 of them on the turn. That means he's got 3 left on the river.
I mean, it has to be legit, too, because who's burning through 3 time bank cards in the first half hour?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's really thinking about this one.
Must be on card number 2 by now. Yola's on it.
I think if you use all of your time bank cards in one hand, you should have unlimited time bank cards for that hand.
No, you were being counted down. That was his final card, by the way. He was being counted down to 0.
I mean, it kind of is what I'm saying, is that, like...
Luke has been called over to make a ruling here. The official ruling is his hand is dead. Yola was clearly counting him down to 0.
Wow.
He's used all of his time bank cards. That was the countdown to making his final decision.
Countdown to 0 is like if somebody calls time on you. When he goes to 0, then you're out.
Yep, that's the correct ruling. Hand's
Okay.
dead.
Well, luckily there wasn't...
Oh my, did you see that?
No.
Shafikov showed ace-7. He had ace-high.
Oh.
Look, I love Kaladou. So look, just accepts the fact his hand is dead, smiles, taps the table. What a guy. Kaladou's so cool.
So Buckley still holding on to the tournament chip lead, just ahead of John Joanda. Buckley playing 2.67 million, 133 big blinds. Hand number 15, blind still 10,000, 20,000. Action will be on Yuri Horak from the Czech Republic. He's folded. Jamie O'Connor's out. The short stack, Salim Charati shoves for his last 14 big blinds with ace-jack of hearts.
He's getting another shot with ace-jack. This time suited.
Bogdan Dimov has pocket tens on the button.
He's getting looked up.
I like to see Dimov just call here. His opponents in the blinds have a lot of chips, so you don't want to risk them all for no reason.
Just a call from Dimov.
Double call.
Ali Tariq looks interested in the small blind. He's got jacks.
Whoa, pocket jacks.
What is the play here, Randy?
I think Tariq just needs to go all in here. It's just too strong of a hand. You've only got 40, you got 43 big blinds. It's a lot of big blinds, but if your opponent Dimov ever has a hand like 10s and 9s and ace-queen, like, you just need to go with his hand.
But if he has queens and kings, does he play it the same way? Does he just call?
He would probably play the same way, and that's the thing. That's the tricky part. It's just that jacks does so well. I think ace-queen, you can pitch it pretty easily. But jacks is actually a big favorite against certain hands like 10s and 9s. We'll see what he thinks.
He does shove for 855K. And Dimov has asked for a count. Or whatever you do, don't do a Caladu so and let your time run out.
This is a pretty tough spot for Dimov. He's already put in 280,000.
Are you gonna triple up? Flip up? You feel it? If you're gonna triple. Life will tell me. You have to feel it. Life will tell me.
I think in this spot, he really only beats ace-king. I don't think he should expect his opponent to shove ace-queen. The thing is, he put in so many chips. It's not a crazy amount more. It's a tough spot. If he ever thought his opponent would shove ace-queen, then he would want to make the call, but I don't think he can do that. This is very deep in a big tournament.
There's the call. Boom, boom, boom. So Dimov puts 2 players at risk, but he is behind. It's not looking good, by the way, for Shannon Shorr.
This might be the 3 most similar looking men in a 3-way all-in we've ever seen.
Easy. King, queen. Ace, ace, ace.
Look at all that facial hair.
Ali Tariq.
You surprised me you call with the pocket 10, bro.
54% favorite to get a near triple up.
No, I will tell you later.
Chirati only 26% to survive.
The screw still plan the move. Okay, just.
Two players all in. Dimov has them both covered, but it's Tariq with the best hand.
See if Anyan can find a 10 hiding in the attic.
Ooh. I take the 8 of heart.
Flush draw for Chirati. Equity increases to 38%.
4 of hearts, I like it also. 8 of 4. 4 of hearts.
Turn card. It's a 10! The 10 of clubs!
Okay, now I need a 4 of hearts. 9 of hearts. 8 of hearts.
Dimov now a huge favorite to eliminate 2 players.
Do it one time.
Tariq needs the case jack.
Do it.
Chirati's looking for a heart that doesn't pair the board.
It's okay. Do it. 8 of hearts. 4 of hearts.
It's the deuce of clubs, and that is a full house for Onyon Dimov. The Deauville 2015 champion takes out 2 players in one hand.
Anyang. Believable.
Meanwhile, we did mention that it's the first day of the 10K high roller. We heard the shuffle up and deal a few minutes ago. And among the players competing in that 10K event, Sergio Garcia. We can see him just by the water cooler in the black cap.
Sergio Garcia's nose, playing in the 10K event. I'm gonna send him a shot of tequila.
And 38 starts with the action on Jamie O'Connor. He folds under the gun. 4 deuce for Jedlichka. He mucks. 10 of hearts for Mark Buckley. Start of day chip leader. Now outside the top 5. Still has 2.5 million. He's not complaining.
Not a bad position to be in with just under 100 big blinds at this stage.
Fairly tight fold though, with the 10-8 of hearts. Definitely going to see some players opening off his stack.
Well, this guy is the chip leader. Onyon Dimov, 5-4 of spades. That's a raise from the cutoff. King Jack of spades for Caladu So.
Playing about 27, 28 big blinds. I think this is mostly going to be a call against an aggressive player in the cutoff. Keep some dominated hands in, play a pot in position.
Three seconds. I think he verbally announced call and is now finding the chips to make the call. So round to Yeri Horak in the big blind. He folds, heads up to the flop. Dimov, the pre-flop aggressor, So with the best hand and the advantage of position. The flop is ace, ace, jack.
Fairly strong flop for So. Obviously, he knows he's up against a wide range. Chip leader in the cutoff's going to be opening lots of suited connectors, lots of hands in general. So he'll feel pretty good about it.
Dimov continues. Now, Kalidou So is a player who does like to take his time over his decisions, but he is out of time bank cards. He's got 30 seconds per street. Here he elects to call the 40K, and this hand is going to the turn.
Almost always a situation where he'll just want to call. His opponent's got a wide range, and he'll want him to keep betting.
9 of spades gives both players flush draws, but Dimov is officially drawing dead. His flush draw is no good. So has bigger spades.
Could be an okay spot for a barrel. He picks up some equity. He can still fold out hands like King Queen and King 10. Maybe even try and target a jack for a fold over 3 streets.
185,000. Kalidou So, the effective stack, with 629K behind, which translates into roughly 25 big blinds.
This is not an ideal time not to have any more time banks.
I think at this point, obviously with his equity, he's almost certainly calling. But there's going to be a very difficult decision on a lot of river cards. If he gets triple barreled here on a brick river with only 30 seconds in the time bank, is he going to be able to call his hand?
And Dimov is the kind of player who will absolutely exploit that, who will absolutely look to take advantage of being able to put his opponent under pressure. Well, it's the king of clubs. So improves to aces and kings.
His hand, if Dimov jams, is largely similar than if he had a jack, because if Dimov shoves river, he's going to have an ace or better. Obviously, Queen 10 gets there, which takes out some of Dimov's bluffs. Wow.
Dimov bluff shoves the river. It is all in to call for Kalidou So. He's got 30 seconds to make his decision.
And you'll notice Dimov shoves very quickly, and that's probably to restrict the time So has to think about it.
And So used about 5 seconds off his clock before folding. Dimov up to 3.6 million. Kalidou So has now dropped below the 20 big blind mark. 145 big blinds for our chip leader. Right now we are 5 tables. Today we aim to play down to the final 2 tables. Action here on the main stage. Folded to Kalidou So, the table short stack. Ace, queen of diamonds with 12 big blinds. Now he did a standard open with aces, didn't get any action. Will this be a shove?
I would only ever be shoving here rather than raising, but maybe if he's raising hands as strong as aces, he also wants to mix in some hands like ace-queen suited as well. I'm not sure.
Well, that's the thing. In isolation, I would say just move all in. But given that he just went for a smaller raise the hand previously, should he do the same again? He's not. He's opted just to shove his hand for 12 big blinds. Much more standard of a play.
Folded to Mark Buckley in the big blind, who's got ace-9.
So with just under 1,000 under 13 big blinds, this is a pretty close spot.
Now we saw Buckley take what was a very marginal spot before with a 10-9 offsuit. He's just getting a count to see if he's going to go with his ace-9. If he does, he'll be in big trouble. But he's certainly going to be ahead of some hands in So's range that shove.
Well, you would imagine at this point that he shoves all of his suited broadways, a decent amount of his suited ace-x hands, a lot of pairs. So I think ace-9 is going to be a reasonable call here, depending on what his image is of So.
He's even going to shove like 8-9 suited as well, right, for 12 bigs?
Maybe a little bit much.
7-handed? Occasionally. Not a huge consideration, though.
Yeah. I mean, he's, you know, 10-9 suited, jack-9 suited. Hands like this, he will dominate. I think if he's ace-10, he's called by now. Ace-9 just on the border.
Playing time bank cards to extend his clock.
I think at this point, if you're so, you're actually really looking for the call, because if he has ace-king, you know, he's snapped. If he has any pairs that are reasonable, he's snapped. So you're hoping that he's not thinking with a hand like pocket threes, pocket fours, and it is a hand exactly like this where he's dominated. So he's going to feel pretty comfortable at this point and be hoping to see the call from Buckley.
And we do see it.
Buckley calls, putting So at risk, but it's domination nation in favor of Kalidou So. Great spot for him to double up and get back into this game.
And Buckley victorious in his last all-in. Will need some luck to win this one. He's about 22%. Here
comes the flop.
Wow.
9 high. Domination rotation. Kalidou So now at risk. A former main event champion looking for his second title, on the ropes, on the verge of elimination, unless he can spike a queen on the turn or river.
One card to come. Huge problems for our champion from Prague. Former EPT winner.
3 cards he can hit. The river is a jack. Close but no cigar, and Kalidou So exits the EPT Barcelona main event in 37th place. He cashes for 30,150 euros. Action here has been folded to the blinds. Mark Buckley in the small completes. Odeen Dimov has...
Did Buckley give that hand back?
He's got ace-9 again, hasn't he?
I'd be very surprised if we see similar action, though. Both of these guys blindly blind. Over 125 big blinds deep, effective. It is going to be a raise from Dimov with the jack-8 suited.
2 biggest stacks at the table here.
I think Buckley wisely just treading carefully here.
Dimov's raise was to 85,000. Buckley makes the call. It's a 9-7-4 flop. Buckley with top. Dimov with a gut shot.
And this is about where Dimov would like to be, having raised pre-flop. He's got a nice continuation bet. The backdoor 7 of spades, wrapping around that, very good for him. Obviously the gut shot to the 10. He'll continue his aggression.
I would argue that he would have probably preferred like 9, 10, queen, all spades.
Yeah, if you're ranking flops, that one's up there. But, you know, this is okay.
Continuation bet of 60,000 called by Buckley.
Wow.
10 on the turn. That's the straight for Dimov.
If you're Dimov now, you got to be thinking, how can you get as many chips in the middle as possible? This is a card that's going to be pretty good for Buckley's range. It's a card that he's going to make some 2 pairs on. He could have 8-6 suited himself. He could even have 8-6 off maybe. So you're going to be looking to size up here. It's not a turn that you're going to be betting all that often, so you kind of want to go a little bit more polarized and bet big when you are going to bet, I feel.
Right, and from Buckley's perspective, Dimov's still going to be barreling here with hands like Queen Jack and King Jack and King Queen that pick up a straight draw and, you know, with another overcard on the turn. So I'd be very surprised if he's willing to let ace-9 go just yet.
So Buckley is officially drawing dead. He calls the 225,000. This hand going to the river. The deuce of clubs.
If I'm Dimov, I am going very large in this spot.
It's definitely a spot once you get check called twice on this board. Your opponent, I mean, Buckley is still going to have some 10s. He's going to have hands like 10-8 suited, Jack-10 suited that call the flop. And even his 9s, like I say, Dimov's an aggressive player. He's still going to be bluffing diamonds, Queen Jack, King Queen, all of these hands. So it's really, really difficult against aggressive opponents to want to fold a hand as strong as ace-9.
It'll be interesting to see Dimov sizing here. There's 765,000 in the middle. The green chips are 25K, the white chips are 100K. It's a tower of green.
That is the pot.
With
I
a
think
couple
750.
of whites on top. Has he bet full pot? $750,000, near enough.
This is a tricky spot for Buckley. I will say, though, that on the flop, he's going to have hands like 10-8. He's going to have hands like Jack-10. He is going to get to this river with some better hands. But with his hand, he doesn't really block any of the bluffs that Dimo's likely to have. I don't think he's going to fire off 3 streets with ace-high diamond. So it's a pretty good bluff catcher. And with everything bricking on the deuce of clubs river, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes the call.
I really think he almost has to call.
And
Because if you start adding in hands like Queen 8, King 8, you know, 8-5, if he's being really, really aggressive, if he's bluffing all of his 8x, maybe those broadways we spoke about, Jack Queen, King Jack, King Queen, any backdoor diamonds he might have, then he's just going to have a load of bluffs in his range that you might have to call a 9.
And of course, we did see Dimo pulling the trigger with the 5-4 spades. And at this point, I'd imagine that Buckley might have got news about that hand. He knows he's capable of pulling the trigger in these spots. But at the same time, if you call all of your 9s, he has called.
Yes, he throws in chips and loses another 750K to Odeen Dimov. And that's going to put some distance between these two.
Only.
Wow.
That is a monster pot at this stage.
Odeen Dimov up to 4.3 million. Mark Buckley drops down to 2 million. Well, we're heading to one of the outer tables where Ben Pollock is all in. Pollock has shoved pre, and the decision is on Rodrigo Marquez, who makes the call on their backs. Pollock shows pocket 5s. Marquez has ace-8 of diamonds. The flop is all diamonds. Nut flush for Rodrigo Marquez, and that will do it for Benjamin Pollock, eliminated in 33rd place. Cashes out for just over 30K, and we are down to 4 tables.
That's how you win a race.
Day 4 action continues with myself, Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton, and this beautiful fool, Randy Nanonoko-Lou. Hey, buddy.
Adorable fool is more like
Adorable, beautiful, all of the above. So happy to be in the booth with this genius, which I say both sincerely and sarcastically at the same time. Those were your feature table chip counts. We are down to 32 players in this event. 1,931 began. It was a 5,000 euro buy-in. 1 optional re-entry, which about 30% of the field took advantage of. Randy, you were in for 10K, weren't you?
Me included.
Yeah, Randy was one of them. Bumping up the prize pool, contributing to that 1.6 million euros for first place. We do have action back underway. 4 tables remain. You love that movie, Conan? Marius Conan.
Yeah.
Raising 2 10s. Oliver Weiss, probably Weiss would be my guess since he's German. I'm just gonna mix it up. That way sometimes I'll be right at least. He's calling with 2 6s. Buckley started the day as chip leader. He's now 4th at this table. He's gonna defend his big blind with Jack 7.
Ooh. Oh, look at that. Set over set again.
Another set over set. Everybody getting staples.
Conan top set. We'll see if he decides a continuation bet or try and get tricky. If he does continuation bet, he can easily get all the chips in on the flop.
The only real shame would be for Mark Buckley to somehow lose more chips in this pot. That's unnecessary. For Weiss to lose some more, totally necessary. Nothing you can do. It was great playing with you. It was nice having this one hand.
Well, you know, if he just calls here in position trying to slow play, there are some cards where he might slow down, like club. So we'll see what he opts to do. I actually wouldn't fault him for just calling, actually. because he wants Buckley to continue with some hands, but
no,
he just folds.
Queen of clubs on the turn. A couple of clubs may slow down the action.
They are pretty deep stacked. I don't think Conan likes to see the club either. Both players are thinking, please pair the board, please pair the board. I like to see him continue betting here because he's out of position. Doesn't want to give a free card to a random club.
$270,000 the bet.
Got a set of sixes here. Is he just going to call or move all in here? I mean, there's merit to both.
So Randy, do you move all in to protect your hand to get value out of a single club, or do you check for deception slash maybe you're beat already? Maybe.
I usually would just call here. I find that if I shove.
Not check, excuse me, call, yeah.
I find that if I shove all in, I'm only getting called by a flush. The bad part about just calling is you can let a random club get there.
Right.
So I can see the pros and cons both ways. I usually would just call here, which is what he does. With regards to 3.
So the river's a brick, and I guess that's a bad card for Weiss?
Yeah, it's a bad card for him. My point of view is if I'm Conan, yes, my opponent can have a flush, but if I'm planning to check, call, bet anyways, I might as well bet it myself so my opponent can't make a, you know, a tight check back with, say, like Queen 10, for example. So I would be betting again if I'm Conan.
Right, so your rationale is that if you're going to call this, Weiss has 730 behind.
Yep.
Less than pot. So if you got to call anyway if he shoves on you, so you might as well make a bet here.
Yeah.
And not let him check behind. Conan does opt to bet all of it. Now the flip side here is that he does give Weiss the opportunity to fold.
Correct, he does, but with a set of sixes, it's pretty hard to fold, especially the way the run out is there's an overcard and a club, which is a very scary card, a card that a lot of people would continue betting with. King Jack, Ace King, 1 club, Ace Jack. There's so many of these types of hands, and it looks like you have like a 10 in your hand, maybe pocket 9s of a club. So your hand actually looks pretty weak here. Set of sixes is pretty strong the way the hand's been played. Like if you're folding this hand, you're basically saying I'm folding everything but a flush. And this is a shot clock tournament, so he needs to figure out quickly what to do.
And one thing I think a lot of players, Weiss probably is, but a player like me who's not very, you're not even thinking about being beaten by other hands that aren't flushes. That is the call.
One better.
One better is correct. Set of sixes pipped by a set of 10s. And that is it. Oliver Weiss is out of here. 32nd place.
Well, let's take a look at one of our 2 outer tables. Ognian Dimov is one former EPT champ. Here's the other looking for his second EPT title, John Juanda. And the man sat to his left is former Poker in the Year superfan, Andres Korn. I'd like to tell you that he won his seat in Barcelona by spinning up a satellite ticket. He won in Superfan versus Stapes, but he actually bought in directly. Pocket 7s for Peter Nijinsky. Oloduk, King 8. Dimov on the button. Chip leader passes. Short stack Muradov, 9 big blinds.
And if he's folding ace-9, then that jam, you would imagine, is fairly strong. It's a very similar hand, opened into from early position. It is strong. Ace queen.
All in from the small blind with the big blind folding. There's the call from Nijinsky, and once again we are flipping a coin.
And good luck me.
Good luck me. At least he's honest.
Today.
The Spanish commentator's going to explode if he hits an ace or a queen here.
Can already feel it building.
Apologies in advance for the noise you will hear. We're doing everything we can to control them, but we can't contain them.
Ace on the flop.
The flop is king 6-3, and the Spanish don't like it.
Never queen. On turn.
They've 6-outs twice to save their guy.
He's not even their guy. It's a long story.
The heart on the turn reduces his chances of staying in this tournament.
Of course, Nijinsky has the 7 of hearts in his hand. It's got to be the non-heart ace or queen on the river. It's a deuce, and that will see Shakabidin Muradov eliminated in 24th place. And who are the Spanish going to care about now? The guy who looked like one of the commentators' granddad is gone.
So Nijinsky raising. And unfortunately for Hollow, he is not even live.
It's pretty unlucky when you've got 9-7 of spades, 2 big blinds, and you decide to put in and you find yourself dominated. It's going to be a hand that's just live so often.
I agree, pretty unlucky. Only a 30% chance he survives this hand. Otherwise, we're going to be down at 22 here at EPT Barcelona 2018. The flop. Jack on the flop. That is going to be very difficult with no spades and a backdoor straight draw.
Don't forget about the running 7s.
Right, hey, right, it is always coming 7. Is it going to be? No. That is drawing deed on the turn.
We're going to have 22 players remaining.
That is it for all of you. It is not coming 7 this time. We have got another all-in and call here. George Hanna versus Jamie O'Connor. Somehow he's not Irish. Ace-queen for Hanna, kings for O'Connor. Ace on the flop, however. That is gross. The turn is an 8, so we're gonna need a king for O'Connor to survive. He is the player at risk. No king. O'Connor is out. O'Connor is out. Spent a lot of time at the feature table today. Coming up a little short. Eliminated for 50,000 euro. Hand number 132. 21 players remain of the 1,931 who started. Petra Zelka all in from the cutoff with ace-queen. Kirby in the small blind with ace-10. Petra Zelka all in for 11 and some change big blinds, as Fenton would say. Kirby calls. Dima folds the big. So it's domination nation. However, the player at risk is the player in front. 70-ish% chance Petra Zelka doubles up. Very tense moment. We're getting deep in this thing, the business end. The next elimination ladder's up. That's ace, 8, 9.
Some decent backdoors possible.
Yeah, he's got backdoor clubs, backdoor straight. crucial turn card for Kirby. Also can still hit a 10. Oh boy. The back door is halfway open. Will it slam shut? Or will it catch the wind? The river. It is always coming. 7. Ace 10 manages to do him dirty. Petrozelka out in 21st place. Out in the field, Andres Korn, former superfan on the podcast, hosted by myself and James Hardigan. Poker in the ears. He's all in and at risk. Ace 7 versus Pedro Marquez's Queen 10. Jack 9, 6, 2 diamonds. So ace is ahead still for now. That's an up and down draw. And that is a straight on the turn. Nope, that's a pair of 10s on the turn. And 3 10s on the river. Straight 3 10s, doesn't matter. That's gonna do it for Andres Korn. Challenged me to World Cup trivia when he was a guest on Poker in the Ears and shellacked me. Congratulations to Andres, out of here in 20th place. 19th place, I think, actually. 59,940 euro.
John Juanda is all in and at risk. He's got it in with ace-queen against George Hanna's king-queen. So Juanda at risk but ahead, dominating his opponent here. Ace-queen for the 2015 Barcelona champ, king-queen for George Hanna. Let's deal out the board. It's queen high. Hold on, Juanda's got ace-king, not ace-queen. He's behind. Juanda needs a jack or an ace on the river to survive. It's an ace on the river. Thank you, Barry Greenstein, for delivering Juanda's winning hand.
An intense Barry G for the Justice River. John Juanda will not only stay alive, he's going to double up.
Enrico De Rosa drawing dead on the turn. He's eliminated in 17th place, cashing out for 69,340 euros. We are down to 16. As previously stated, we are going to play out the rest of this level. John Juanda in the hijack, starts the hand with 33 bigs. He has ace-queen. And he raises. Juanda opening to 135,000. Pocket nines for Marius Conan.
What's your play here, Benj? Are you going to look to play for stacks? Are you going to flat call? Are we going to shove?
34 big blinds deep. Might be a situation where you start thinking about 3-bet calling the hand, especially versus hijack open. Can definitely get behind a call with these stack depths as well, though. Time bank would indicate he's thinking about his options, which I wouldn't imagine include fold.
He shoves.
All of the chips in the middle for Conan and his 2 9s.
Just over 2 million.
Oh, and Marquez behind with the kings.
He reshoves.
Wow, he acts relatively quickly there as well.
A very quick rejam all in. Jacks in the small blind.
What is going on?
Wow, what a sick spot.
It's all into call for Nijinsky. Marquez is the table chip leader. He shoved on everyone.
I love that Marquez just shoved here, because if he just calls, maybe, you know, gives away the strength of his hand, he's going to shove here with all of his hands like ace-king, ace-queen, if he does want to play for stacks. This is a really tough spot for the jacks.
Now, Nijinsky starts the hand around 77 big blinds deep. Now, importantly, that is heaps of chips. Does he want to risk his tournament life?
Throw the ladles back in the pot. Not the pot with the chips in. The metaphor didn't work.
Listen, it's very easy for it to say with the cards up, but I do think at this point of an EPT, you just have to fold.
He has folded. Is someone going to wake up with queens? Anyone got tens?
Hand too, but I'm not gonna call now.
It's queen?
I have ace queen.
So Juanda gets out of the way, Conan at risk, and dominated by those kings of Marquez.
For sure it comes an ace now.
Stars notes against the pocket kings, aka the Kevin Cleans.
That time, final table bubble or something, before the kings, remember?
When?
The year you won.
Oh, yeah.
Against Worbs.
Yeah.
That was sick.
That was a bad throw.
Pourquoi pas? That was so sick though. It
But
could have came an ace though.
It was a...
You never know, it could have came an ace and you could have been out.
Yep.
So you fold and you
out
won,
right.
so it was right. Appelle-le, tu sais. Appelle-le.
It was a good final table. Yeah. So I tried to be a little bit more conservative.
No ace.
Oh, I would have won against a 9.
Je peux aller trèfle. You call it. 9 de cœur.
Conan drawing to a 9.
9 de cœur.
Clubs don't help him.
It's not fair.
Needs a 9 for a lifeline.
2 outs. The river card is a 6.
Good game.
And that is the elimination of Marius Conan in 16th place.
Yeah, you would have lost.
That's sick.
No ace of clubs.
Huh?
Marquez in the small. Limps in with ace deuce.
How much do you have?
Nieto Nijinsky in the big checks his option.
1.75.
Thank you.
How about you?
3.5.
With Jack 4, and it's an 8-4-4 flop. Nijinsky with trips.
And a huge flop for him. It's Marquez who starts with a check. He's got ace high. Won't be too unhappy to try and get closer to showdown. Not going to be easy though. Nijinsky reaching for chips.
75,000.
Very standard call here for Marquez. Don't see much merit to ever raising here.
Ten of diamonds on the turn, has Marquez drawing dead. Checks a second time. Imagine Nijinsky might go for a little bit more value.
And wouldn't be surprised to see Marquez call again. It's very easy when it's a limped pot and you've just checked in the big blind to start firing into your opponent. So he can reasonably expect Nijinsky to be bluffing 5-7s and 6-7s and jack-9s and 7-9s and heart combinations. There's plenty of bluffs around. Ace high has decent showdown value.
And Nijinsky going big on the turn, nearly full pot, 300k into 330k.
I think what he's doing here, he's kind of polarizing himself. Like, he's never going to have an 8 for this size. He can definitely have some 10s that bet the flop and now they've turned it, but more often than not, he's just saying, I had over 4 or I have air, and there's a lot of bluffs out there.
Marquez calls. 5 on the river.
5 river makes things a lot more difficult for Marques because we just spoke about all those potential bluffs. Well, the hearts just got there, 6-7 just got there. Hands like 5-7 and 5-6, which are natural bluffs with a gut shot on the flop, might slow down now they make a pair.
Did you ever see Marques turn his hand into a bluff versus a smaller sizing?
It's possible because some of the time he is going to check call the flop with the nut flush draw in that he has ace high for showdown value and keeps some flush draws in his check call range on the flop, so he could reasonably represent a flush. I don't think it's a river, as I just said, where a few of the bluffs get there, be it for a straight or make a pair. I don't think it's a river he's going to want to call.
So Nijinsky's gone for 650,000, 2/3 pot. Marques buying time.
I mean, on the 5 of hearts, it's just so hard for your hand to be good now, right?
You'd think so. You'd have to dig really deep and start finding queen 9s and jack 7s and queen jacks and all of these hands, some of which might even raise pre-flop.
Yeah, okay.
Not all are going to barrel 3 streets. The 5 of hearts is a particularly awkward river.
Wow!
What?
He's pulled the trigger.
Marques announces all in, turns his hand into a bluff, and Nijinsky now in a horrible spot.
And now it becomes incredibly difficult for the 4, because who bluffs here?
He's even got the jack of hearts in his hand. He blocks so many of the boats. This is a crazy bluff with the 2
He can
of
certainly
hearts.
slow play some pocket 8s, some, 4-5 even maybe, pocket 10s.
He's folded!
Wow.
He's laid it down!
You'll see it later.
Oh,
you
sicko!
You'll see it later.
And that will see Pedro Marques move over the 9 million mark. 9.3 million chips, more than 150 big blinds, more than double the average stack with 14 remaining. A ridiculous bluff that works. Day 4 drawing to a close, and John Juanda has ace-king under the gun.
Why do you want to cash the bot?
He announces all in. This is a 30 big blind shove.
Quite a few chips.
On the blind increase.
Well, we just spoke about things being profitable, but not necessarily most profitable. It's going to make chips in the long run, open shoving ace-king, but you'd think with a hand that strong, you might look to induce a little bit more action.
Yeah, 1.7, right?
Just go with the flow tag. Onion Dimov is in the big blind with pocket 7s.
Ooh. I do not expect to see a call. It's a weird one because obviously Juanda is unlikely to have hands like 9s, 10s, jacks, but at the same time, I don't think he's going to open shove 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. Like, that's a range that you tend to put people on. So it might be more like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, and ace-king, ace-queen if he's going to try and range him in a spot where you don't see this very often, an open shove for 30 big blinds into this many opponents.
Wait, who's a button right now? Oh, but don't you want to play the small blind first? Because the blind's going to be up tomorrow. I don't understand.
Hey, are you stalling, or are you really thinking about that? That's kind of not nice to do that,